Some Taoists from the Mutang clan called the hero the villain, only because he became the head of the Sapa sect. When his rage reached the limit and patience ran out, a war broke out, which went down in history as a great battle. It was a grand battle in which the main character did not participate directly, since from the very beginning his main goal was the Mutang clan. The Lord came and destroyed the 3 palaces of the clan, decapitating the elders and the leader. The head of Sapa asked the dying leaders why he was accused of sins, although they themselves were the first to declare war. However, even on the deathbed, enemies continued to repeat that he was an exceptionally innocent egoist. Such accusations seemed even funny to the warrior. Soon a truce was enclosed between the warring parties. However, the authority of the clan, which has been the sacred place of Taoism for thousands of years, has seriously shaken. The once powerful organization fell to the lower position among 9 kung fu clans. All the fault was their humiliation before the formidable enemy. Of course, the leader was far from the great masters, especially given his difficult disposition, and he himself perfectly understood it. However, when the health of the ruler gave way, he lay in his bed, and the memories of the past clearly popped up in his mind. It even seemed to him that he had gained a certain dying insight. Pupils, elders, and all faithful associates realized his critical state and sobbed at his bed. Among them there was only one person named Chonat Men. This man had his own shortcomings, but he remained extremely devoted to his mentor. He even decided to go on a trip in order to find eternal youth for the grass-dying grass. However, the Lord knew that this boy would not understand anything in medicinal herbs, and even if he finds something, most likely only weeds would collect. And even if the devoted student really discovered something, he would not have time to return, because the old man had more and more often began to choke. His time was inexorably coming to an end. 80 years have been lived, and he was pleased with the position that he managed to achieve. For his eyes, everyone called him Hukran Mugen, the owner of the Sapakon, combining 3 cruelty in himself. The betrayal and deception became the qualities that exalted the clan of the Sapu. Many people pointed to him condemningly, calling a scoundrel. However, only thanks to this nature, the ruler was able to overcome the tests of this cruel world. For almost 40 years he was a king, thanks to which he could spend time with the desired concubines. His treasures burst from silver and gold. With one wave of his hand he could resolve any unpleasant situation. However, life remained the main wealth, because the only thing a person cannot resist is the will of heaven. The dying old man began to regret deeply about his life. In addition, if he knew that he would have to leave, then at least he would spend all the accumulated treasures, took care of his comrades, in arms and, of course, had fun with the concubines. But now he was not capable of anything from this. With every movement, life left his body. The Lord heard his faithful servant spoke of him with sadness in his voice. However, unexpectedly the old man heard that subordinates were not sobbing about his death at all. They cry from the fact that he would not die in any way. Obviously, looking at their hysteria about this, the dying could not understand these villains. Even his pupil, the only one to whom the mentor paid his attention for the past 20 years, held the same opinion. But the hero taught him, giving everything that was deprived of himself when he was a student. In addition, the associates rejoiced, rejoicing that the fool who went in search of herbs of eternal youth was late. After all, as soon as they imagined that their head would live forever and would not get old, they were trembling. Now they can finally live happily. Obviously, the elder realized, if his loyal associates had such thoughts, then he was afraid to imagine what those who cursed and pointed a finger at him now. Although in principle, such a reaction was not surprising, because from the very beginning they behaved like that and did not even try to hide it. And the warrior himself lived so that in principle, he was worthy of all these curses. And suddenly, at the time of enlightenment, he saw a wife of death in front of him. According to the beliefs, as soon as the Reaper pronounces the name of the person 3 times, he must go to the next world. Therefore, it became obvious that the Lord remained to live very long. He decided to just close his eyes and accept his death. However, at that moment with tears in his eyes, Men's iron sword ran in his eyes. It was evident that he was clearly in a hurry to a dying mentor and was really worried about him. The elder was happy to see the face of the one who lived for his sake. It was very pleased to him. However, the devoted student came with joy, rejoicing from the fact that in the end he managed to find the grass of eternal youth. Obviously, the most faithful servants and even the ruler himself experienced a variety of emotions about this. The elder was happy that the grass exists, and perhaps he would not die. After that, although ignorant, the assistant put the plant straight into his mouth. However, the dying did not chew. He saw that at that moment Death had already uttered his name, and there was no way out. The servant realized that he himself needed to feed his master. For this reason, he widened the mentor's mouth wider. Then he squeezed the juice from the plant of eternal youth right in his throat. Obviously, the false subordinates were frightened. They began to delay the servant away, because this spectacle was clearly disgusted with him. Even the fact that the ruler can live a little did not please them. Death still did not stop. Albeit more slowly, the Reaper still pronounced his name. Therefore, it became obvious that the elder ate a little this grass. For this reason, he literally sucked into the fist of the subordinate, trying to suck juice from the plant. But still late, his soul began to leave the body. Therefore, the dying only lamented that he lived so little in this life. Now his existence is over. He will not be able to return back and correct anything. However, suddenly the soul began to suck somewhere, as if a strong wind rose in the district. After that, the spirit itself began to return back to his body. Such was the power of grass of eternal youth. However, the Reaper clearly did not want to let go of the old man. He clung to his hair and began to pull back from his body. And yet, at some point, the hands of death trembled. He let go of his soul. For this reason, she returned back to the owner, who rejoiced from the fact that she would continue to live. The Risen even managed to make fun of the Reap, offering him to take a chance and try to pick up his soul again. Obviously, the Reap was only angry with such the joy of the Lord. However, Death knew. They will soon meet again, at least because there is not a single person who would withstand the test of grass of eternal youth. Seeing the wicked face of the Reap, the old man immediately hid back and pretended, as if he had never been. But in his soul he rejoiced that the real owner of Sapichan showed his coolness even Death. Finally, it was time for him to open his eyes, because around him he no longer heard the voice of his wife's death. Only the senile voices, crowding nearby. It was the monks began to rejoice at the awakening of the warrior. However, suddenly Reburied heard that the elders around him were talking about the Mutang clan. Frightened, he immediately completely came into consciousness and looked around everything around. The Lord was surrounded by Taoist monks. They all sighed joyfully and thanked the heavens for the fact that the young man finally woke up. The elder himself did not fully understand how, after he ate the grass of eternal youth, he ended up in this body. It was like nonsense, so he tried to get up and looked around. But no matter how tried, his body did not obey. In addition, his whole nature was badly hurt. One of the monks, who saw his fright, asked the boy not to overstrain. However, it seems that the Reborn had no idea how to remain calm when it was the feeling that all its bones were broken, and the muscles were torn to shreds. The monks were rejoiced by the fact that such a noble boy who went to look for healing herbs for his mentor was able to survive after he fell off the cliff. And at that moment the migrant was finally lost in his guesses. Suddenly he saw before his eyes the memories of a child abandoned by his parents. He, remaining alone, met a good Taoist monk, and the saint took the boy under guardianship. However, at some point, the owner of Sapichan, that is, he himself hurt this mentor, because of which his chakras closed. Thus, a guy of 17 years old went to look for therapeutic herbs on Mount Mutang. However, because of the place where this grass grew, he had to take a chance of his life. As a result, he still broke. All these memories were rapidly flashed and measured in the head of a warrior. The monks still checked his pulse and realized that he was unstable. Therefore, each of them immediately touched one of the points of intersection of the meridians. Then they began to let their energy through it. The migrant immediately recognized her and her the holy energy of the Taoists. Obviously, it seemed to the ruler that in this way the elders encroach on his life, because the holy energy was literally a poison for the body of the owner of the Saffron. However, very soon the procedure ended. The Taoists around began to rejoice that they managed to safely concentrate energy in the meridians of the abdomen, due to which the blood vessels returned to normal, and the bones completely recovered. Immediately, the mentor of this boy began to thank the Supreme Elders and his brothers for the manifested mercy of his student. However, now more than the Rebirth was not interested in his salvation, but by the fact that these monks healed him with their holy energy. At this time, the Supreme consoled his brother, rejoicing that they managed to save the life of a boy who risked for him. However, at that moment one of the elders had a proposal. Now a significant part of the energy of 6 Yang was concentrated in the body of this boy, so they could make him a student Mongin. Although not immediately, the Supreme Elder liked this idea. However, he was worried, because then the boy will become the first student of Mungin. However, his brothers believed that in this way, fate itself favored this child. After all, at least his own chakra was closed at Mungin. He could train this guy. But before making a decision, the Supreme Elder decided to find out what the young man was thinking about this, and in fact, he himself wanted this. but he still did not dare to ask the Supreme about this. So he himself spoke in order to carefully teach the boy. As soon as the Supreme gave his consent, the rest of the monks shone with happiness. The leader, of course, understood that such a decision contradicted their traditions, but still wanted his friend to take the boy under his wing. And obviously the man was insanely grateful. And then he bowed to the Supreme Elder. Then it's time to choose a name for the child that he will wear at the temple. The first particle of the name of the boy was to be the name of his teacher. As the end of the name, Monjin decided to add another syllable mu. Thus now the boy was to be called Jinmu. Obviously the migrant did not like this name because it was literally truly Taoist. From such goosebumps went throughout his body. In addition, the warrior was annoyed by their hierarchy system. They used the same Chinese hieroglyph in the names, which was slightly useless and devoid of individuality. The Supreme Elder invited his friends to conduct a special procedure for the sake of their new student Jinmu. They took hands, and then they began to read the healing and exile spell. They struggled for all demons and evil spirits to leave the student's body, so that the tormented body is restored faster. However, for the Lord, this procedure was especially painful, because he was used to the fact that when injuries, compresses, or tires are applied to him. So earlier, the most immoral and vile, sweeping everything in his path, the owner of the Sapa and the absolute lord of the separated sea, was reborn and became a student in a completely destroyed Mutang. Now he was forced to bear the name Jinmu. Finally, the warrior realized what tests the Reaper spoke about, because it is really difficult to live a new life, preserving all the memories of the past in his head. But this was not the only test, because since the energy of 6 Yang was concentrated in his body, all his forces had previously turned into dust. Thus, earlier the great warrior could not even master the technique of a wooden dragon. But the most sad was his reflex. Now every time his teacher called him, he answered unconsciously politely, all because in his head there were the memories of that idiot breaking off the cliff. And the experiences remaining in his memory controlled his actions in relation to the people familiar to him. In addition, from his past life, the elder knew his new teacher very well. During his attack, this brave man, despite the fact that half of his hands burned, blocked his path, and guarded the palace until the last. Monjin was one of the great students of that time, having a special fighting spirit. The decision to leave him alive was a mistake for which the warrior has been reproached himself for a long time. But despite all his feelings, he still remained insanely polite and respectful to the teacher. All this happened involuntarily. And besides, now the absolute Lord Marima cut vegetables every day. He masterfully cooked soups and also invested his whole soul, preparing lunch for his teacher. Only when everything was ready did he finally understand what he had done. And he was insanely indignant at his new body. So much was ready to scream the whole world in order to get out of this body as soon as possible. Soon the next hour of training with the teacher came. While he was engaged in a sword, Monjin watched him, drinking Chinese tea. At some point, the Reborn decided to create one of the combat formations. He managed to fill the blade with internal energy. The teacher was insanely proud of his student, who developed so quickly in martial arts, especially considering that even after many years of training, filling the sword with energy is not an easy task. The young man took it only 3 months, especially considering that his teacher was not able to train him now and taught him only in words. So, 3 months have passed since the recovery of the warrior, spent in training. His teacher with closed chakras could not show everything in practice, so he all the time in words explained to him the essence of the energy of 6 John. Obviously the ruler of Murim was vile from the idea that they had to continue to study the technique of 6 Yang. However, a stupid body prevented him from objecting. When Monjin was nearby, a Reborn literally lost control of himself. The teacher himself assumed that his student developed so quickly thanks to the energy of 6 John in his body. In addition, if he ideally learned to completely control this force, then otherwise he would even be easier to study. Even despite the fact that the boy was treated by the best Taoist masters, it seemed that Monjin still did not understand how his ward was developing so quickly. However, this was quite logical, given that a real genius was sitting in the body of a young man. The experience of a past life made himself felt, so Jinmu turned out to be such a talented student. In addition, the fact was that no matter how the elder resisted the study of the martial arts of Mutang, it was quite interested in him. Although for the sake of this, I had to make concessions every day, and there are even only vegetables. After all, this martial art was more systematic and safe in comparison with the rapidly progressive, but at the same time very dangerous martial art of Sapa. So, only having started to study the Taoist martial art, the Lord realized why it was so popular. For this reason, he continued to go into training more and more. plunging into his classes. He remembered the first classes of martial arts, so he was so focused that he did not notice how time was running. Soon, imperceptibly for the migrant flew a whole year. During this year, its basic weapons owners were completely honed. For this reason, he decided to note this event, and at least a little stuffed meat after such a difficult training. In addition, carefully looking at the tree on which he worked out the maneuvers, the warrior realized that although his martial art exceeded any other techniques studied earlier, he had one problem. The energy grew too slowly. Therefore, despite the fact that he trained diligently throughout the year and began to skillfully own a sword, there was too little energy. For this reason, obviously, the elder was unhappy. He even wanted to do the usual martial art. Thus, he could jump over several stages in one fell swoop. But this would be simply impossible due to the contradiction of internal energies. But he needed to reach the absolute level as soon as possible. True, in just 1 year he already managed to do a lot. Now he could only become the main student. Shortly before this, one of the guys, passing by, saw the hero, and thought that he was so talented as if already becoming the main student. The coming boy was a student of the second link, whose name was the Reborn could not even remember. However, the boy was still a little rude. It was this young man who prompted Jinmu that the idea of becoming the main student, so that he was trained by the Supreme Elder himself. After that, he could even become his main associate. But the warrior, like no other, knew that everyone wanted to take the place of the chief student, and the competition was huge. Therefore, he was more angry with these meaningful conversations. As it turned out, the boy talked about this because he himself dreamed of becoming the main student for the sake of several privileges, as well as the legendary secret of double energy. Only when he heard about this, the Lord ran closer in order to ask again if he was heard. Obviously, the secret of double energy is exactly what he needed. It was a technique that allows you to concentrate 2 energies in one body. Secretly passed on in Mutang from generation to generation, this technique itself appeared long before the birth of the old man. However, in Mutang, there was still no master who would know the technique of double energy in practice, and the hero hopes to become the first. Only in this case, martial art from a past life and holy energy would be in harmony, and he could use the strong techniques of a dark dragon from a past life. Therefore, the warrior was convinced to become the main student is exactly what he needs. Of course, the migrant was surprised that the owner of such experience did not know such a common fact, but he decided to catch up. Suddenly, the boy warned Jinmu that he would not flatterly, because the development of this technique is something close to the impossible. Plus, besides, all students will compete for a place under the sun, and not only students from their palace will take part, but also from others too. The Lord considered this guy a real blank if he believes that there were rivals for him in this place. In addition, he believed that, according to tradition, the main student would become the strongest, so he planned to get rid of his rivals and take the place of the main student. In addition, if he solves this problem, he will finally be able to get away from such a good-hearted clan and heal his full life. But despite all his plans, the duties remained on schedule. For this reason, he continued to take care of the mentor and even thought about how to find a way to cure him. Of course, it was already a miracle that the teacher remained alive after the closing of the chakra. However, his current body was constantly worried about the teacher, so even when he tried to leave the mountains for a short time, his legs returned him back. To get rid of this state, he needed to take care of the health of the mentor. The warrior saw only one way: to feed his teacher with meat, so that his body is stronger. Before that, the Lord needed to spend a lot of time and effort in order to force the mentor to eat meat, because in the clan, even patients, it was customary to feed the same grass. But recently, he noticed that the meat clearly improved the condition of the teacher. Because of this, his body began to worry less, and he was able to even leave the mountain for a while. Now the migrant continued to train hard, not giving the mentor to the mentor that his plans had changed. After all, if he begins to ask everything, then soon the truth could open up. But the hero could not even lie to him while he was in this body. In any case, now he was the main thing to take care of the health of the mentor. The next point was to become the main student and master the technique of double energy. Suddenly, during a training for a warrior from the back, one of the students crept up. Obviously, Jinmu was literally stupid when instinctively almost cut the boy into 2 parts. In addition, having looked at this child, he realized that he sees him for the first time. The young man looked so strange. He had great forearms and a round belly, as if he were a relative of a pig. Soon, this cheerful boy introduced himself as a student of Chan from the Wanch Palace. He brought fresh fruits for Jin. However, the elder could not see a pig cap in this baby once in this baby. Having discarded all his obscene thoughts, The Rebirth realized that this guy clearly did not give up full during her training. Otherwise, he would definitely not gain excess weight, eating one grass. In addition, he was wondering where the recently came an idiot, instead of which another, similar to a pig, came to replace. In any case, it was not what the Lord was worried, so he asked the boy to leave all this and leave. Now the most important thing was to continue training in a complete concentration, as before. However, the pigs did not go anywhere and literally drove him crazy with her attention. Therefore, Jinmu even had to hint that it was time to return to his training for his training. But, as it turned out, he had no training today. So he wanted to see how the older brother is trained, because he would be too lonely at home. It was strange that the guy prefers to watch someone than spending a free day among peers. As it turned out, everyone was just too busy in order to walk with him. The elder quickly guessed that he was possible. Therefore, I decided to find out if there was something that, when it approached, peers scattered on all four sides. As it turned out, they really avoided him, considering the most incapable among all. The hero learned that the pig came here at the request of the original student in order to bring the products, and the villain only hoped that the pig would be mistaken in order to laugh at him. However, this good-natured guy was not against the fact that they laughed at him, because his appearance was really ridiculous. The warrior was able to understand this young man. In front of him was a simple, unconscious, ordinary person whom everyone was mocking. He may have been the most mediocre guy. At the same time, the new assistant resembled Chong with Mon, an ill-mannered but devoted guy who, even being beaten, always retained a positive attitude. He was also the only person from the whole of the Sapa, by which Jean Ming's really missed. Therefore, the migrant allowed the boy to practice next to him. The main thing is that he does not bother him. But in the process of training, he even became interested in watching the young men. At that moment, the boy began to work out the fist-fighting techniques, and then Jinmu realized that he was mistaken in his account. After all, although it seemed that the boy was a lazy person, he actually tried and trained. However, he did not take into account the proportion of his body. The boy was full, whatever one may say, his movements were heavy and slow, so the enemy was easy to predict his steps. In addition, his hands were short, because of which he should have used more techniques related to his legs. However, obviously, he would not have a partner who could teach him this. But watching the boy, so much reminding him of his past friend, the migrant decided to help him. The warrior reminded the boy that he was huge and complete, so only training in a couple, he will be able to work out the blows and learn to mislead the enemy. But no matter how the Lord was trying to convey everything to him, it seemed that Kryushka did not understand anything at all. Therefore, although he was surprised at the stupidity of the guy, he had to explain everything easier, once again. But when it did not help, he literally pulled him along the training ground, putting the fat man opposite himself. The Reborn asked the boy to repeat the fist battle technique. He wanted to fix his technique as soon as possible, until the young man remembered her. It would be very difficult for children to retrain. As a result, these two became sparring partners and opposed each other. Now the first attack made a pig attack the enemy. He tried to make a deceased maneuver with his hands, which was supposed to mislead the enemy. The main blow was a fist straight into the body. However, Jinmu easily managed to stop him with a fist right on his forehead. Obviously, the boy was shocked by the fact that, although he began to move before his mentor, he managed to get ahead of him. Then the warrior explained that the most important thing in battle was not to waste time on a useless change of positions, but to strive directly to the goal. He had to work with his fists quickly and sharply. However, since the boy's head was clearly thinking tightly, he will be able to learn everything only by receiving a good thrashing. Therefore, the Lord began to train him, forcing him to run around the field. Then he showed him a few more tricks. For example, a blow to the groin, or dumps in the eyes. Piggy obviously considered it two cowardly tricks. However, cowards never enter the battle, and their main goal is to defeat in battle as soon as possible. For this reason, they continued their tight training for several more hours. Only when the already exhausted Pigtard thanked his mentor for training, the migrant finished the lesson. No matter how the warrior relate to this awareness, he recognized his stubbornness and willpower, because the pigs did not give up to the last and continued to move. However, he was still a rather stupid boy, because he did not reach him from the first, not the second time. Only from the 20th. He stopped making unnecessary movements. For this reason, the elder understood that such a person nearby would only interfere with the head of the chief student. For this reason, he asked the boy not to come here anymore and send someone else in his place. The sovereign threatened that if the pig came here again, then he would not leave alive. Having scared, the guy no longer had the point of linger on her older brother. Therefore, he immediately wandered away, grabbing his bag. In the end, the Reborn had only one could hope that after all that was said, the boy would really not return. And at some point, a mentor approached the warrior. He looked at the runaway child, whom he had not seen before, and Jinmu described him as a slightly stupid but stubborn boy, who can be taught something. Jin was clearly happy that his student had a good time with someone, and was pleased that he had done the right time, helping and training. The elder did not understand until the last why the mentor looked so happy. Therefore, I decided to just cook dinner for him. So after a good sleep, the next day came. The mentor of the Lord in the morning went for a walk. In addition, yesterday's boy, similar to the piglet, did not come anymore. For a warrior, this was a huge relief, because he could calmly begin his training. But as soon as he was delighted, he immediately heard a loud voice behind his back. He also saw a boy who looked like a pig, and next to him was a student from Vanch named Jinho. He was a senior student. His status was higher than that of Jinmu. In addition, his mentor was a man from the generation of Chaklol, which is one of the 7 of the best masters of all Mutang. Obviously, the hero until the last did not understand why this man came to him. But for starters, the migrant tried to be polite, so he greeted the senior student. However, he immediately attacked him with screams and discontent. Then he explained that he came here because of his younger student. He was unhappy that Jin had taught him with dirty tricks, because of which the pig damaged another child in a common training. Although the warrior tried to remain calm, he was glad that the boys still won. The senior student was still indignant from the fact that Jin dared to teach such methods of the child in such a sacred place. However, the Rebirth believed that all means were good for a real victory, so he asked the senior student to get away if he did not want to say anything else. The Lord believed that if the hands and legs of the defeated students are intact, then there was no reason to come to him in the morning. Obviously, the senior student immediately realized that something was clearly wrong with this guy. He knew that Jin was studying with the Malays of Mungin. He was always a kind child who took care of the mentor. However, his ignorance and insolence made a real bully from him. Earlier, the boy had enough yang energy, but perhaps now a lot of yin energy has accumulated in him. In this state, he studied technology only in words, without applying them in practice. Thinking about it, now everything has become in its place. If he trained alone, he became arrogant, and his soul changed for the worse. But the senior student could not close his eyes to this. Although he was not a student of his palace and had no right to punish him, he wanted to teach the boy a lesson. He was still a senior student. However, the warrior was not afraid of anything, only rejoicing that such a chance turned up so quickly. After all, having defeated this shade, he will be able to become famous and get a step closer to becoming the main student. When Jinmu took out his sword, the senior student immediately scanned. Therefore, the Lord realized that most likely in the battle, he would have to use only a cover from his sword. However, even when after that he did not look scared at all, the senior student was clearly angry. But the Reborn did not see any more point to wait and decided to start their fight. After which he made the first attack, and these two collided in close combat. The first thing, Jinmu aimed at his acupuncture point. In Mutang, the fencing technique was called the spiritual gates of 13 swords. But instead of smooth transitions of the warrior was very sharp and fast. Therefore, the senior student decided to pay him the same coin using the same technique. However, since he could not harm the younger student, he had to use his wrist as a goal. But how was he surprised when the hero himself decided to use the same cowardly techniques, aiming at his groin. Therefore, his plans changed sharply to defend his dignity. And in the last second, he still managed to recapture this attack. After a failed blow to the groin, the Lord began to aim in his eyes. These were strange techniques, because the spiritual gates of 13 swords was the technique of depriving the enemy of weapons and thereby winning it. In addition, there was a rule in Mutang: the owner of the sword should not wish the enemy to death. So now, finally, the senior student was convinced that the constant desire to aim with a sword in the eyes and the groin is part of the technique of Sapa. However, he was madly infuriated by such a vile and low martial art. Therefore, he immediately attacked this scoundrel with a sword. However, the warrior still managed to get a guy on his wrist, after which he calmly knocked out the weapon out of his hands. Thus, in one instant, he became the winner in this battle. Obviously, the senior student could not believe it for some time. In addition, although he lost, he did not feel disorder. The winner was waiting for the right moment in order to conduct this technique, and reach such a level in just a year. This skill reminded him of their mentor in his youth. So you could consider Jinmu an excellent successor. The senior student did not even know how to express his admiration for this student. However, when he had already tried to praise him, he saw that the hero attacked him with his fists. The migrant tumbled him to the ground and continued to beat him, despite the fact that the fight was over. As it turned out, the warrior only rejoiced that the monk could finally beat. In addition, he was able to release all the anger which accumulated in him because of his teacher. After such a cruel beating, the senior student did not look very good. The pig himself watched this and finally realized how strong Jinmu was. And despite the fact that he used rather vile tricks, the fat man was delighted. However, the lord, noticing the pig, immediately demanded that the boy should not stand a pillar, but to take his older brother to the hospital in the palace of Chandong. So the warrior finally took the first step towards becoming the main student. The rumor of Jin once scattered at the speed of light thanks to the chatty of Chan Yu from the hospital of the palace. And it doesn't matter whether the migrant retained the traditions of Taoism. The fists decide everything. But in this, he had no equal all over the world. Now he began to interest him the question: which of the students was considered the strongest in Mutang? He had to meet him in order to curb him. Soon, at the Council of Elders, the Supreme found out that Jinmu managed to defeat Jin Ho. The Supreme did not even believe, so he asked to tell him a full story again. It became known that the Reborn managed to teach a child from the generation of Chan to the fist-fighting technique. However, the elders were not happy with these news, because Jin Ho was greatly beaten and has not yet come to his senses, so they could not find out the details from him. All that they knew was that a student named Chan dragged him to the hospital. The elders did not understand what they would need to do with the altered technique of Jinmu, which he used. However, they were delighted with his deep understanding of martial arts. Many even believed that perhaps the mentor taught him this. After all, it was after that case that happened to Mon Gin that he criticized the technique of owning a sword. He said that it was necessary to take care of not about the form, but about the benefits of martial art. The Supreme understood what case was being discussed. Then, when the godless Hukran Mugan invaded Mutang, destroyed 3 palaces and killed everyone who was there. For this reason, the Supreme felt his guilt. He was so busy that he had never visited Mongin recently. Therefore, he decided to go to him, and already on the spot to listen to the explanations of Jinmu and talk to his teacher. So the events returned to the palace of the warrior. Chan joyfully ran there to tell that he had agreed with the elders. Now he would live with the hero. In addition, his elder brother told him to study a lot with the Lord. Jinmu had already wanted to protest, however, as it turned out. Myun Jin gave his consent to this. He explained that Jin Ho came to him last night with a similar request, and he decided to satisfy her. Jinmu understood that Chan had only to bother him. The migrant tried to explain to the teacher that he was not yet ready to train other students. However, Kryushka had already told the mentor about what happened. For this reason, the elder took his hands to Jinmu in his own and almost cried with joy. However, at this moment, goosebumps passed all over the Lord's body. The mentor asked that the boy did not doubt himself, because his victory over Jin Ho is a big step forward. He also considered his appearance a great success for Mutang, and familiar from above. In addition, he, as a teacher, only rejoiced at the successes of the ward, because his excellent student went even beyond what he was trained. After that, Munjin also asked for a new younger student Chan to train hard. The mentor went to rest, finally asking his pupil to cook a simple dinner for him. It was lucky that Chan immediately volunteered to help and delivered the immigrant from cooking for a mentor. But before distributing instructions, the warrior decided to seriously discuss everything with him. He warned the boy that if he did not want problems in the future, he should do only what he was ordered. Also, on any training, any exclamations, even admiration, were strictly prohibited. The Lord promised the boy that if he fulfills these 3 simple conditions, nothing would happen to him. However, for each violation of it, a serious punishment awaits him. Chan agreed with all the conditions, so the hero sent him on business. Obviously, at first the boy did not even understand what was talking about. So Jinmu decided to kindly demonstrate the duties of the fat man. Soon the pig was already in the chicken coop catching chickens. After he brought the bird, he had to separate it on his own. Then he lowered the carcass into hot water, and then began to remove feathers. And only after everything was ready, he began to cook it. Obviously, Jinmu pleased that Chan was so obedient. In addition, it was very convenient to force someone to work in his place. In the process of cooking, Chan decided to ask the warrior about how he turned that battle yesterday. The victory over Jin Ho, who received the recognition of all mentors, was a literally legendary event. Obviously, the old man was pleased that the boy admired him so much. The fat man really was madly like his loyal servant. He was also not very smart and had a bunch of shortcomings. However, the devotion of this child was not equal. And besides, he was a very kind guy and suffered all the humiliation from his peers. The immigrant was pleased that he could dump all his concerns on this good man. At that moment, Chan was scared. Whether everything would be in order with them, because one of the commandments of Mutang forbade to eat meat. The sovereign enraged only one thought about these 10 commandments of Mutang. If you become a master, you must follow certain moral standards. One of them is an absolute ban on the food of animal origin. If there is meat, then after young energy is born in the chakra, it will not accumulate and will increase ki energy. Therefore, in Mutang, all students are strictly forbidden to eat meat. Herbs are the main thing in their diet. However, Jinmu explained Chonu that everything would be in order with the teacher, since he has been eating meat for a long time. After that, the Reborn calmly went into the house in order to take everything to the mentor. Leaving, he saw how Chonyu licks, and was indignant at ignorant monks who prohibit meat and stop the hard growth. In any case, having come to the mentor, the warrior set a portion in front of him, asking to eat as much as possible in order to restore energy. Moonjin was clearly grateful to the hero. Thanks to his advice, there is meat. He began to feel an increase in his own forces. But 2 months ago, he could not even leave the house. Obviously, the Lord was happy. As soon as the mentor became easier, he could leave this stolen mutant. The main thing now is that his body stops worrying about Moonjina. Suddenly, Moonjin proposed joining the meal to his student, who refused, as he was going to eat with Chonyu. And Moonjin himself did not notice how the next time Jinmu suggested to catch 3 chicken, because he understood that 1 chicken for 2 would not be enough to restore the strength of adult students. Jinmu saw how his previously holy mentor falls lower and lower, retreating from moral standards. But he did not show it, and went to eat. He was also insanely hungry, although he had not yet eaten anything in the morning. However, when the migrant came out, he saw that the filthy pig ate everything into one snout. He began to swear at this scoundrel while he was running away, and at the goat ate the broth. They stopped only when they stumbled upon the elders, accompanied by the Supreme. Obviously, the warrior excited. Why did they come so suddenly? The piglet was so frightened so much that he immediately dropped the plate from his hands. Then he knelt down low and began to bow. Jinmu wondered that he had already managed to do so that they would come. However, the elder immediately approached the hero and began to report to him for eating meat. This smell was felt even at the foot of the mountain. The elder was angry that because of a sick mentor who could not follow him, he decided to brazenly violating the commandments. He, as the head of this palace, could not close his eyes to this violation and had to report on the whole mentor of the boy. After which, they all rose at once in order to seriously talk to Moonjin. However, Jinmu perfectly understood what picture they would catch if they were coming now. Seeing the lumbering Moonjin, the Supreme Elder and the rest will lose their temper. The migrant understood that because of this situation, it may lose a chance to become the main student. Therefore, he immediately fell to his knees, took guilt on himself, and began to pray for forgiveness. However, the elder only ordered him to shut up immediately. Although his concern for the mentor was boasted, yet he violated the commandments. Obviously, this stupid punishment took off his old man. He understood that if the Supreme Elder was not here, he would not have played out such an obedient role. The warrior even vowed to himself, after curbing the energy of 6, the first thing is the first thing to break the head of this old man. Finally, more calmly, the Supreme decided to find out from Moonjin what he was doing, because he was the oldest in this temple, and therefore had to explain. Moonjin understood that a certain excuse was expected from him. However, he was only angry that he was reported, as if he had committed some sin. The elders after these words literally lost the speechlessness. And although Jinmu support his mentor, it seemed to him that he had been crazy. After that, the teacher demanded that his students rise from his knees, because he did not think that they had sinned, eating a little meat. After all, he decided to turn to his brothers. He got up from the table and decided to find out how, in their opinion, he looks now. Previously, he lost all the energy due to the vile reptile from Sapa and, remaining with only pain, was terribly weakened. He saw his older old man brothers die on the battlefield and could not do anything. Due to the fact that they were always bothering their moral appearance, Mutang was destroyed. Now, having suffered a miserable defeat, the only reason why Hukran Mugan left is a height. This is a truce concluded by the Union of United Political Forces. However, after that, they had nothing left. They were not even able to take revenge. The migrant, like no other, knew that the Union of United Political Forces thought first of all about the benefits, and not of morality. And to finish the Great War was the right decision. At the same time, the struggle of 3 sides began in Muram. If the Great War continued, then the Ilvon Magu clan, waiting and increasing its strength, would only remain in the plus. Therefore, the Union, wanting to prevent a similar outcome, saved the Mutang, concluding a truce. However, after that, everyone turned away from the Mutang. The clan was forgotten and fell into decay. When someone is strong, everyone is ready to help him. But as soon as you weaken, they will turn away from you. Such was the law of Murim. And although it was cruel, it was a reality. In the same way, the mention of the Taoist sect Quan Zhen, as well as many other clans, disappeared from the pages of history. Therefore, he praised the mentor for his words. He was interested in how the Supreme Elder would answer this. At this time, Mun Jin explained to the Supreme that he himself was surprised by the offer of his student to eat meat. But when he explained that this would help him gain strength, the student was right. After eating, he really felt a surge of strength. Recently, he even walked near the temple. Only after hearing this, the Supreme was stupefied, because like no other, he knew that Mun Jin was chained for 10 years to bed, and now he was walking. Mun Jin himself, although he apologized for violating the commandments, made it clear that this improved his condition. He perfectly understood that in order to accumulate yang energy, they did not eat meat. But in order to gain physical strength, meat is necessary. After all, before that he was exhausted so much that he could not teach his student martial arts. And due to the fact that they could not be killed, they could not repel sapes. The 3 palaces that were burned are still not restored. Therefore, now he did not understand what the benefit of all these commandments if Mutang could disappear. The rest of the elders were indignant, believing that Mun Jin went crazy, offering to get rid of the commandments. After all, the commandments are the essence and history of Mutang. Despite the fact that Mun Jin really got better, following the commandments were the basis of their discipline. In addition, he was accused of that he wants to equate them to sape. However, Mun Jin insisted that he proposes to change the traditions a little in order to survive. He did not see anything bad in the breaks, and suggested trying to find a compromise if the elders did not suit something. As a result, the entire booth stopped after the voice gave the Supreme. He promised to independently solve this issue and asked the elders to go, so that he would talk to Mun Jin alone. While the rest were hesitated, the Supreme raised his voice, thus forcing them to go away. So forced to leave, the elders left the estate, and Jinmu and Chan left alone. It was evident that the younger student was worried, not knowing what to do. The warrior himself did not understand why these monks were made from the fly of the elephant. After all, they just ate meat, but they brought the conversation to some changes in the commandments, greatly complicating everything. In addition, the resettler feared that after what happened, his opportunity to become the main student would simply disappear. But the very next day, the ruler was called to the Jiso Palace. There he had to appear before the elders and the Supreme. The elder tried to console himself that he would not receive a serious reprimand. After all, he just ate meat. In addition, he hoped that the punishment would not be too serious. However, the Supreme immediately declared 3 sins that were on the shoulders of the immigrant. Obviously, the warrior did not understand where the 3 misconduct came from, because his only sin was a violation of the rules for the use of meat. Therefore, it seemed to him that now his main dream would end on this. The first of the sins was that he pushed his mentor to violate one of the commandments. Secondly, he changed the technique of owning a sword and engaged in teaching the younger without permission. Thirdly, violating subordination, he injured the senior student. Obviously, the Lord was angry from the fact that everything that could be imagined to his sins was glued to his sins. In addition, everyone now stared, waiting for him to recognize these misconduct. Obviously, he had no choice, so he agreed, waiting for how severe punishment he would be issued. Finally, the Supreme said that he would put forward his punishment. As it turned out, for a whole month he will have to restore the Hamunjin pond. In addition, in the future, he was allowed to eat meat as necessary. The rest of the elders immediately began to shout that Jinmu should be in a dungeon, and that the Supreme was too kind to him. Therefore, everyone demanded that the leader revise his decision. However, the Supreme Elder has already got out that his decision was being discussed. He recalled that he did not allow anyone to express his opinion. Then he sent the boy away. The head of one of the palaces did not find a place from such a solution. So far, suddenly one of the elders did not ask for the opportunity to speak out. The elder suggested that the Supreme made such a decision because thanks to the meat, Mun Jin recovered. He rumors that Myonggin could finally go even for walks, and he also felt his guilt. After all, it was he who needed to push Myonggin to take meat, and not his student. As the main doctor, he had long observed the state of the mentor, and realized that he needed to eat meat food, but could not recommend it, because this would violate the commandment. However, he was well aware that there is nothing more important than human life, and the Supreme himself understood this, which was the reason for his decision. However, this was not the only reason he lifted the ban on meat. At this time, the warrior was already rushing to the pond, This place has never slipped away from people. This is the place where Kukrin Mugan went to the Mutang War. Since the old man destroyed everything here, 10 years have passed. However, nothing has changed, which was strange, because there should be people who follow the restoration. In addition, Chan also noticed a strangeness. Today in the morning, they discussed the training schedule and said exactly that they would send someone else here. However, looking around, he did not notice anyone except the two of them. The migrant knew that these people just envy them. All other students, except Jinmu, came from the ancient clan of Mutang. The fact that Jinmu has no high status and is not vitally connected with them, but is on the same level, greatly hurt their pride. In addition, having changed his technique, he defeated Jin Ho, and violating the commandment did not suffer serious punishment. In addition, for him and his mentor, the ban on eating meat was removed. It feels like everything turned upside down because of him. As you know, from the very beginning, no one will like the stone that appeared from nowhere, and if it seems a diamond, then hostility becomes only stronger. Therefore, all this was done on purpose in order to mock the hero. However, now he had to control himself until he became the main student. Then he will make these shade dance under his tune. Now they had a much more important matter. On the first day, all that they did was ate different fried ones. On the second day, they already tasted boiled meat. At the third, they ate fried again. And only on the fourth day, Chan began to doubt their decisions. But Jinmu was sure that in order to hold out and restore the pond, they needed to eat. On the fifth day, Jinmu had been waiting for his younger assistant in the morning. However, he was very late. When he reappeared, the Lord saw that the fat man was in the company of the senior student. This guy was called Chan Sleep. At first glance it was clear, it was very good. He was very high and beautiful. But at first glance it is obvious that his relationship with Chan was not too close. As it turned out, the senior student about what Chan Hu asked a lot about. But since he could not explain anything normally, he brought him here so that he directly learns everything from the warrior. Firstly, he wanted to know what Chon studied at Jinmu, because his body does everything instinctively, so it was difficult to explain. In principle, in his explanations, the pig was close enough to the truth, but it is hardly possible to choose words in order to explain it. In addition, the migrant had the impression that the guy who came to him for explanations clearly conceived something. Somewhere at this time, the elders gathered in order to drink tea together, and the Supreme spoke out on the expense of the fact that Mutang should change. In addition, many elders still could not believe that Mun Jin taught his student only theoretical knowledge, but he managed to easily find the enemy's weaknesses, change the battle technique in a profitable side for himself, and his talent managed to open in just 1 year. It was obvious. This boy was simply sent to them by heaven. The Supreme even dawned on the fact that it was possible that talented children who did not fully open, in fact, could not do this, because the elders only did that they were bothering about traditions. This time he wanted to make changes and remove prohibitions on meat food. This was his first step in order to eventually see what this decision will lead to him. At this moment, Chan spoke about his older brother, who had already mastered the technique of the sword of a soaring cloud. Among the generation of Chan, few people were allowed to switch even to the average level. He had innate talent and was the most gifted among his peers. Jinmu saw very well how this guy likes all the praise in his direction. In addition, he was an impudent who came to him for answers, but did not even bother to greet him. However, suddenly Chan said that despite all his talent, his elder brother was engaged in households. Teachers did not deal with him much, and most likely it was because of his origin. Getting angry, the warrior only reminded Chan that there was no need to say something about his roots. Therefore the boy had to apologize, because he did not think that it would somehow be able to offend the older brother. At this moment, the Lord realized that let the guy be talented, but neglect of the masters makes itself felt. After all, the low position of the family and the lack of kinship with the clan are well despised. There are many similar situations in any clan. Nevertheless, it was the guys from the mutant from the ears to the heels that were disgusted by the hero. However, suddenly a wonderful idea came to the guy's head. Since these people were unpleasant to him, he could change them so as to become satisfied. After that, he gave the first task of Chan Yu to remove a large stone, because their main task was to restore the pond. Obviously, Chan resisted, because before that, Jinmu put up this work as a formality, so that they could enjoy the caught game, waiting for the end of the punishment. And now, he tells him to move a real rock that cannot be removed. The elder brother perfectly understood that he could not move this stone, so that he even had to shook him sharply and quickly. The hero did not understand why the boy attributes ignorance, that it was unrealistic. Therefore, having received an order from his teacher, the fat man took up work. He began to grunt and sweat near the stone, but he did not move a millimeter. The warrior calmly watched him, and the senior student could not understand what Jinmu had planned, and suggested that he simply decided to arrange a show. However, watching how he grins, the old man understood that very soon the student would understand that he had not come here in vain. Therefore, going up to the younger, he decided to demonstrate a little trick to him. He needed to bend his back and bring his toes together, press his knees to his chest. After all the points were made, the elder ordered the student to raise the stone. And finally, a huge stone block was over his head. The boy not only raised, but even able to throw this stone back to the lake. Obviously, the boy was glad that he managed to complete such an insurmountable task. Even the senior student could not believe that everything turned out so simple. It was evident from his face that he was insanely interesting. But as it turned out, the migrant just handed the pig to a little energy when he pretended to help with the persistent. But the eldest still did not notice this, although he looked directly at him. For this reason, it seemed funny to the warrior, and he decided to continue him so surprised. Then he gave his student an order to go and catch them a rabbit. After that, they decided to note his masterful throw by fried game. Both joyfully found while the senior student was in the distance. The hero invited him to try the meat, but the elder refused. He could not violate one of the commandments that were established by their ancestors as a student. However, the warrior tried to seduce the guy in the fact that if he eats meat, he could increase his strength, just as Chanyu. This almost seduced the student, but still he refused. And it seems he did it defiantly. The migrant sensed, soon the ban on the meat will be completely destroyed. Indeed, despite the decrepitude of the elders and their conservatism, they are ready to gradually change the way of life of Mutang. And let it be not easy at first, then everything will be easier. If the changes continue, then nothing will remain of the commandments. Then not only meat, alcohol and women will become familiar. The result will be a loss of morality and complete corruption. Around there will be twisting and drunken elders, who, playing the public, are pressed against concubines and drink alcohol. This will become the world of complete pleasure. The only thought of this completely excited the blood of the boy. Until now, he did not know what to do after the development of the energy of 6 Yang. But now, it seems, he found an answer to his question. Having become the chief student, to learn how to control the energy of 6 Yang, and then make a good guy take the place of the supreme elder. This will be a moral fall of Mutang. Other sects will undergo moral decay. Mutang will become the second Safon, and he will fill this world with meanness and baseness, as he wants to his soul. However, for this he needed loyal, like-minded people to realize the plan. Therefore, he already planned to make Chonsana to his servant. Soon after a dense lunch, the warrior noticed that the elder was clearly bored, and invited him to practice with Chanyu. Obviously the boy panicked. He explained that the older brother was too strong, because he had already mastered the technique of a sword of a soaring cloud. However, the hero was convinced of the victory of his student. This could not but offend the elder, because he knew Chan from the weakest from the generation of Chan. He obviously could not understand why the Lord believes that the weakest would be able to overcome him, especially considering that he already knew how to transfer energy to the sword. Let it not cause much surprise for students of the first link, but even among them there are not so many those who have mastered this technique. Therefore, rising, he recalled that the level of Chanyu is hand-to-hand combat, and he had not yet studied the technique of owning a sword. Pupils are allowed to use only studied martial arts. This means that their battle will be a fight of a sword against a fist. And if Jinmu, even despite this, insists on the victory of Chanyu, then this means that he clearly looks down on him. However, all these subtleties were well known to the hero. But if there are abilities, then there will be a patron. Jinmu needed to check if Chan's sang of patronage worthy. Now he's nothing more than a stupid child who, even next to him, is unworthy. For this reason, the migrant insisted that this guy fight the weakest student. As a result, Chansan agreed and raised a stick located on the ground. However, he decided to warn the warrior so that he would not regret his decision, because everyone is equal in front of the blade. Obviously, the elder only laughed at such arrogant words that sounded like from the mouth of the strongest master of Mutang. Then he drew attention to the sword that hung behind the guy's back. He seemed to be with him for beauty. The Lord clearly did not understand why Chonsan decided not to use it. Getting angry with such a stupid proposal, he began to scream. The hero demanded the impossible from the guy, and the commandments were forbidden to use real weapons in sparring. Obviously, the old man was already tired of listening to these commandments, but still he agreed. Then he told several tricks to his ward, which he had to fulfill to win. He began to argue that it was too mean to use this. However, when the hero insisted, Chan had no choice. In addition, the guy motivated the student. In the event of a loss, he remains without meat. A boy who was so used to this juicy, delicious meat could no longer live without him for a day. For this reason, he literally inflamed the desire to do everything possible, and becoming similar to an angry bear, he opposed the enemy. It was evident that the mood of Chan has greatly changed due to slight motivation. For this reason, moving away so as not to interfere with them, the hero began to observe. The senior student was still surprised by the current pupil of Mungin. He managed to change the technique of owning a sword, defeat Jinmu, and violating one of the 10 commandments is easy to get rid of punishment. In addition, even Chan at his help managed to raise a huge boulder. So the guy was clearly interested in what kind of person it was. After all, even Chonsana, after mastering the technique of the sword of a soaring cloud, had small problems. And when he was looking for support from his older brothers, no one really dealt with him because of his origin with him. For this reason, when he saw what Chanwoo was capable of, he considered that the hero is the one he needed. Anyone who will give him answers to all his questions. However, now he was sure that he had come here in vain, and there is no one who was able to help him. However, at first he had to put such an arrogance in place and defeat his student. When Chon-san approached him, he easily used the tiger steps techniques. The steps changed depending on the movements. It is used to be used before changing the attack. Therefore, having put forward his impromptu weapon forward, he intended to stop the boy. However, his weapon fell literally into the void. The fat man disappeared and has already moved behind him. Thus, he spent one of the attacks with his foot. Chon-san was surprised that such a small broken used the dragon deviation technique. Having evading, he immediately hit in response. At that moment, Chon-san even thought that he was fighting with a maternity warrior. This technique was similar to the donkey lying on the ground, which uses it for evasion. However, all factions consider it shameful and cowardly. However, it seems that Chan was not interested in this. He was going to use it further. For this reason, while he was spinning on the ground, it was difficult for the eldest student to even aim. And Chan, while he continued to give out his blows, creeping up from blind zones. In this way, Chan-san realized that he could not continue to block attacks, because one hand was busy. He was surprised that the hero taught the boy to such techniques. Continuing the battle, the boy remembered the advice of his teacher. He asked him to ride from the side where the enemy has a sword. Therefore, watching everything now, the teacher was amazed that such a great warrior could not even answer anything. He was too confused, because of which he could not do anything. Perhaps he will even try to use more sweeping movements. However, to use too much effort in the smooth technique of the sword of the soaring cloud will only give an excellent opportunity for a counterattack. And at one of the moments, the boy used the Cholsan technique, which consists in the stroke of his shoulders. Thus, he broke the improvised weapon of the enemy. So, leaving him completely unarmed, he came out the winner. But despite the opponents losing such an obvious loss, after the battle the warrior scolded his student for the fact that he rode on the ground not quickly enough. Jinmu also indicated a miss because of too slow movements and hasty attacks. Chon-san even managed to hurt him. And if the enemy had a real sword, the boy would have died a long time ago. The hero did not lie, because if the sword was real, then the attack on the back of the head would become the last. It was evident that now, scolding the boy, Jinmu simply expressed his concern about him. Suddenly, the warrior even came up in order to apologize to the swordsman for the loss of his student. He was sorry that he had lost, and the hero could not look at the moral fall of another student. After that, he grabbed Chon Yu and dragged him along, and also reminded him that from that day he was forbidden to eat meat for 2 whole days. And although the boy tried to argue, he himself was to blame that he could not win beautifully in this battle. Then Chon-san was convinced that all his expectations about Jinmu did not make excuses. This guy was too rude, behaved like a real garbage. In addition, he did not put either the elders or their commandments in anything. However, although he was previously very disappointed, he realized that this was only a superficial understanding of the hero. In fact, he was just an eccentric, but very talented, especially considering his age. In this way, 2 months have passed since they began to restore the pond. During this time, they already managed to install wooden beams, and also the broken parts of the bridge were returned and secured in place. And finally, Chon realized that it was time to eat. By this moment, they, together with Chon-san, caught several pheasants and joyfully offered to go to cook them. The Lord was surprised that Chon-san frequent them, because he believed that after his defeat, he would no longer be here anymore. But now he appeared literally every day. Just at that time, he asked Chan from diluting a fire to cook everything as soon as possible and not force his brother to wait. He also told the hero that the pheasant meat is very tasty according to rumors. and did not ask to wait long. Honestly, the elder did not understand how much the guy became so polite. He even thought that perhaps he ate something wrong, although initially he planned to destroy their moral principles. But now it only forced him to be even more nervous. After that, the hero also watched how they attacked the meat, as if they had completely forgotten who they were. They ate with such pleasure, even despite the fact that the meat was burnt out and looked not good. However, it seems that Chonsana was satisfied with everything. He was grateful to the hero for the chance to try the meat and realize how Chon had reached such heights. Obviously, Jinmu considered this only some kind of belge, because he knew that the result would not appear after only a few days of eating meat. However, suddenly the older brother decided to transfer the conversation into a more serious course. He remembered how, at the time of his skirmish with Chonwoo, Jinmu spoke about the weak places of the Sword of the Soaring Cloud technique, and no matter how much he tried to deal with it on his own, he did not succeed. Finally, the elder calmed down, realizing the reason why the guy frequented here. Well, for starters, he decided to move it and gently hinted that he would not mind drinking water. For this reason, Chon-san immediately jumped up from his place in order to get water for his mentor. Chon was sitting still, clearly not understanding such a hasty reaction. However, the warrior simply did not want to immediately indulge in incentives. He was going to give him a little information, as if in need, so that he did not die from the hunger of knowledge, and then begin to train it. Somewhere at this time, events moved to the Yungan Palace. The elder, managing this palace, found out that Jinmu had eaten meat again. This was reported to him by a first Link student who also said that they did not hide their addiction at all. Now the behavior of Jinmu began to alarming him greatly. The elder no longer knew what to do, given that the ban on the meat was temporarily lifted. However, the rest of the students continued to observe it. The elder also learned that Chon-san recently frequented to come to the pond after he lost Chon-yu. In the end, he already realized that we were talking about the best student of the second generation. And the student of the first Link pretended to be excited that such a talented guy fell into the trap of Jinmu. The student was also afraid that this would have consequences for other students, so he insisted that they should all be punished. In addition, given the fact that to defeat the Chon-san Chon, he used the technique of donkey lying on earth, despite all the shame and cowardice of this technique. However, the elder realized that in this technique they found a shortage. In the Sword of the Falling Cloud, Theruk with a sword is not protected from below and is very mobile. However, the students of even the first Link did not know about this, because they were simply trained in complementary martial arts, but did not show all the shortcomings. However, it seems that Jinmu himself learned perfectly about everything. Therefore, he was even scared to imagine how far the insight of this child went. Previously, this boy was known to everyone's kindness for his mentor and concern for him. The elder believed that these were all his positive characteristics, and you could not expect more from him. However, it seems that it developed very quickly. The student still insisted that the elder should immediately take Jinmu to the punishment hall. However, the elder only recalled that the ambassadors from the Supreme Parliament should arrive today. He asked one of his students to prepare well, because the Supreme Elder was very interested in him. As a result, the elder left, without inventing punishments for the hero. For this reason, a scout who could not do anything himself decided not to rush, because he did not see threats in Jin. After all, he was just a peasant chopper. Even if he does nothing, no one will like this guy. This was confirmed at a time when everyone, with the exception of the absent Jin Ho, refused to help him in serving his sentence. Therefore now the guy decided to concentrate his attention on the main trading clan. As you know, after the attack of the head of Sapa, all power in the vicinity was in the hands of the Zhu family. Because of this, the finances of Mutanga decreased, and although they carried things with the outside world, the revenue was barely enough to make ends meet. For this reason, to establish relations with the trading guild was a priority. And this can only be achieved with the help of the family of this guy. This means that he will greatly improve the position of Mutang and come close to the role of the main student. After which he took his servants and went to meet with the ambassadors, afraid that he would deal with Jinmu later. At this time, the hero was already staring at the pond, which looked much better than before. Suddenly, Chan did not tell that guests had to arrive at them today. Obviously, the warrior did not hear anything about this news. Therefore, Chan-san explained that he had to come to them and a few more people after dinner in order to greet them. And just now, while they ate meat, it was a lunchtime. Therefore, everyone immediately rushed behind the bridge, looking for guests. Those were just a few steps from Nick. Therefore, everyone immediately began to quickly remove the traces of their moral crime. However, when the hero looked around, he realized that guests were rushing from another way to them. All that they needed was only to get rid of traces of meat food. He asked his students for help, but they had already hastened to meet the guests. The warrior only had to hope that they were washed. At this time, both students appeared before the guests, introduced themselves, and also thanked them for making such a long way. Obviously, these two did not think of washing, which brought everyone else into shock. At this moment, a first-level student also arrived, who greeted the chairman. The head of the trading guild could not understand what happened to Mutang. The senior student could not understand what was the matter, while the younger brothers did not turn to him, and he did not see their faces in soot. Then he immediately threw the evil views on the hero, and I realized that apparently this asshole ate the meat again. The sovereign, by the way, also infuriated that this guy stared at him so closely that he wanted to get his eyes to the impudent. Finally, it's time to give gifts. The servants of the head immediately handed over everything to the students of Mutang. After that, the parties exchanged different gifts, and he suggested that they spend their dear guest along such a complex mountain trail. After that, everything, as if nothing had happened, went along the beautiful bridge, looking around the pond. Leaving, the student of the first link viciously glanced at the warrior and promised that they would definitely talk later. Obviously, such a threat of an old man did not scare this. However, it seemed strange to him that the chairman, although he was a guest, behaved as the owner of the situation. He, in turn, was walking behind him, as if he were a servant. Only after that, his students said that a representative of the main trading guild in the region, which had trained in Takan, had already been as many as 3 generations, came here. The news made the hero think. After all, when he was still the head of Sapa, his love of money was so great that he found out almost everything about leading trade guilds. He had no information about such a guild, which would not be surprising if it was new. But this trading company was at least 60 years old. This means that she was underground. It was strange that in this case, students of the first link tried in every possible way to please their chairman. In addition, he saw that the chairman is a clearly suspicious person. His facial features indicated everything. He is the one who would look for the benefit in such a place. So the hero realized that he needed to conduct an investigation, and decided to take his students with him. However, for starters, he asked them to wash. Both the smell and fat indicated that they ate meat. Only then did they finally realize how they looked before the chairman. At this time, the chairman had already distributed gifts to the Supreme Elder in gratitude for their invitation. It was not only silver, but also valuable metals along with good blades. The elders almost cried from such happiness, especially considering that over the past 10 years, the financial situation of Mutang has worsened. The elders could not even wear their students properly. They had to save on clothes and weapons all the time. Supreme, also understanding all the difficulties, did not even know how to thank the chairman. However, the chairman, on the contrary, was glad to help them, especially considering that their meeting became possible thanks to one of their talented students. Supreme nothing but good could say about this guy. He was the heir to a famous family in Takan, an outstanding student. This year he will turn 30, and he has already become the pride of Mutanga, who has high hopes, and the chairman praised that it was thanks to him that they had the opportunity to get acquainted with high-ranking people. Even the elders looked around the guy with particular gratitude. The Supreme apologized that he could not greet the chairman due to the fact that they are alien to worldly differences. But, as it turned out, the chairman would be glad to look even at their altar, because he wanted to pray for the health of his family. Then the Supreme realized that although this man looks like a scoundrel with whom he does not want to get closer, it seems he was still a wonderful person. The man even reproached himself for appreciating a person so much and eventually mistaken. However, suddenly the chairman wanted to leave, feeling that it seems to interfere with the elders. Besides, he's not yet very accustomed to the local atmosphere, which, in principle, was obvious. Therefore, the Supreme had no choice but to wish the guest a good way, although finally he invited guests to at least observe their students' training, after which everyone said goodbye and parted. The rest of the elders, as soon as they waited for the guests to leave, literally burst into tears from the fact that now they began to improve. The Supreme was also thanked He, who tried well for this task. However, the elder understood that merchants clearly needed combat support from them. After all, traders do nothing without visible benefit. The Supreme himself understood this. These people probably needed protection. As you know, robbers or pirates can attack merchants, and no one canceled conflicts with other guilds. Many used mercenaries, but they are not always enough for their strength. In other words, they asked for help from the clan that they supported financially. Therefore, trading guilds are looking for clans with great power and make alliances with them. In the past, everyone praised Mutang, so local guilds crowded in line, and they repeatedly helped many of their unwillingness to refuse. However, now the situation has changed a lot, with all the surroundings of the clan. The rules are an influential Zhu family, so Mutang cannot establish a relationship with anyone. For this reason, the rest of the elders believed that they should not miss a similar chance, and wanted to demonstrate that Mutang was still strong. In addition, merchants do not often have a chance to see professionalism in the use of weapons. All they needed was to tighten the level of their students a little. To the shock of those present, as it turned out, he has already begun this issue. Therefore, the Supreme decided to question with interest what they came up with. The mentor Jin Hai a month ago began to deal with first-order students, and they began to master the technique of 9 palace swords. This technique was literally pride in Mutang, and if you take into account that the training will be watched by Jin Hai himself, then you could not worry about the kids. Even the Supreme thanked the guy for such an excellent idea, and the boy took a part, realizing that he needed to reunite with their guests again. At this moment, the assistants ran to the leader. His right hand believed that they had too overdone. They presented the clan of different goods and a full chest of silver. For such a price, they could establish relations with the Zhu family. However, the chairman himself understood this, but he knew that they would not have received any benefit from the Jiu family for that kind of money. After all, they are known for their entrepreneurial vein. Most likely, someone from their family heard about their trading guild. Therefore, the chairman was more than sure that they would not want to deal with them if they find out that they are engaged in smuggling. All this conversation from his shelter was eavesdropping at the hero. He realized that he was still right about this person. As it turned out, he was not only arrogant, but also a smuggler's. And he obviously very much hoped for the help of Mutang. Soon the time has come for the promised demonstration for dear guests. They, sitting, carefully watched the second-generation pupils masterfully turn the tricks. Each student movement was the same. Even the chairman was amazed at synchronism. In addition to the holiday, a demonstration of training First Link students was also prepared for him. At this time, Jin Hai realized that after the arranged demonstration, he should show his 9 palace swords technique, so that this would bring him additional points. However, noticing the hero's gaze, he did not understand what the hell he forgot here. As it turned out, the elder of the palace met him along the road, and the hero expressed a desire to see the technique of 9 palace swords. Jin He would like to object, but he could not argue with the decision of his mentor. Just at this moment, the elder invited the student to begin a demonstration of his technique. For this reason, he calmly sighed in order to concentrate. The Lord also decided to wish his older brother success. He was looking forward to a demonstration of his skill. Obviously, in his smile, Jin He caught a note of mockery, so he realized that now he certainly had no right to make even the slightest mistake. Therefore, standing in front of the students, he ordered to stand in positions for the performance of the 9 palace swords. Everyone immediately responded to his words and built. They were ready to show the technique, the pride of Mutanga, one of the highest techniques for owning a sword. The bottom line is that 9 people occupy one combat position and at the same time strike at the enemy. At first glance, it seems that everyone moves in their own direction, but thanks to accurate movements, then closing, then clinging around, they drive the enemy into a corner. Only masterfully, the leader who owns martial arts is able to sharpen the skill of each student so that everyone acts as a whole. Seeing a fighting position, even the former head of Sapa, she seemed interesting. However, the soul of the Lord was tormented by doubts about their concentration. It was difficult to explain, given the scarcity of his own knowledge in this area. Nevertheless, it seemed to him that the blades that closed for the attack should on the spot on the opponent in one fell swoop. But now the picture presented completely different, which is why the resettler felt a deep dissatisfaction. He accurately pointed to those whose concentration was limping. If he himself acted as their opponent, he would certainly have a student from the left flank and dissolved in the air. It seemed to him that this can be corrected by forcing the blades to move more slowly, skillfully luring the enemy into the deadly trap. However, he assumed that perhaps he lacks deep knowledge to comprehend all the intricacies of technology. The elder himself, although he did not show this openly, was shocked to the core. The warrior managed to recognize a weak place of equipment and, moreover, invented a method of correction. The elder could not even believe that the guy first contemplated this construction. After all, in this case, he truly possessed an outstanding gift. The Lord believed that it was possible to carry all kinds of nonsense, so he was ashamed of his hasty judgment. Even the representative of the merchant clan intervened in their conversation. Having stated that the technique looks flawless, he decided to ask them more detailed, driven by curiosity. Then the elder was introduced to the head of their student Jinmu, who began to comprehend martial arts recently, but was extremely gifted. Even the Supreme Elder drew attention to his abilities. Then the chairman instantly realized that this guy could become another contender for the role of the main student. And Jinmu, at least tried not to give it out, saw very well how he devours him with his gaze. However, the Reborn understood that he would get rid of the chairman very soon because he had already discouraged his entire plan. When he overheard their conversation, he found out that the chairman was eager for Mutang to remain weak, so that other merchants would not burst here. Let the Mutang threaten destruction. In fact, they were strong. Even the children knew that only here so diligently followed the canons of Taoism. And if they spread rumors that they became allies of Mutang and helped the clan get out of decline, their reputation will be transformed. Now the guard was constantly watching them. But if the craftsmen from the Mutang begin to help them, then the attitude of the authorities towards them will radically change. However, the right hand doubted that Mutang would act according to the direction, especially when it would be known about their plans. But the chairman said that this should not be worried about this, because Mutang had a vacancy of the chief student, the one who will become supreme in the future. While this place was empty, and he tried his best to put Jin He there, by the kindness of the soul, he agreed to help the mutant and make every effort to make him the main student. Then he will ask the boy to repay for the service provided. He was stupid and did not know what they planned to use Mutang. After all, although he was once a smart guy, he was very deep being here. So as soon as he becomes the main student, they will simply bring everything to their hands. The warrior understood, now this freak for sure, that he had committed a brilliant move. And he was only glad to disrupt the plans of the dogs who tried to mark his territory. In addition, he was also enraged by the bastard Jin Hyu, who longed to take the legitimate place of the hero, the main student. But it was he who needed double energy to use his dark techniques from a past life without harm. Having gained strength, he will be able to control the essence of his body. But for this he needed the strength and knowledge of Mutang, and he will not allow some kind of cockroach to block his path. So, now he was to stop these two villains. To do this, you need to get all the information about the main trading guild. But, unfortunately, because of his body, he could not so easily leave Mutang. Soon, already at dinner, his mentor noticed that the student looked extremely worried. The hero tried to lie, but the memories of this body did not allow him to hide anything. Then Chon already explained that the behavior of his mentor changed after the arrival of a member of the trading guild. For some reason, Jin, it seemed that this was due to curiosity for worldly temptations. This was not surprising for a 20-year-old guy, given that he did not leave the mountain like the rest of the senior students. Obviously, Jin felt a share of his guilt in this. For this reason, he had a certain plan. However, such an enthusiasm of the mentor clearly strained the hero. Finally, 2 days later, the mentor called his student to him. However, going to his chambers, he was almost stunned. He saw a mentor who put on official clothes. As it turned out, he was going to go to the palace. He was not even worried about cold, windy weather. Obviously, the warrior did not understand what changed in this old man, since yesterday he looked so satisfied. However, they soon went to the monthly meeting, which took place under the leadership of the Supreme Elder. They discussed the events that should take place, and budgets were distributed for the previous month. It usually came not only the elders, but also the first-level students, responsible for the inner life in the palaces. However, Jinmu was sure that he was visiting this meeting for the first time. In addition, his mentor did not lead any palace and led a recluse life in a small temple. However, suddenly a well-known character appeared behind his back. It seems that the mentor was glad to see Jin Ho, who had not seen for a long time. Obviously, he immediately apologized to the teacher that he rarely visited him. He also thanked the mentor for the fact that his student managed to teach him a lot, and he assured the hero that he well learned the lessons provided to him. After that, Jin of One suggested leading them inside, straight to the meeting. While they were walking, many people bowed in front of the teacher, welcoming Jin. Jinmu clearly saw that their eyes were filled with sincere reverence for this person. Even the Supreme Elder came running when he heard rumors about the appearance of Jin. He was very worried about his friend, not understanding why he had done such a long way. However, the mentor only thanked his student, believing that thanks to his efforts he could get here this time. It became obvious. Meat dishes really helped him, and the Supreme lamented that he had a band so late. For this reason, Jinmu thanked for all his efforts. Then he led his good friend into the room. Obviously, the elder was taken aback by such a warm reaction. Seeing his amazement, Jinwo explained that Teacher Jin was the most respected master of the whole clan. Before his chakras closed, he and the Supreme Elder were students of the same generation and gave great hopes. When the owner of Sapa suddenly attacked, he fought until the very end, trying to protect his students. For this reason, in all the Mutang, He was a symbol of the true power of the spirit and perseverance. Absolutely everyone who sees him admires his feat. The hero did not reflect on this in such a channel, because in a past life, Moon was just a master who attacked him. Finally, when the elders and students gathered, it was time to discuss all the details. However, not even an hour had passed, how wild boredom seized the hero. Due to the fact that the needy Mutang had funds, each palace began to put forward his requests. In addition, even Moon decided to speak out the last. He was eager that the contract with the main trading guild is the wrong decision. Although he was organized by Jinhai, they certainly did not know about the plans of this guild, and where did they come from. Therefore, he considered the use of their money to be an incorrect act. Even he was scared, not understanding that this walking corpse was planning and how he dares to spoil his plans. Moon himself suggested sending several students to observe the clan. Under the pretext of assisting, they will carefully monitor everything. After all, they even had a tradition by which the students were sent after the conclusion of the contract, in order to show all their talents. In addition, since they would live at the expense of the guild, this would save them from personal expenses. The first thing, as a student suitable for this role, Moon proposed his student Jinmu. The hero realized that probably this was the goal of Moon to come here. Fortunately, even I wanted with the teacher, realizing that Jinmu is the only one who was not busy because of duties in the palaces. After these words, the hero even regretted that he had beaten such a good guy so mercilessly. However, to surprise, even a mentor Jinhei supported this idea, considering Jinmu a very smart and useful guy. As a result, not wanting to argue, the Supreme also agreed with such an excellent idea. The rest immediately after his statement also supported this plan. For this reason, at the end of the meeting, the guy had to return to the temple and prepare for the journey. In his head, the guy already imagined how fun. When he looked at the elders, he saw that Jinhee was clearly going to stop him. He was a real arrogant type, which would be worth getting rid of it soon. Jinhee came to the first Link students in order to discuss what happened. He did not understand why they were going to leave the situation as it is. He recalled that Jinmu violated the commandments and did not receive punishment for this. And at the same time, they were going to send him to a shopping clan. His comrade, although he understood the correctness of Jinhai, but asked him not to intervene in the decision that the elders made. However, the guy believed that this time the decisions of the meeting were erroneous. Therefore, he was not going to leave everything as it is. His older brother became furious after these words, and forced Jinhee to take his words back. But he did not see his guilt. After all, they were all the first Link students, originally from noble families, lived in order to perform great things, and took the path of the enlightenment of Mutang. Now they competed in order to become the main student. At the same time, they were competition by some Jinmu, the despicable son of a peasant who took advantage of his mentor, doubted the convictions of the Supreme Elder, and deceived the students of eating meat. With his presence, he destroyed the centuries, old traditions, and only cruel punishment could save his soul from grave sins. But the suddenly appeared Jinho scolded his brother, believing that he was fanning the problem from nothing. He also did not see any problem in violating traditions, because if they cared only about them, then they would not have changes for the better. However, the older brother could not comprehend how the guy could report to him, who, after the fight with Jean, was still pushed into the infirmary. He was nearly offended by these caustic words, but only surprised to the core. He only now realized that Jinhee does this because of his all-consuming envy. He himself perfectly saw the mentor Moon, who perked up his heart thanks to meat and can now take walks freely. In addition, due to the fact that the plan of Jinmu was crowned with success, the ban on the meat was already lifted. Also, all the elders supported the idea of sending Jinmu. As a result, everything ended with the fact that all the efforts of Jinhee brought him only a few miserable points. In addition, he realized that in his desire to earn these crumbs, he neglected his comrade Jin-kun. It was he who and his palace were responsible for relations with other guilds, and should be treated and discuss everything with him. However, instead, Jinhee went directly to the Supreme Elder. For this reason, Jinho in a friendly manner asked the guy to slow down and do everything in moderation, because the first-level students were the face of their clan. Mutang is clearly not the place that he could use in order to benefit and promote his family. Offended after these words, Jinhee immediately bared his blade. However, the older brother immediately stopped them, shaving the leaders of the palaces, who behaved so inappropriately. After that, he also ordered the rest of the brothers not to dare to discuss the decision made on the Council of Elders. Immediately after that, everyone parted away, and Jinhei ran with his older brother, so that again to discuss everything with him. When they left, Dream realized that his friend deliberately bred this arrogance from himself, because they knew that he would hate conversations about his family. Apparently, Jinmu really impressed Ho if he defended him like that. And he turned out to be right. The guy really liked the special views on the martial arts that were inherent in Jinmu. At some point, he so fierily began to describe the hero that Dream even decided to pin him, believing that perhaps now his friend would be more impressed by men than women. But, having fun, he admitted that he was worried about his younger brother, Chon Sanya, who did not return for a long time from the pond. However, Ho was convinced that now he finally found his place, because he went through many ordeals because of older students. He was originally accepted into students only to cope with a difficult children's loss, which he could not survive. Most likely, now the guy decided to become a follower of Jinmu. However, this was even for the better, because according to Ho, he was best suited to the position of chief student. But the fat man was convinced that Hyu and Kun certainly would not leave everything as it is. But Ho knew that even these two would not become an obstacle to a talented person who stands out among others. Therefore, two friends decided to just wait, watching everything from the side. Despite the late evening, the hero with his mentor still returned home. In addition, the mentor drew attention to the especially happy appearance of his student. He literally idolized Gin because he never asked the old man for help, but he still decided to speak, albeit with difficulty, in order to help him. The mentor, realizing that the boy would prepare to go down the mountain, he asked him to relax well before returning. The mentor even told that when he was his age, he went down from the mountain and tried alcohol more than once. However, when Jinmu asked about the girls, his mentor already shrugged. Although the hero tried to write off everything in a joke, but the man understood that the guy clearly did not joke about his interest at this age. So soon, upon arrival on the mountain, they met Chong-U and Chon-san. Those were already heard that Jinmu was about to go down the mountain and decided to go with him in order to help his teacher. They also already received the permission of the elders, and Ho wished them a good path and even gave some money. Obviously, the plans of the former owner of Sapa did not enter the younger ones. After all, if he dialed his partners, then they would be more worthy people. Then he led his mentor to warm up in the room, and his followers screamed to the last, asking them to take them with them. All this time, he watched him from afar, and he understood that Jinmu was going to turn his whole family efforts to dust. He remembered how his father sent him to this clan 20 years ago. He explained to the boy that in his hands there was the future of their family. He was obliged to do everything that depends on him to be recognized as warriors. Previously, the family had control over the robbers who had hunted dirty affairs, and grandfather sided with righteousness, but he was never recognized. To date, He has made titanic efforts to become the famous student of Mutang. Therefore, the place of the chief student was supposed to go to him, because he lived for 20 years for this. He could not allow the hero to take everything so rapidly from him. Therefore, he understood that something should clearly happen to this guy while he would stay on ordinary land. Of course, he knew very well that among the 10 commandments, there is one that cannot be violated for anything: the commandment regarding the murder of his comrade. However, since the hero himself dared to violate the rules, this was permitted to him. Soon the time came to the hero to go on the road. However, before leaving Mutang, the students had to notify the elders of all the palaces of their care. However, the palaces were not just far from each other. They were located at a distance of tens of kilometers. In the first palace where he came, he was given a new hat and suitable clothes. In Yungin, he received instructions that it is possible and cannot be done by the novice going beyond the mountains. In Ujin, he listened to teachings about relationships with people. And in the Okho Palace, they gave him a sword, a symbol of pristine chaos. In Chondong, he received a potion for first aid, an ointment used in wounds and bruises. The last hero visited the palace of Jiso to notify the Supreme Elder about his care. Such was the procedure that the student of Mutang should follow before leaving. Obviously, the hero longed to simplify this whole procedure, because he had not yet left the clan, but already insanely exhausted. The Supreme quickly realized who the hero was going to travel with, and found that these smart guys would definitely be useful to him in wanderings. After which, the Supreme gave the hero a few more instructions. However, the former owner of Sapa knew that he knew much more about the world than some kind of recluse of Mutang. Lastly, the Supreme reminded the boy that he might have a very important mission. He should not have disclosed that he arrived from Mutang. As soon as the Supreme wished the hero of the good path, he immediately rushed to flee. But it turned out that this was not all orders for the boy. The Supreme Strong Nastro ordered the guy to contact them once a day. Thus, the guy completed all his formalities in order to leave the clan, and tired to the shitting. So difficult was this path to liberation. Finally, he managed to go beyond the mountain. He crossed the pond and left the mutant. Even the air seemed to become much freer. First of all, the hero realized that it was necessary to distribute the responsibilities between his followers. He threw his sword to the eldest of them, but the youngest threw off the rest of the things. Chon-san tried to warn the teacher that the owner of the sword should carry him himself, because the sword is the most important weapon. But the hero threatened the guy with a return home, and he immediately fell silent, forgetting about traditions. They also explained to the guy that in order to reach the main trading guild, you need to go 50 kilometers. This will take about a quarter of the day. So he invited the guys to hurry and breathe in fresh air. And so they enthusiastically began their first journey. However, they soon met the first barrier in their path. These were robbers who longed to rob them. Obviously, the hero was indignant that in this world there were still people who selected money from the novices, as if they had lost his conscience at all. However, Chon-san immediately blocked the way to his comrades. He scolded the bandits who dared to block the path to the people of Mutang. He promised that they would pay for their act, because he could not let them go. The bandits clearly liked such an offer to play. In addition, the rest also explained that they were not worried about the fate of the students of the destroyed Mutang. They could give them everything in a good way or could die in battle. It was even sickening to look at these disgusting robbers. So the hero was glad that Chon-san spoke for protection. Therefore, having decided not to intervene, he asked the student to deal with these people as soon as possible, so that they could arrive at the goal before sunset. Before the battle, the guy made the last warning to make the enemies lay down the weapon and go away. However, they did not want to listen and immediately attacked the student. He escaped the first attack, and after which he brought down on one of the bandits a flurry of blows with a cover of his blade. After that, he took over 2 opponents at once. Not much time has passed, but most of the enemies have already exhaled. However, Jinmu noted 2 bandits whose movements were really good. They seemed to be the main ones here. They sent forward subordinates and hid behind them, waiting for a convenient occasion in order to attack. However, they ran into a too strong guy, because Chon-san not only mastered the technique of concluding energy in the sword, he was even able to advance several steps higher and became much stronger after learning the hero. So obviously 1 bandits were far from its level. Even when the sword was knocked out of the guy's hands, the hero was still sure that the robbers would not overcome him. Only after the guy was wounded, confidence clearly diminished. The hero realized that he completely forgot about one important fact this guy first published. Unlike training, where everything is calculated, in reality, there is never a certain tactics of battle. It all depends only on the confidence and desire to survive. Therefore, someone like Chon-sana, who was here for the first time, will be confused in such a fight. And without proper concentration, any person will begin to make a bunch of mistakes. It follows that even a weak opponent can overcome you. As for example now, when one of the bandits has already swung in order to cut off his neck. Even the fighter himself knew that he would not have had time to evade if the teacher had not stood up for defense. He immediately realized that his student needed more experience. Therefore, he himself decided to join the battle. The first thing he hit the bandit in the stomach, causing a break in several internal organs. After that, I decided to finish it off with a fist with above. Unable to withstand this, he immediately fell straight into the dirt and lost consciousness. Now the last leader remains. He immediately realized that this man was the strongest, and his level was high. Already, because of their sudden attack, he could not conclude that they were mercenaries. As soon as the guy guessed about this, the head decided to immediately kill him, considering it too dangerous. Such attacks like shurikens did not have any effect. Therefore, the head, leaving his subordinates, immediately ran away. He understood that flight is the best option, since the hero immediately realized that the leader of the mercenaries was the strongest. He clearly did not expect someone to catch up with him. However, our hero not only overtook the fugitive, but also instantly fell to the ground. Twisting his hand, he offered to talk peacefully. Jinmu longed to find out what these people usually do and who directed them here. The leader only grinned, realizing that he was not so easy to talk. The former lord of Sapa immediately realized. These people consider him an ordinary novice who will not harm them. Most likely the robber expected a couple of questions and then escort to prison. However, the hero was infuriated when they thought about him as a good man. Having broken his hand to the man, he immediately set about his leg. Having broken it in several places, the young man enjoyed the cries of his victim. Apparently, the bandit did not understand how the novice could do so cruelly. It was strange to hear this from a person who himself wanted to kill him. But since he was already tormented by this toy, she was tired of him. Having decided to end the case, he aimed to turn his neck to the prisoner, no matter how he asked and begged. As a result, all those present became witnesses to the ruthlessness of the hero. This person was radically different from any other they met earlier. When the guy finally stopped, their leader was already unrecognizable. But the Lord was clearly not worried. He peered into his new clothes covered with blood, after which he looked at the attackers with anger. Those caught only one of his eyes. It became obvious. If one of them falls into his hands, they will either be crippled or killed. Therefore, they immediately decided to tell everything. If you believe their words, then they belong to the gangster organization of a Finger of a Roar operating in Takan. Basically, they trained money on the streets. Their boss ordered to arrange an ambush near Mutang, grab and bring her 3 novices. These strongest were called the 2 Devils of Saban, and having received information, they decided that it would be easy to seize 3 children. As expected, they were simple mercenaries who did not guess about their strength, relying on rumors that Mutang was very weakened. However, more than the sovereign was interested in a person using the services of mercenaries. Surely he allocated a large sum to them. It was strange that someone was ready to pay money for the capture of some novices. When he asked the name of the customer, it became clear that the mercenaries knew nothing. So, apparently, the hero himself would have to look for their leader. He also learned that these 2 devils were very famous in the nooks of Takans and were considered masters of their craft. They even once killed some famous warrior and hid on the run. Then Jinmu decided to find out about the monetary reward for their capture. However, the amount amounted to only 10 silver coins for each. It was really not enough, but at least something. After that, the young man decided to find out what kind of guys fell for the task. Soon they laid out all the money that they had left. Having accepted these funds, the hero generously released the robbers. Obviously, even his students did not expect him to take such dirty money. In the end, he warned the survivors that their leader should not find out about what had happened. If this happens, then Jinmu will find them all, and then they already know what can be with them. He even decided to demonstrate an approximate course of events on one of the coins. Seeing how easily the hero bent her in his hands, the surviving mercenary and his comrades fell to his knees. They vowed to leave the dirty path and heal humanly. However, this was not a prerequisite for the hero. They could continue to live in their back streets. Jinmu himself was not the most righteous person, so I did not see the problem in getting money for causing pain. He was even angry when one of the guys began to swear with his father's name, which would cease to do bad deeds. He only shouted at them to go further to create evil, and did not act on his nerves. Frightened, all 4 immediately ran away. The students were amazed that the mentor took the money from the bandits. The novices should not have done so, but it seems the hero did not worry. Having cheered up, he invited the young men to go down the mountains sooner. Soon, events are transferred to the territory of Takans, to the village of Panchahon, and specifically to the administration, where they brought 2 bodies. Jinmu decided to go to talk to the boss, asking friends to take a break. These 2, it seems, did not even seek to go anywhere. They sat down right on the ground, because the hero forbade them to even arrange a halt for half an hour. Therefore, they walked without a break. Despite this, the younger young man was still interested in whether their teacher acted correctly. Even if they were attacked by the robbers, nevertheless, 2 of them the mentor beat too cruelly. However, Chon-san was even delighted with this. The thing is that those people, robbers who are engaged in nooks, everyone hated. Now they swore that they would stop creating evil. The faces of the escaping expressed nothing but fear, who had already completely suppressed them. Having run away in the opposite direction, they are unlikely to return here. Chon-san even told how, because of a similar gang, the bandits lost his family. They killed not only his relatives, but also the decent inhabitants of the village. If it weren't for his teacher who was nearby, these bandits would also have killed the guy. But the mentor defeated all the robbers and escorted him to prison. However, then these villains gave a bribe to the head of the prison and again found themselves at large, leading a brazen life. Chon-san will never forgive these bastards and wanted to personally destroy them. Therefore, he was so interested in the technique of owning a sword. Mentor Myun-jin and older brother Jin Sleep said that he should suppress the desire to kill. However, their current teacher was different. Only thanks to him, the young man realized what true education was. Chon was stunned, because he knew that enlightenment is when you awaken and lead others. The hero condemned the bandits for their lifestyle, but told them to rob even more. It definitely sounded as a threat. In the event of a re-attack, he will find them and punish them. So he was a man who, despite all his actions, brought justice to this world. On this day, Chon-san made a firm decision. He will obey and follow the teacher unquestioningly. After all, he chose for himself a similar path filled with suffering and trials. Meanwhile, the hero was bickering with the boss in the administration. He recalled that this gang has repeatedly attacked the children, wounded them, and tore their clothes. and he was offered only 20 silver for their capture. The young man asked to throw on top of each one coin. However, the man refused, believing that the faces of the bandits were even impossible to identify due to how much they were crippled. After that, he pushed the novice and did not listen to him anymore. However, in order to quickly get rid of such an arrogant young man, he still decided to give an enlarged reward. Satisfied with the money, the hero decided to find out about a man named Pal Ryan. The administrator knew this scoundrel, who all the time slipped at the hands of justice. The only question that interests the hero is how much they will give for his capture. For this person alone, as many as 20 coins were offered. This made it clear that the personality of the villain is definitely vile and cruel. Although such people liked Jinmu, he needed money. He had to catch a villain. Obviously, the administrator could not believe that the novice decided to take up this matter. He explained, "This guy is very good in martial arts and hides so well that all their attempts were unsuccessful." However, even this warning seemed to the young man nothing more than delirium. Jinmu understood. Since this guy was traded in Takan, who did not enter the battle with the owner of the sales, then the fighter was unlikely to be hardened in battles and surpassed street bandits. Therefore, first of all, he decided to find this villain. Most likely, he could hide in mountain houses, in the night market, or in the quarter of entertainment institutions. The hero intended to talk with this person as soon as possible and get a reward for his capture. Soon after he went out, the students ran up to him. They swore in tears and snot that they would follow the teacher for the rest of their lives. Jinmu considered that the guys were exhausted and hungry, so they were slightly obsessed with his mind. He invited them to dinner, because today was the first day of the trip. The young man offered to celebrate and taste delicious meat. And of course, this caused the delight of young students. Soon they stopped at the Sun and Moon Hotel. Since it was built in a place surrounded by mountains, as if the moon was drowned in greenery, where such a beautiful name came from. Soon, a chic table was already set there, where the hero treated the guests. Obviously, it was a delicious meat that they ate in life. The remaining visitors to the establishment condemned the novices who ate meat and drank alcohol, believing that Mutang was finally fell. However, some observers quickly understood. These were the very novices that the master told them about. So the last group sent to the capture failed. Now they decided to immediately find the leader and find out what happened. Another visitors drew attention to the two output subordinates of the Zhu family. One of them even wanted to check why they appeared in Punch-Han. However, the warrior understood. The plans of the Zhu family should not bother him. He wrote off their appearance to verify influence in the village. So he asked his subordinate not to even think about surveillance. After that, the first master of the Zhu family drew attention to the monks, whom he had not seen for a long time. It was a disaster. They were pushed. The heads began to lead a recluse lifestyle. However, now the young chapter was surprised that the Mutans began to eat meat, and alcohol was no longer banned. The family of this young man owned the estate on Mount Yongdan, joining the Takan, Yanjian, Ichkan, and Mukan. She took the roots in 5 provinces, famous for keeping the customs of several dozen generations. And although only part of the family lived in Takan, the main and lateral branches, nevertheless, their surname was known to the local for more than 100 years. Their family included warriors, scientists, parasites, and blood relatives of the main branch. It was even difficult to describe how huge power was in the hands of the first master. Now he, looking at the novices, realized they were all from the second generation. However, the bodyguard believed that their behavior could lead to bad consequences for Mutang. After all, they were too masterful. However, the master did not see anything bad in this behavior. After all, even if Mutang disappeared in the mountains, he still remained a trace of tigers, and there is always a starving among the tigers. If these predators went down from the mountain, there was only one reason. They hunted for prey. Therefore, the aristocrat longed to find out, who are these people? True tigers or miserable puppies? What is the second generation capable of? Their filling with the energy of the sword is the limit of opportunities, or just the beginning. It was necessary to check their strength, but not to cripple. The bodyguard instantly caught the order of the master, promising not to fight at full power. Calmly approaching the novices of Mutang, he introduced himself as one of the servants' guards belonging to the Zhu family. He looked joyful from meeting with venerable monks. After all, he always respected their order. He even invited the young men to treat a drink. The hero clearly became furious from such a proposal. He considered a man in front of him a real madman, and he asked to stop replaying. The falsehood was catched too easily. After these words, the bodyguard already bit his tongue. The manner of communication and the voice of Jinmu resembled an experienced leader of the robbers. There was a feeling that in front of him stood a hardened bandit, dressed in monastic clothes. The young ruler explained to this warrior that he had already got so many annoying people. He did not understand why, instead of looking at their plates, everyone continued to stare annoyingly in his direction. Frightened by such words, the guests immediately decided to leave the institution. Left alone, the hero looked at the young master, admitting that he acts on his nerves the most. They were too cunning to madness. The former Vladika did not understand why they did not directly fit and did not offer to arrange an audit. Then he raised his senior student, explaining that these people wanted to see their true abilities. He asked the guy to fight the way he fought before, and bake this warrior so that he would no longer get up. Obviously, the situation did not work out at all as the bodyguard planned. He even became worried. Will everything be in order? The alignment has changed dramatically. The heir never saw such a daring boy dare to humiliate the person who served him. However, now it was impossible to retreat. Yes, and checking these people has become much more interesting. In addition, it also seemed to the first master that the speeches and behavior of Jinmu resembled a seasoned bandit. He was clearly a completely unusual novice, radically different from all the students of Mutang whom the young man knew before. At first glance, one could say something in it resembled a young wolf. Therefore, the gentleman gave the good to his warrior to check what these wanderers are capable of. For this reason, the servant prepared for the exciting battle in order to find out how talented they are and how dangerous they are. First of all, the head of Sapa invited the bodyguard to take up the blade. After all, Chon-san still fought only on swords. Obviously, this news has no better news. Hearing the age of the guy, he realized it was definitely a student of the second link. He was insulted that such a talented warrior was fought with a student of such a low rank. Therefore, he decided to fight on his fists. Jinmu understood. The bodyguard clearly looks at Chong-san down. Vanity overshadowed the mind of the enemy. For this reason, Vladika was convinced his student will win this duel. After the first blow, the bodyguard realized that the enemy was using the sword of a soaring cloud technique. However, at some point, speed and sharpness increased. It was not just a soaring cloud, but a cloud inside which a real thunderstorm broke out. For this reason, they continued a fierce battle. At a certain moment, the bodyguard found time for his attack. He honestly admitted that he did not expect such rapid first attacks of the enemy. However, I saw. The guy is clearly still inexperienced, so he will easily catch him. In addition, the young man had a clear weakness in how he held his sword, and the lower part of the body remained completely unprotected. He was sorry to humiliate a guy with good makings. However, he understood. It's time to put an end to the duel. But he did not know that both opponents and Chon-san himself had long been aware of such disadvantages in defense. He was specially substituted using a cunning plan, so the student turned out to be that dodger. At that moment, the bodyguard already attacked the enemy, anticipating the victory. Having flown, he immediately hit his stomach in his stomach, forcing him to retreat. Then he was about to put a blow straight into his face with his fist. However, the enemy dodged the attack in time, and then literally with the whole body, leaning forward. This meant that his goal was to lure the enemy in order to hit from the bottom up. Immediately after that, the man fell to the ground, striking his head on the table. Waking up, he already saw how Chong-san was standing over him, with an undisguised desire to finish off the defeated enemy. The hero enjoyed such beautiful sounds of battle and hoped that his pupil would break this arrogant type a couple of bones. However, even the first gentleman lost his temper from such a spectacle. He did not understand how his bodyguard dared to lose to a child. A young aristocrat even called a man with a useless walking misunderstanding. This enjoyed the servant, so he immediately pulled out the blade from the scabbard. From such energy, even young Chon-san threw away. It became obvious. The duel will become completely different, and the bodyguard is very serious. At that moment, the true battle unfolded. The Ju family was a technique resembling a wriggling tongue of a snake. She not just enveloped the blade of the sword, energy went far beyond its limits. The hero was indignant. Chon-san should at the first opportunity to beat the man to death, but nothing could be done. Therefore, Vladika rose in order to help the student. But he saw that the young man did not give up, and he himself released energy. So it's time to observe a little more. The bodyguard only laughed, realizing that it was better for the enemy to immediately retreat. After all, the difference between their techniques was between heaven and earth. They had a different energy density and completely different styles. The main difference was the range of release. The energy of the warrior was literally unlimited in attack. Chon to the sanctuary cannot overcome this distance. For this reason, he attacked with a sword, although the sensation was as if he waving a feather. The young man had to literally jump, evading deadly attacks. At some point, approximately understanding the trajectory, the guy rushed to run around the table. Then he jumped, using the nearest column as a support, and pounced on top of the enemy from his blind side. However, unfortunately, he managed to predict it. Protecting the energy of the sword, he tried to discard and roll Chong-san, but he managed to resist his feat. Seeing such a demonstration, Jinmu was really completely pleased with the student's abilities. All this time, the young man tried to reduce the distance with the enemy, making every effort to find a gap in his defense. It was impossible to call these actions a full-fledged attack. They did not stand nearby in skill with the enemy technique. However, the Vladika saw the student's eyes full of determination. Although this guy was not the warrior of the first link, it was really not ashamed to go on any journey with him. Therefore, he decided in the future to pay more attention to his training. Having intervened in the battle, the hero only laughed at the type, who believes that, having taken out the sword, he would immediately take his victory. Then he invited this man to play with him now. He only got angry, because the fight unexpectedly reached a new level, which the warrior Jew clearly did not want to. Then Chon-san shouted, explaining to the teacher that he could still fight. Only after these words both the heir and the bodyguard realized. In front of them are a first-generation student, that is, the warrior, whose mentor was the elder himself. For the most part, such students should be more than 30 years old. However, the guy was clearly young, but still belonged to the first generation, which was literally absurd. At that moment, the hero asked the student to be silent. He thought that he had disappointed the mentor, and would surely receive a refusal in the future training. However, he made a promise. No matter what, he would follow the teacher. Seeing his sadness, the hero himself encouraged the guy. He really tried well. And now Jinmu was about to show him how to break this bastard into shreds. Chon-san was embarrassed by the idea that the teacher would personally demonstrate combat methods. After all, the boyfriend heard about the previous battle with Jin only from Chong-yu. He himself did not participate. Dismantling with bandits was more like a beating that cannot be considered a battle in any way. Therefore, he was incredibly interested in what the teacher would apply against the technique of released energy. The bodyguard himself only laughed at the hero's threats, considering him too impudent for the student who hardly reached the first link. He asked not to be so arrogant. However, the hero did not calm down, calling the man a fighting little child. After that, the veins on the face of the warrior dancing. He released even more energy, losing control of himself. Obviously, the students immediately understood. Their teacher only provoked this fighter, and the hero only licked, imagining what this battle would be. He wanted to have fun, seeing that a man was not at all worried about what could lose his life in this battle. The air fluttered. It was already like a battle to death, and not to check the skills. If this continues, a conflict with Mutang could arise. Indeed, even though the order was weakened, he was still part of an influential fraction. This could even lead to war between Mutang and the Jew family. The heir was obliged to stop them. At this moment, the bodyguard already applied the formation in order to show the boy the difference in strength. All this was the technique, the attack of 1,000 worlds. The energy rushed straight into the face of the enemy. Young students realized that this attack was much more powerful than the one that the warrior used in the battle with Chon-san. They worried very much. The hero felt their fear perfectly. However, I wanted to show, to be strong is not enough to win. It is important to be able to reasonably use your abilities. And so, in front of everyone, he repulsed the released energy, using only the energy of the sword. A humiliated bodyguard, unable to withstand this, continued the battle to death. However, each attack was easily rejected. All the hero's movements were truly magnificent. Thus the Lord did not attack and did not defend. He only used the difference between the energy of the sword and the released energy. It was another not such a common way to use the blade force. And as soon as he managed to recapture the attack, he was already in front of the very nose of the enemy. With one light movement, a blow was struck straight along the neck of a man. Then he threw off the blade, throwing the enemy to the ground. Only when the beaten and wounded warrior was on his knees did Jinmu decide to finish the battle. However, he wanted to add a little more punishment so that the man would no longer dare to look down on him. After that, everyone witnessed cruel beating. Even the master did not intervene, realizing that his guard was a fool. But when the beating crossed all the faces, he had to interfere. He strengthened his hands with energy and instantly approached in order to stop the hero. However, he literally disappeared from his trajectory in a second. Then I decided to find out from the heir what he tried to do. The young man was even surprised that the aristocrat approached so quickly. After all, Jinmu considered him nothing more than scientists who did not mean anything in martial arts. Obviously, this offended one of the heirs, although such an opinion was not strange. After all, if anyone asks about the Jew family, they will answer him. These are scientists, known for their wisdom. However, this was incorrect. Due to the large number of enemies in the world of martial arts, their family was a real military treasure, so the battle is far from weak side. Obviously, the hero had to know about it. So I used my words only to angry a man. He succeeded. He succumbed to a provocation. Therefore, he asked the Lord would no longer wait for the indulgences from him. The heir will make the guy regret arrogant behavior. Looking at his attempts, Jinmu decided to evaluate the skills of this man. The situation was so that the bodyguard lost in shame. The assistant stood and watched everything in shock. A more humiliating picture could not even be invented. Therefore, the young aristocrat decided to defeat the hero in order to wash himself from this shame. At least he was going to grab the enemy by the wrist. However, the hero was not going to give up easily. Instead, he used the technique of guiding elements. Thus, he managed to evade any attack in his direction. Even when it seemed that the enemy managed to grab him, soon it turned out it was nothing more than a misconception. Then the Vladika decided to add a couple of his moves. After several missed strikes, the heir panicked. He used the attack of the suffering god, the legacy of his family, based on the concentration of force inside 5 fingers. But for some reason, this attack did not work against the hero. He could not touch even his wrist. But initially, he wanted to at least once hit the arrogant face of the enemy. There was no way out. He decided to use the divine attack 1,000 Worlds, increasing his strength. He concentrated all the energy from this technique in his right hand. Then he made a rapid attack, trying to reach the face of the hero. However, the blow was instantly intercepted by Jinmu himself. A powerful explosion occurred from the collision of 2 energies. Soon, the students could not even see their teacher in smoke. However, when the haze dispelled, it became obvious. Their mentor won this time. He left the heir covered by a huge shame. Even using all his strength, he could not move the hero from his place. Even the sovereign decided to joke over him. He knew. The man laid out to the full, wanting to see his blood, but in the end he was defeated. No longer led to these provocations, the heir wished to find out the name of this warrior. He perfectly understood. Like any first-level student, the name began on Jin. Jinmu was not going to hide, but on the contrary, he wanted his name to be engraved in the memory of enemies. After all, this name belonged to the future head of the Union of United Political Forces. The heir, as soon as he recognized the name of the enemy, decided to leave. However, he promised that they would certainly meet again. However, the hero made them stop, pointing to the ruins formed after the battle. He did not understand how the representatives of the Jew family, having destroyed someone's house, could take and leave. The heir promised to personally compensate for all losses. However, the Lord recalled that they also needed compensation. After all, they calmly had dinner, and the showdown did not enter their plans. But still, they stuck to them. Therefore, the hero asked to solve all the problems if they pay compensation. Obviously, this was not included in the plans of the heir. However, since he no longer had the strength to deal with this strange monk, he threw him a wallet with money and went away. However, he was furious when the hero remained unhappy with silver coins, waiting for gold. But this was not the last thing he was going to tell the departing prince. Jinmu pointed to a beaten bodyguard still lying unconscious. It seems that the heir did not plan to pick him up. He did not need a loser. For this reason, he and his assistants majestically retired. Of course, after he heard, the hero wanted to cut this guy again. After all, not only was he rude, but also through his subordinates. But as it turned out, he retired so quickly not at all because of a hurry. Outside of his corner, he began to tear his own blood, and when the servants tried to help him, he only drove them away. The heir knew very well. During the battle, he was inflicted an internal injury. He was pleased with the fact that he did not show slack in front of the hero. After all, initially he believed that in front of him was some kind of wild wolf cub, but he turned out to be a real cub tiger. Such could go down from Mount Mutang only in order to seize the rights to trade. In this case, his family will definitely suffer very much. Therefore, he ordered the servants to follow these people, find out where they stop and with whom they meet. Now it was important for him to know whether Mutang really gained strength in order to get what he wanted. After all, he could not allow them to realize plans. The next day, events moved to the center of Takana. Chon ran around the market and looked like a village manor who first appeared in the city. But this was not even the main inconvenience. Everyone carefully looked at them because of clothes. Initially, she was relatively new, but due to constant clashes, she lost her appearance. The hero was ashamed to walk in this form, so he decided to spend money on his clothes. And he was glad that he managed to shake at least a little money from that arrogance. Just by the way, they came across a clothing store along the way. When they looked after their fabrics, a sweet grandfather Traddle greeted them. But as soon as he realized that he was in front of him, he immediately threw himself. He shouted at the students, ordering to remove his hands away from his goods. He also explained that these clothes are not affordable to the monks. Jinmu did not get angry with the old man, instead demonstrated a handful of his coins. He immediately realized silver was in the bag because small coins did not sound like that. For this reason, he apologized for rudeness and was completely ready for the service of the master. He showed them a silk, which was considered the best in all Takan, and promised to fulfill the magnificent sewing on the figure for the client. Having believed such a praise, the hero decided to trust the man and make an order from him. However, Vladika immediately explained, he needs 3 clothes. Moreover, each of the students needs to make a couple of sets. Hearing this news, the merchant was delighted, realizing that the fortune teller did not lie, promising the appearance of the rich man, thanks to which he could feed his family. The hero himself looked at the devoted eyes of his comrades, overwhelmed with gratitude. He understood, made a correct impression on them. This meant that they finally became devoted to him. Finally, it's time to take measurements. The hero calmly drank tea and at the same time decided to ask the merchant, does he know a man named Pal Ryan? The boy explained, this bandit did a lot of things. He wanted to meet this person. They had personal scores after he dared to make an ambush near Mutanga before lifting up the mountain. The merchant knew how many people were looking for this villain. Yesterday, people from the Jew family even asked about him. The hero was interested in why suddenly this family needed a similar bastard. The merchant did not know, but the warrior's Jew visited the trading market more than once, but no one had a concept where this gang was hiding. Jinmu was vaguing. Perhaps some other family laid his eyes on his award. However, he was the first to get 20 coins. Soon, when everything was ready, the hero said goodbye to the merchant, asking to send ready-made clothes to the main trading guild. They themselves went further about their business. At this moment, events returned to the residence of the Zhu family in Takan. There, the heir talked about the student of the first link and 2 wards of the second link. It seems that his father first heard the name of this guy. He wanted to know how he so interested his son and what he was. The guy could say one thing. Even though the young man was young, he can be called a true cub tiger. Father clearly did not like these words. He immediately realized his son lost to the student of the first link from Mutang. He apologized for the mistake because he sent the bodyguard in order to check their strength. He wanted to find out why the students of Mutang appeared here after 10 years later. After these words, his father calmed down, considering that his son did not fight with the hero personally. He exhaled with relief. And the guy understood that the truth cannot be said, otherwise they will have serious problems. Therefore, he translated the topic, saying that the mentor with the students went to the main trading guild, with which Mutang, apparently, made a deal. But this news caused a man of laughter. He considered it. Mutang completely lost his mind if he concluded a deal with the discharges engaged in smuggling, which even a guild was hard to name. However, I realized, most likely in the order, even have no idea about it. After all, monks with their recluse life could hardly know something. The son of the chapter during the observation did not notice any special oddities, only the fact that the novices, descending from the mountain, ate meat and drank alcohol, and it seems that they were with money. And although his father laughed with their moral fall, but this news did not surprise him. Therefore, the son translated the topic to the soldiers of the family, whom he saw in Punchan. It seems that they also watched the novices. Hearing this news, the chapter remembered. One of the offspring of the family was studied in Mutang. Having twisted this thought in the head a little, soon the head realized what was happening. Therefore, he already imagined how soon Mutang would fall due to the fact that such a little midge would destroy him. Obviously, the son did not understand to the last what his father was talking metaphorically, but he did not intend to explain himself, only promised to give a detachment of 20 warriors in order to follow the actions of the novices. It would be nice if they were lucky to kill someone in a random skirmish. In addition, if they do something illegal, they need to be immediately grabbed and brought to the palace. The heir was delighted with such a great opportunity to take revenge. The warriors provided by the father were the strongest. Until now, none of his brothers used their services directly. Surely the chapter decided on this step so as not to allow the Mutan to get into the Takan. In addition, he was happy that his father had such hopes on him, and hoped, when he copes with the task, he could become the main heir, thanks to whom the family would gain well-being. After all, if the Mutan is disgraced, they are thrown out of Takana. Having done all this, he will be able to clear his way and become the head of the clan. The only obstacle for him was Jinmu. The guy wanted to take revenge on humiliation. Therefore, bowing, he vowed to unconditionally follow the instructions of his father, which also relied a lot on the success of his son. So events are transferred to the main trading guild. Despite the very loaded schedule, the hero made the students train, threatening that otherwise they would be left without dinner. The reason was that after arriving at the guild, the chairman was led to work. Therefore, Jinmu had nothing to do, and he passed time training the young man. In addition, they had very good housing, a whole mansion with the backyard, garden, and arbor. For 3, it was clearly a bit too much. The hero was even surprised. It means that these people clearly earned more than it seemed at first glance. Soon, during the training, everyone heard a well-known voice. It was a chairman who finally decided to greet them personally. Obviously, the man had no idea that the Lord already knew about all his vile plans, that he intended to put Jin He in the place of the Supreme and subjugating the Mutang. However, voicing his thoughts, he would show the main weakness. To begin with, Jinmu intended to enlist the favor of the chairman, find out everything about his guilds, and then slowly suck all the juices until they go bankrupt. Obviously, the chairman bowed, rejoicing that the hero with his students decided to join them in order to help, but suddenly filled with anxiety when he saw their clothes. Jinmu only explained that the robbers attacked them on the way, because of which their appearance was clearly injured. Only when he heard about this, the chairman immediately screamed, demanding to show him those people who dared to harm the novices. He also promised to provide the hero of the bodyguards. For the sake of his calm, he hoped that he would soon become one family and Mutang, and was ready to fulfill any request from the Lord. In addition, while they were under his care, they could pay for purchases on behalf of the trading guild, and this really managed to bribe the former owner of Sapa. The hero gently hinted that he bought clothes for himself and his poor students. The chairman immediately promised to pay their order. He knew very well that the monks who have completely devoted themselves to practice could not have money. Then I suddenly realized that these children first ended up in the world. He even suggested holding them an excursion, Shotakan. This tour also included an excellent dinner. Obviously, looking at the reaction of his students, the hero agreed. For this reason, the chairman went to prepare for a little walk. The hero, of course, was embarrassed by the excessive kindness of the man. He knew that mercenary goals are always hidden behind such helpfulness. In addition, he got the impression that the chairman had already begun to act. At this moment, moving away, he ordered his right hand to contact his family and report that the novices arrived in the guild. It seemed too risky with his right hand. The clothes of these monks showed that they had already encountered a family of Yu, but their plan was unsuccessful. In the event of another failure, they could suffer themselves. The assistant even suggested abandoning the idea of enlisting the help of Mutang. However, the chairman recalled that the responsibility for the failure of the mission lay on the shoulders of the Uta family, and they need to pretend that they do not know anything. After all, they could not refuse Mutang. In addition, although he was surprised by the proposal to get rid of Jinmu, he needed to do this, so that in the future he would not become an obstacle in the way. Indeed, for his plan, it was most profitable to use Jin Hai in the place of the main student. It was easier for this guy to manage, because they had a compromise on him. In addition, they could blackmail him with an attempt to kill a fellow in the clan. Thus, the boy will become a puppet in their hands. Therefore, the man was forced to cooperate with his family, who, understanding his position, is now definitely striving to settle the whole situation. Now he was more worried about how things were with smuggling, and the assistant reported that everything was normal, and after 5 days, she had to be delivered. They only needed to get around the administration. Although it was prohibited, the case turned out to be very profitable. In addition, it was much more important than dealing with young novices. Therefore, he asked his right hand to be especially careful with the administration, which constantly led behind them. Somewhere at this time, the ambassador had already arrived at Ju's family. The man said that he had already booked special places and prepared mercenaries capable of keeping secrets. The chapter only hoped that these mercenaries were better than the devils of Sabona. The assistant explained that he had prepared more experienced and famous mercenaries, and if they screw up, then for this business will be taken personally. This name made the chapter hold his breath. He was the leader of the gangster group, known in all areas of Takana, as well as a master among all the robbers of Nooks, owning the Snow Darkness technique. He had a huge state of subordinates. It was rumored that he was associated with the enormous group Black Death of the former Sapa. He agreed to take this matter, since he became aware that they were looking for a finger of Ryan, who was his cousin. However, the subordinate could not even imagine how much his help would cost him personally, but the chapter was ready to pay as much as needed. After all, he planned to destroy Jinmu, and then the entire group of bandits to dump all the crimes on them. Everything will be built as if the scum of the Sapa destroyed the student of Mutang, and their family became a good side, which longed to avenge his death. Thus, He will be able to approach the top of Mutang. After all their future depended on this boy, and anyone who got in his way had to die with a painful death. Now in the first list of their enemies was precisely Jinmu, interfering with the future of the family. Events moved to the embankment of Takans. Ordinary visitors, walking at night, paid attention to a loud scream. It was a Shan Yu, who ran away from female attention, barely restraining himself in his hands. Women so brazenly invited him to spend the night with them. It was exactly the same situation that handsome Chon-san, who could not even resist the girls, also had the same situation. Obviously, the behavior of his students angered a mentor. Therefore, he immediately scolded these two. The chairman, in turn, apologized for led the monks through the quarter of red lamps because of his old habit of reducing the path here. Then he invited them to go to the place where the excellent rice wine was served. However, the hero knew, this is a lie. They have already passed all decent institutions. This man clearly lured them into some hidden corner. After led through the quarter of the red lanterns, he wanted to shake the sobriety of their spirit. So they clearly wanted to get rid of him. But the Lord decided to play along with them. After all, he was interested to fully see their idea. Thus, they arrived at the Munity establishment. As soon as they stopped, the head of the guild immediately missed the novices ahead. However, the hero looked at the sign with the name. She was literally deciphered as, a place where even the moon does not shine. This meant even if someone kills him here, no one would know about his death. It was a literally perfect place for dirty work. Soon they met the owner of this restaurant. He recognized guests from the trading guild and immediately decided to spend it in a reserved room. Obviously, the hero was surprised by the old man who was about to fall apart and hunts the murders in his restaurant. In addition, surprisingly, there were no more visitors besides them. A layer of dust was lying everywhere, so they hardly arranged meetings with important people. But his students did not know anything about anything. After all, they knew nothing about this world. Soon, the elder introduced them to the waiter, who was supposed to escort into the room. The hero immediately understood. This guy can be one of the mercenaries. He understood this on the calluses, dried out in his arms. They were too rude for those who meet and serve guests. So this guy certainly skillfully fights in hand-to-hand combat. Having reached a special room, there they were already met by musicians and girls to cheer them up this evening. In addition, there was literally a mountain of delicious dishes on the table. The right hand was leaving with the waiter in order to wait for the chairman from the outside. Without waiting for their departure, the man joyfully invited guests to enjoy dinner. He also turned to the girls, ordering to pour wine to young masters. Therefore, they immediately scattered around the room, giving the students with the smiles. One of the beauties also approached the hero in order to fill his cup of wine. Looking at this drink, Jinmu caught the jewelry of the work done. The difference in alcohol color and chairman was barely noticeable. However, now the Lord could not show and do something with it. Soon the right hand appeared. He apologized for the invasion, explaining that an urgent business had occurred. Then he quickly whispered something in his ear. Apparently, something went wrong with the objects delivered last time. Therefore, the master had to leave, apologizing for having to leave and solve a couple of problems. Leaving, he promised to settle all questions and asked the guests to start a meal without him. Hiding emotions, the hero saw. This is only a miserable excuse to leave as soon as possible. Thus they locked them in a closed space from where only one door led out. And in their alcohol, something was mixed up. Then he patted the girl on the shoulder, pretending to drive the fly. In fact, I felt for strong muscles that even clothes could not hide. The hands were clearly not girlish. In addition, the musicians also visible corns on the inside of the hands, more characteristic of skilled warriors. And the blue fingertips are in those who used poisons. So Jinmu was sure they were surrounded by some hired killers, but he wanted to know what he did not please the chairman. The answer quickly came in his head. He prevents him from putting a puppet at the head of Mutanga. Apparently, he was not even for those who are responsible for everything. At that moment, the girl invited the hero to drink alcohol, and he was only surprised at her stupidity. Then he forced the girl to drink the wine offered to him. He would not like to force her to do it. However, he needed to check if something was mixed in alcohol. After these words, the girl's face changed. The changed atmosphere instantly noticed followers, after which the rest of the mercenaries understood. They were disclosed. At that moment, the beauty splashed the hero in the face of alcohol. But due to the fact that he dodged in time, the liquid hit her girlfriend. Due to the poison mixed in alcohol, her body began to hiss, and the fabric is burning and smoldering. Therefore, Jinmu pushed the girl, immediately warning the students about the danger. At that moment, the girl had already run to the rank of the sanctuary, armed with a hairpin. Suddenly, she pressed the young man to the table, trying to pierce his neck. In the last second, he managed to avoid a serious wound thanks to a portion of food. Having done such a distracting maneuver, He was already armed with a blade. The guy tried to injure a girl who dodged in time. Then she took out the blade from the boot, trying to slaughter the enemy straight into the face. It seems that Chanyu was the last who did not understand what happened. Because of her slowness, one of the mercenaries began to beat him first that came to hand. The hero could not help him, since he had more serious problems. But he was not going to delay this battle for a long time. He longed to cope with these girls as soon as possible. For this reason, grabbing one of them by the hand, he immediately hit her with his back on the ground. Then he shouted loudly, giving a signal to the student. Thus, the two managed to catch the bowls flying at that moment. And as if synchronizing, they threw it straight into the faces of the musicians. They failed to get and those armed with throwing needles. It was impossible to leave only due to flexibility from such an attack. Therefore, they defended by the broken bowls broken. At the same time, the needles flew in all directions including mercenaries. A couple of pieces also fell into the fat man Chanyu. Chan-san was scared, immediately wanting to rush to the aid of a friend. He gradually began to lose consciousness. Seeing his condition, the hero immediately decided to check the same throwing needles. However, I realized that there was no poison in them. As soon as the needles disappear from the body of Chanyu, the sensation of numbness will pass. And so, after several seconds, all three were in service. The hero only scolded such naive mercenaries, believing that they would not hurt to improve their skills. The musicians themselves did not understand when Jinmu guessed everything. However, the Lord was too lazy to explain something. All that he could say for his suspicions that the head of the trading guild was behind everything, who hired bandits near the mountain. Despite the dear questioning of the hero, men refused to issue information about their customers. At the same time, one of them was already preparing an explosive poison. The hero felt this, so he instantly attacked a man with fists. Obviously, no one expected him to attack so quickly. In addition, so brazenly, without even warning, it became obvious. Mercenaries did not deal with a simple monk. When the man tried to throw the needles again, he only received several strokes with his sword. Chan-san stood up to defend the teacher, who warned the enemy so that he would not diver and did not do anything superfluous. Then I decided to find out from the mentor what they will do with this person. The hero even thought to just kill him, since he does not give out information. Therefore, he asked the students to kill these people quickly and get out of here as soon as possible. Obviously, the old man was scared, because the maximum that he expected was that they would be handed over to the police. However, the same waiter suddenly appeared on the screams of musicians. He literally dragged the musician by the scruff, standing on his defense. Only looking at the force emanating from this guy, it became obvious. He was very different from the rest. The boy was angry with the impudence of these monks. He did not understand why they did not regret even the girls having acted with them. He clearly misunderstood the situation. The hero tried to explain that everyone was alive, and there was a misunderstanding. However, the young man was clearly about to take revenge on such inhuman creatures, and he planned to take their lives. The Lord was offended that he was not listened to, so brazenly interrupting him. In addition, given that despite all the self-confidence, the level of this guy was a real delay. If he enters the battle against this guard, he will greatly humiliate him. However, he could not retreat, so he turned to his followers for help. Since this guy fought in his fists, he was literally the best opponent for Chanyu. However, only from one glance at the enemy, the fat man felt a huge fear. In addition, he did not even really have a fight experience, and he was not ready to join the battle with such a monster. He was even more bothered. Even if he was mistaken somewhere, but wins, the teacher will get angry with him anyway. Then it became obvious. The teacher cannot be disappointed. Therefore, he looked at Jean for the last time, admitting that he was afraid. However, the hero was sure that he would not lose little, and he himself remembered somehow he won every time after these words. At the same time, he always assumed that he could not overcome himself. This meant one thing. The whole problem was that the teacher believed in him for a long time, until he himself could do this. So this time, he decided to trust not himself, but to his mentor. After all, if the teacher believes that he can win, then he really can do it. The hero saw such a mood and he liked it. Therefore, he, having encouraged the mad dog, sent the boy to battle. Immediately, they began to exchange blows. The enemy was something more cunning and stronger, but the boy was not going to give up so easily. As a result, it all ended with the fact that he applied the cunning attack, which the teacher taught him. Thus, he forced the enemy to retreat several meters back. Obviously, the waiter was surprised. Despite the physique, this guy was very strong. In addition, his fat protected the insides, while the body weight made his blows stronger, because of which, after each hit, the bones were cracking. Jinmu also saw very well. The sharpness and destructive power of his student improved greatly. If he had become more confident in his abilities, no one would dare to neglect them. At this moment, the musician's mercenary understood that their task was almost failed, and I decided to take the last chance until no one is following him. He forgot that behind him is an attentive Chong of San, who would not let him take an extra step. A waiter who screamed loudly to the cries of pain of the old man. And that moment, Chanyu, he hit the guy so much that it seems that the jaw had broken. Then he flew away a few meters ago, and Chan decided to finish it off using the fist battle, the blue dragon blow. He finally finished off the guy in one blow. Looking at his impotent body proudly, he realized how much his strength grew. The hero, looking at him, was proud of his little student, at least until in the distance I saw a strange light. Therefore, he immediately ordered the boy to run away. Already in a second after his warning, the floor where the boy was sitting was burned like a laser. Looking at the crater, which remained after that, it became obvious. It was the power of martial art. This attack was clearly made by the master at least the level of the first elder. However, Jinmu did not feel a hint of the presence of a master of this level here. Looking into the darkness, he obviously did not expect to see the same old man, the owner of the institution. As you know, there were 3 stages of energy release. The first is the release of energy on a subject. At this stage, there was a majority. The next stage, energy was produced like a pool. Those who have already reached this level were considered outstanding masters, most of whom were elders. Now the hero also reached this level, although in a past life he was greater. But even looking at this old man, his whole being was filled with strong fear. Blood became in the veins. After all, what he did can only be created by a person who is at the highest level of Khan. They could only pray that the old man could not achieve higher art. In addition, the hero was interested in how much it cost the chairman to hire such a master. The old man himself giggled, praising children as real professionals in their field. He did not even hear earlier that someone was so strong in Mutang. However, the hero was clearly not interested in cheap praise. He only despised the old man who, having such a high level, concluded a contract for his murder. With all his abilities could become an elder, but chose the path of a miserable mercenary. However, the old man did not seem at all understanding what was the matter. Of course, he knew people whom he led into his institution. However, they were not at the same time, he only used them for his own purposes. Realizing that with such foggy answers the old man was only mocking him, the Lord even considered that the man demonstrates senile insanity. However, at this time, the old man himself wondered who dared to go against him. And in the end, I guessed who was the primary source of all these problems. Only thinking, the old man laughed, after which he carefully saw the monk. He wanted to find out what he had done, since he had so many enemies. In addition, he called the hero not by his name, but the guy was chasing evil energy, but still decided to put forward a proposal to him. He asked to give him a boy, his personal waiter. In return, he will pretend that he had never seen them, and he believed that this was the best deal for all of them. Of course, agreeing with the failed killer was not according to the rules of the hero. However, he decided to take this chance. In ordinary life, he would take a chance, but now he was with his students. Therefore, he asked Chan at the lowering of the prisoner's body to the floor. After that, he asked the old man to leave their way. The exit from the institution was behind him, and they wanted to go first. No one was against it. Gently walking around the room, they changed places. After which, Jinmu politely said goodbye and already wanted to turn around and leave. But the old man turned out to be a deceiver who was clearly about to bring the matter to the end. He prepared for a shot, and Jinmu understood that he would not come out to get away from him. There was no choice but to use the air matter technique and try to reject the attack. Thus, a similar ray of energy, instead of impressing them, deviated and crashed into the wall. Obviously, the old man was surprised that someone managed to use the equipment technique in this way. After all, if the attack fell into Jinmu, he could not resist her. Therefore, he took advantage of such a unique feature of tornado technology. Thus, he was able to change the flows of air around, and even energy changed the course. For this reason, the old man was convinced. This young man was better than all the elders of Mutang combined. After all, only a person who has reached an impeccable level of understanding of martial arts could use this technique. After such an attack, the hero had many questions. Where did such a mighty old man come from? The Lord has already crossed many of his memories, but in none of them could find information about this person. But despite the hero's polite questions, he did not receive an answer. The elder did not consider it necessary to answer the one who was supposed to die. After that, he attacked with energy, like a bullet. However, the hero defended his comrades, although they did not even have time to understand anything. The thing was that the enemy used an abstract attack. After all, The old man had the ability to transform energy as he pleases. Once again, the elder was surprised that the guy could feel this attack. After all, even in order to achieve this level to him, he had to spend decades. This was another reason why he could not leave the hero alive. It became obvious. This man accurately reached the level of Kanga. There was no way out. Jinmu immediately ordered his students to run away as soon as possible. He himself endured the attack, realizing, when the old man involves all his abilities, all the living around will die. Even he will not be able to defeat him with all his strength. Therefore, his goal was at least a little time. Now he was responsible for the life of his students. During the confrontation, the hero nevertheless missed a couple of blows. However, despite this, his mood did not shake at all. After all, he had something to fight for. However, soon even the old man understood the reason for the hero's so desperate battle. He knew, the guy is clearly trying to win the time for his younger ones. However, he made it clear that the outcome is already a foregone conclusion. He will die no matter how hard he tried. Similar nasty words from this old man even more took the hero from himself. But one was right and one. All this was done to save friends. The Lord was glad that they listened to him and disappeared. After all, now, when they are not there, the time has come to spend his last battle in this life. He perfectly understood, for this old man was nothing more than a miserable bug. But even among such bugs there were brave individuals that could harm a person, and he was going to become a similar bug containing poison. Looking at the massive approaching attack, the old man realized, during this battle, the power of Jinmu increased. However, it still seemed to him that everything that he does now was nothing more than a distracting maneuver, until he could see what the guy really conceived. Therefore, the best decision of the old man was to build a barrier through which the hero was not destined to break through. When he defended himself, it became obvious. The intention of the Lord was to blind him with the released energy and conduct a hidden blow. He really was a master, planned a double attack and almost reached his goal. The only thing that the old man did not expect was still manage to injure him. It was evident how much he was surprised at that moment. It turned out before attacking, Jinmu released the thin, like a hair energy. He expected that the old man, after he rejected his attack, would begin to read his notations. Therefore, he predicted everything using this perfect moment to attack. Vlastelin hoped that the old man liked such a feeling of a slight defeat. Getting angry after these words, the old owner clearly lost his temper. He threw the hero with a kubaram a few tens of meters ago. Even flew out of the restaurant. This technique was so powerful. However, the old man saw. Jinmu survived after the attack, which was supposed to kill him. When he hit this guy with his energy, he spun like a top, reducing the power of the blow. Therefore, now the elder threw him another couple of attacks. Having hung in the air, the guy did not have much strength to evade. Therefore, as soon as he beat off the attack with his foot, he immediately collapsed into the water. It became obvious, the boy was terribly talented. However, the old man had to kill him. And even if I had to tinker with the murder, would not have any problems. But he already felt nearby the presence of representatives of other observers. So, given the related problems that he had, he could no longer risk it. He just wanted to calmly cover the tracks and disappear for a while. Instead of chasing the hero, he simply destroyed his own restaurant. At this time, students had already caught their teacher out of the water. Trying to recover, he experienced strange sensations throughout the body. From above, he saw escaping old man and knew that he would still come to kill him. However, it was pleased that he ran into a battle with someone who really fought well. Having come to his senses a little, Jinmu coughed with blood. His condition was worse nowhere. The feeling that all the bones were fragmented, and due to internal injuries, energy was greatly exhausted. He was clearly angry with the head of the guild, who went for the sake of killing him. It was scary to imagine what he would prepare in the future when he finds out that the hero is alive. But so far, the main goal was to leave here alive. However, the head of the gang has already come to him in order to fulfill his task. He was clearly surprised. Despite the destroyed building of the hotel, the whole Trinity was still alive. It became obvious, the battle cannot be avoided. After all, the leader boasted that after the failure of the mission, a Fur Ronoye would receive even more money from the family. The hero understood what was happening now. Considering that some other family had some more family in this story, he literally had a roof. Only he figured out one problem, as a new one appeared. Now he was not in the best shape and could not do anything. In addition, the main opponent was the guy not a mistake. The rest of the crowd seemed a trifle. He was above the level of Hyanga, which was considered the highest among students of even the first link. Obviously, many questions arose. For example, why so many bastards gathered in this region? Rising, he asked his students not to intervene. He himself was about to deal with this problem and vowed to kill the head of the trading guild as soon as he got into his eyes. Jinmu also had to bluff. He tried to provoke the enemy in order to break through the gap in his defense. However, the man did not get on the bluff, only on the contrary. He thought that the boy touched his mind, once he addresses him without any politeness. However, the hero did not care what this man was called and his entire organization. He just began to drive him away, asking him to come another time. Obviously, the man completely lost his patience and even tried to explain to the crazy guy who he was. However, the Lord really did not know him, and since he was tired of these bickering, he simply invited the man to the first to attack. After all, he believed such garbage from the gateway would not cope with it. After his words, all the bandits only laughed. The leader almost burst with laughter over the words of such an arrogant boy. Using his confusion, the hero decided to attack. In a moment he approached and it would seem blew his head. But it turned out he was intact and unharmed, only dissatisfied with such an attack without warning. The ruler at the same time was dissatisfied with his weak attack, after which he already had to fight a really serious fighter. After the first attack of the enemy, Jinmu had a hard time. He was literally twisted from the inside, consciousness was blurred, his head was spinning. Of course, if he had not been injured before, then to defeat this moron would be too easy. But now his enemy was a bandit, clearly angry with his behavior, and he did not have the strength at all. The man just rushed at the hero in order to teach him a lesson in the right manners. And although Jinmu knew that the battle would not be simple, he did not expect that there would be so much power in the attack of the enemy. New wounds began to literally shower his body. Soon the leader already pressed him to the tree. He was glad that he had finally clamped this puppy, and intended to kill him. It became obvious. If it goes on and further, Jinmu will not hold out for a long time. He urgently needed to figure out how to get out of this situation. And suddenly the words of that old man came into his head. He understood, speaking about him and about evil energy. He had just in mind this bandit with his gang. In addition, the old man somehow recalled the family of Ju, because of which he left the hero alive. Although he knew that this was a big respected family, they probably would not have contacted bandits. Therefore, the hero began to search in the district of members of this family. Soon he saw how the heir was going with his retinue. Seeing him, he realized that he had found a great way out of a difficult situation. For this reason, when the enemy once again attacked him, he ran away and laughed. The bandit immediately warned that the hero ceases to behave so recklessly and continue to be angry. However, the Lord hid the sword, asking the bandit to look back and look beyond his nose. Seeing such a relaxation of the guy, the robbers were wary. However, the hero calmly indicated in the direction of family members of Ju. They walked here with the soldiers, and this company was clearly not the one whom the leader of the gang expected to see here, and the Lord pretended that he only expected them, and greeted the heir. Obviously, the leader was scared when he realized that these two were on friendly terms. He considered that the novices probably turned to them for help. Of course, it was strange, given that Mutang and the Ju family were conflicting. However, the matter may be different. For example, that they decided to conclude a political union, and thus get rid of the Sapa clan. And since they arrived here, then for him and his gang this meant a mortal danger. If he challenges the young master and his soldiers, there will die many subordinates. And if he leaves the novices of the living, then he will have to hide from Mutang all his life when the elders reaches the news of this attack. Therefore, now he needed to choose the best of the worst solutions. The Lord saw. The bandits are clearly not uneasy from what was happening. He also knew that the Ju family would never help him. After all, their first meeting greatly offended their dignity. They were vindictive. That case did not forget. Most likely they came for the sake of revenge. However, such a bandit is clearly not known about the relationship. Therefore, taking advantage of his hitch, the hero ordered the students to leave. Finally, he asked the young Mr. Ju to deal with these bandits. However, the guy only laughed. After all, nevertheless, they came here to simply observe. This was the order of the father. They had to intervene only if Jinmu or his students were noticed in something illegal. In addition, he came because he heard they are going to have dinner with the head of the trading guild. But instead, he noticed the leader of the bandits here. He was a worthy master about whom many were heard, because he possessed a high level of ability, known as the Black Death of the former Sapa. Their presence here hinted that Jinmu conceived something illegal with their participation. Therefore, he was going to see what these bastards would do, detain them, and become the main heir. However, the assistant neatly reported to the master. The monks and bandits clashed with each other. The heir considered that the probable reason was in disagreements when performing some kind of illegal assignment. However, the assistant was sure that the bandits pursued the monks. Perhaps the monks lost in battle, and therefore pretended to be in close relations with them. In addition, during this time they managed to escape far enough because they were convinced the Zhu family with the bandits is not at the same time. Now they needed to decide what to do. But the gentleman was in a stupor for a long time after he was deceived like this. By this moment, events moved to the city center, to the hotel. Jinmu was fallen, just like his disciples. Chan-san, who could still stand on his feet, brought the water teacher. After making sure that the mentor was drunk, he decided to find out why they came to hide in the city center. It seemed that in theory it was better to hide in the mountains. However, the Lord knew that they would try to look for them in the most secluded corners. It is unlikely that they will come to the idea that the fugitives fled to the very center of the city. So the enemies will be silly near all secluded towns and roads leading to Mutang. Obviously, the hero was boiling with anger at the morons who tried to encroach on his life. He vowed not to forgive these boobs and scum, which he even heard for the first time. For this reason, he ordered his students to immediately get their reserves of yosandan. These were pills that restore the body, one of those drugs that was given to them when they left Mutang. In total, they had 10 pieces. For this reason, the hero immediately swallowed everything to one. Its main goal was to recover as soon as possible. Most likely, the heir was already sent by home, and the robber began to look for that moment, and the robber began to look for them. The search will last only day, because the Lord knew very well the thoughts of those who belonged to Sape. So he had to make every effort to recover if they find them. In order to recover in such a short time, he used the method of crazy energy circulation. Everything inside him will explode, and after the processes of strengthening the body will begin. Now the hero did not care what energy he would receive after this whole process passes. He literally did not have the opportunity to choose. He had to take revenge at all costs to those who dared to encroach on his life, and make sure that they would no longer see this world. Events are returning to the residence of the Zhu family. There, the head was so angry at his son that he began to throw inkwells into him and scream for the failure of the mission. He had to kill the monks, but somehow even helped them escape from the bandits. He called him insignificant after such a failure, and obviously did not want to see his son. While he, crawling on his knees, begged another chance, vowed to find these bastards, or find and wait until the COC has dealt with them. But such a stupid idea even more angry with the chapter. He was outraged by the only thought that his son hoped so for these bandits. In addition, he did not understand how his offspring could generally help the robbers in the destruction of Mutang's students. Only after these words did the boy realize that he made a huge mistake. He tried to justify himself that this was not at all in mind. But his father only angered. He hit the guy, ordering to shut up. Then he shouted hard, calling his assistant, and he gave him an order to take his son to his room. While he was forcibly brought out, he screamed and cried, begging his father to merge over him. However, the head believed that the boy needs to think about his actions, and he warned that he would break his legs if he would take at least step beyond his chambers. It became obvious, worse than this father, it is hardly possible to find. However, the boy Vanille only for the fact that he turned so on the twice. The first time everything ended in the fact that he was humiliated in front of the servants. The second time it was used. Because of this, he completely lost the trust of his father, whom he had so difficult. All because of a meeting with Jinmu, so I could not forgive him. At that moment the youngest was noticed by the older brother. He only laughed at his father again. He even assumed, perhaps the problem in the boy himself, who was too stupid, since he could not make his father's ideas. He did not even greet his brother properly. He only explained that he would go to his father now and easily perform the work that he had already failed twice. He even offered the failed younger brother to leave their family and go to the monks. The eldest was more than sure. The youngest would be accepted with open arms after the salvation of their students. Finally, having splashed all his poison, the man went to his father, and the youngest was wondering, are the impatient brothers always in such a relationship when they want to kill each other? He gladly wanted to lower his brother from heaven to earth, so that he ceases to build an important person out of himself. I wanted to become the first heir and shift him from his path. Somewhere at this time, events are transferred to the night bazaar to the bandit of the bandits. There, the leader was not his own. There was still no news about the missing monks. The subordinates apologized that they could not find any hooks. However, this was even more angry as the leader. He recalled, they are obliged to catch everyone in a row, regardless of their level in martial arts, and among them to find 3 beaten children. The frightened assistant explained, everyone was already raised on the ears. Pockets, tramps, and bandits followed their orders. Despite this, the fugitives hid too well. It is literally impossible to understand how these bastards circled him around the finger. After the students of Mutang fled, he believed that they would have to fight with the warriors of the Zhu family. However, they immediately turned around and left. Then he realized Jinmu simply played him, so he wanted to find them as soon as possible. After all, if they bring the elders that they attempted to encroach on their lives, then all the monks and mentors will come to them. They will never remain indifferent to this situation. Therefore, they will stubbornly pursue those who attacked the lives of their children. And even if the bandit was associated with the Black Death, even they will not help him. It will be more profitable for them to give his Mutang than to conflict with them. Therefore, he understood how critical his situation was, and ordered the assistant to immediately go to Ju's family, saying that the novices had fled and asked for help with the search. After all, they had no choice. They had to catch them at all costs. After all, these novices will become a threat to everyone. Then he sent all his assistants to complete the assignment, but did not have time to run out of the gate, as a huge explosion came from the gate. Then, without forcing himself to wait, the hero himself appeared. He only greeted the leader who so wanted to see him, after which he invited him to dance and have fun. However, when the CA was not moved, the ruler only laughed with their frightened faces, as if they had seen a ghost. It became obvious. They obviously did not expect his daring parish. Surely they expected the fugitives, holding their tails, they would run back to the Mount of Mutanga. Or they were surprised that they were now right here. He only laughed at the fearlessness of these monks, and was immensely grateful to them that they themselves came to him. Then he ordered all his puppets to kill these guys as soon as possible. First of all, the ruler asked his students to observe, but not to intervene. He himself wanted to win, despite the fact that in the lower abdomen there was a terrible mess with energy. Of course, he was not able to completely heal, only at the top of the body. But now he used the method of crazy energy circulation, so his strength was higher than usual. His first attack was like a tornado, who spun and began to grind the enemies around. It was an attacking technique of Mutang's sword, a tornado that absorbs souls. Seeing this technique, even the coquelet trembled with fear. It seems that he first saw such a long wave of released energy. It became obvious, Jinmu, despite all his injuries, was definitely not lower than his level, and if it were without injuries, it would be much more powerful. The old man has nothing left but to think about his escape. He decided to escape in order to combine forces with the customer, with the family of Yu. However, understanding and catching his desire, the hero immediately attacked. Obviously, Gochok did not expect the boy to reach the level of Tanga. For this reason, when a lump of energy was released into it, he was not ready to reflect it. So he crashed into the nearest wall with a bang, which stopped his free fall. Looking at the approaching death, I could not understand what sin's fate punished him so for. Moreover, given that he was a master of such a high stage, it was impossible to defeat him with direct attacks. It was impossible to escape from him. However, if the enemy continues to approach, then the Choka had a spare trick. In his hands was the King of the Needles, a weapon for murder in the form of a tube, inside which gunpowder was poured, and needles are laid on top. If you pull the wick, then 100 needles immediately fly out. Therefore, knowing that not to dodge such an attack, he decided to lure the hero closer to himself. For this reason, having fallen to his knees, he began to apologize for committed sins because of his blindness with money. The man understood that the monk from Mutang would definitely buy to his cries, given that they all believe in the opportunity to direct vicious people to the true path. He decided to use this in order to lure the guy closer. And finally, when he came up, the leader grabbed the enemy in order to make a shot. He was already laughing, expecting to see a guy torn with needles in front of him. However, 1 second the hero was behind him, having knocked out the weapon out of his hands, after which he threw the old man to the ground. It became obvious. He definitely cannot change such a vicious person. In addition, he explained that he always perfectly captured the tricks of the people like him. He was still trying to somehow get out of his behavior, apologizing for his behavior. But without listening to him, the boy only advised him to grit his teeth tightly. After all, he planned to teach him the mind. And once again, the hero's followers became witnesses of cruel beating. Since the man turned off before the retribution happened, Jinmu ordered him to sobering him with a bucket of water. The old man, beaten beyond recognition, immediately screamed. However, the hero only came closer, explaining that he wanted to ask him a few questions. He had to answer honestly, otherwise he would die immediately. The first question is, who was his employer? After short thoughts, he realized, if this was not the head of the trading guild, then the family of Yu. Everything that the guy knew about them was in their family. They were pretty good warriors. In addition, with them, he was really unfamiliar. Of course, he would like to deal with everything here and now. However, his energy gradually began to end. For this reason, until it ended completely, the hero set himself the goal of visiting the main trading guild. Chon-san immediately warned the teacher in fright. They had a lot of warriors. Do not take this risk. However, it seems that the former owner of Sapa did not plan to strike on his own. He will do this with the help of his new toy, Choka. Then he asked the man to chat with him face. Soon, troubles reached the ears of the trading guild. The right hand ran to the servant when he heard his frightened cries. Obviously, the screams were due to the fact that they were attacked by the gang of antiquity of Choka on the way to the guild. They intended to punish the villains who are engaged in smuggling. The stroke grabbed his right hand when he heard about it. At this point, the bandits had already turned everything upside down and pulled out and tied everyone up to whom they had reached. When they reported on the work done, the hero praised them. He also praised his new subordinate Comer Chalk for raising his people well. Obviously, the right hand was angry that he dared to unite with Mutang. In addition, with the guy who was ordered to be killed, seeing such unkind views of the manager, Jinmu decided to ask the man about where his master was. In addition, where all the other warriors went, because their number could not decrease like that in one day. He laughed, not intending to tell the hero, and asked not to interfere in worldly affairs. However, Sachoku did not endure such an appeal to his master. He immediately hit his subordinate with all his strength. He forbade him to even think of daring his master. After all, compared to the hero, he was just an insignificant dog. It was evident the man beat the manager seriously. With all his might, he intended to prove his devotion to the monk. The manager did not understand what happened to this bastard who was about to kill the novice, since he had changed in just a day. The old man himself had only one thought in his head. Shortly, the hero asked him to help him only once. Then he would not tell in Mutang that he had encroached on the life of their students. Therefore, he was going to fulfill this work to live efficiently and continue to live among the bandits in nooks. More recently, he already believed that he would become an outcast, forever pursued by Mutang. However, he was very lucky to meet the hero who showed such kindness to him. Having enjoyed the beating of the manager, Jinmu asked the man to stop. Then I decided to find out again where the head was now and where the soldiers had gone. He warned the manager that he could kill him at any time if he did not want to answer. In addition, he was sure, among so many people behind the manager would definitely turn out to be the one who will tell him where his master was. Obviously, the manager understood. Even if he died, there will be no sense in this. Therefore, he told, the chairman was engaged in smuggling. Since it was a dangerous business, he took all the soldiers with him. There is little security in the guild. Realizing what deal is now turning on, the hero has already presented how he would take all the money and smuggling himself. In this case, he could have been Ozali. But there were still questions. Why did the chairman go personally without sending any of the subordinates to the mission? The manager stumbled, still afraid to give out the truth. Without thinking once again, the former head of Sapa immediately asked the old man to help. Frightened by him to death, the man had to tell. The goods of today's transaction were gunpowder. This was the information that no one expected, obviously. It would seem that the trading guild was completely crazy, hunting like that. As you know, people during the New Year or the holiday of spring often used gunpowder for fireworks. But for the royal palace, it was an important military material. Therefore, it was forbidden even in small quantities to trade powder if the administration did not know about it. Especially the ban concerned the representatives of Murim. The king's decree read, Murim does not participate in the affairs of the administration does not climb to them in response. This decree was issued in gratitude to Murim, the first king of the current dynasty, and has already become a tradition for subsequent generations. Murim was forbidden to harm ordinary people, to join the conspiracies, and strictly forbidden to touch powder. If these rules were violated, Murim could be destroyed by millions of soldiers. So it became obvious, if such a large merchant took up this matter, then he was nothing more than a crazy bastard. Initially, the hero was thinking not only to grab the smuggling with money, but also to take revenge. But in this position, it was too dangerous to pick up everything. Therefore, the main thing now is to disrupt the deal and just take revenge. Upon learning that the deal took place in the reed field, the hero immediately advanced there and asked his students to run to the administration and report on the smuggling of gunpowder. He himself will go to the reservoir. They had no time to go to the administration together. After all, then they would not be able to get the smugglers. However, Chon-san stopped his teacher, preventing him from going. He knew the mentor was badly injured, protecting them, and did not understand how dangerous it was to send him alone. Therefore, he asked that the hero allow him to go with him. Obviously, such a concern was really able to please the guy. However, the former head of Sapa asked the young man to trust his teacher. He explained, he will just go ahead and try to detain those people. Chon-san already had to hurry and bring soldiers from the administration. Of course, the young student was delighted. The teacher fulfilled his duty, not sparing even his own life. He really adhered to the true path of Taos. Therefore, they fled. Chon-san promised to bring soldiers as soon as possible. He was in a hurry for more than ever, so as not to allow the teacher to fight for a long time. Jinmu himself was going to arrive at all costs before the administration. He could not take his gunpowder, but he could grab a fee for moral damage. Soon he was already on the reed field of the northern reservoir. They drove heavy bales of smuggling. At some point, by order of the head, everyone stopped. He warned that from now on they would not perform any suspicious actions. While they had to wait, because the buyers have not yet arrived, the appointed time remained only an hour. This deal was insanely important for the chapter. He had as many as 5 boxes of gunpowder behind him. It took him 3 months to get so many goods, and even had to abandon all other purchases, because of which, gunpowder cost 4 times more than usual. However, it is only important that this purchase will pay off. After all, it will sell it 11 times more. The profit will go to the purchase of trading shops in the center of Takana, so that the man stops smuggling and creates a real guild. Finally, the assistants noticed the light of lanterns on the river. This buyers sent them a secret signal. So, making sure that they finally arrived, the head asked everyone to be on the alert. For this reason, waiting for everyone to get out of the water, the guards armed themselves in order to avoid robbery. After that, the head himself gave his assistants a signal to get and demonstrate the goods. So they were convinced, as agreed. In front of them were 5 barrels. Then they came to show the prepared fee. In one box there were as many as 40 kilograms of gold, so the satisfied head decided to quickly close this deal. But, preventing them from leaving, a hero suddenly appeared. He was accompanied by his junior student and Kochoka. The Lord also laughed at the head, who spent a fortune, but could not kill some novice. Obviously, he did not expect to see a literally living dead man here, and noticing the head of the bandits next to him, I realized, for sure they united. However, he tried to remain calm. Next to him there were as many as 20 warriors of the guild. This was definitely enough to kill some 3 miserable people. For this reason, not wanting to wait, he immediately sent them to deal with the troubles that arose. The hero did not even think of joining this unequal battle. Instead, I asked for help from Gochok, who brought all his people with him. Obviously, the chapter who did not even notice so many bandits was scared in earnest. However, even despite the number of people, even one COC could deal with all the warriors at once. They also made sure that the culprit of the celebration did not run away. Throwing one of the subordinates into him, they threw him off the horse, after which the animal scaredly ran away. Looking around everything from the ground, the head could not believe how everything turned out so. His elite warriors were pushed, and they will be defeated very soon. Along with this, all that he built his whole life will fall as a house of cards, and his relationship with Mutang will be torn. In addition, his entire trading guild will cease to exist. He had no choice but to decide to pick up money alone and escape. However, reaching for gold, he was blocked by his own partners, who decided to cancel the deal. All the gold they brought with them should also be seized. Obviously, the frightened chapter asked them to join forces, to kill the villains, after which it was still to conduct a deal. However, it seemed to them too suspicious that people intervened in the midst of the operation. They calculated, the man was in collusion and simply pretended to be enemies, and they themselves planned to hit them in the back. They were not going to risk the lives of their people when they were not sure of what was happening. Obviously, the chapter understood that this person would be very easy to cut. However, suddenly Jinmu himself arrived at the aid of the chairman, who pushed his partner away. The chairman shone with happiness when he realized, apparently, the novice decided to save him. He even considered it more generous than it seemed at first glance. But immediately after that, he went down from heaven to earth when Jinmu pounced on him. Obviously, he came here not for the help of the chairman, but for the sake of a whole chest of gold. Therefore, he ordered everyone to go to hell if they did not want to die. Obviously, despite the battle, former partners have not gone away, and Jinmu warned this was the last warning in a good way. However, if they so wanted to fight him, he could not refuse it to them. Obviously, the mercenaries were angry, not knowing how to get out of this situation. Until suddenly, Jinmu did not notice that a hail of arrows began to pour around. It was the soldiers of the administration who came with Chon-san. Armed with bows, they immediately decided to arrest everyone who was in place. The Lord panicked, realizing if the soldiers find gold, then he would confiscate. However, the arrival of soldiers helped at least get rid of these nasty mercenaries. But the hero still panicked. After all, there was no time to hide gold. There is no other choice, so he immediately called his little student. Having handed it a chest, he ordered the boy to take his feet as soon as possible, then even hit him like a horse in order to fit it. Of course, sending your student with gold was not the safest decision, but he did not have an option except to rely on him. After all, Now he had a more important goal. For example, a chairman whom he had not yet figured out. After all, he wanted to take revenge on this smuggler who dared to encroach on his life. So before the administration will punish him, he wanted to personally avenge all his misconduct. Only when the man's face was already more like meat, Jinmu finally stopped. The knight of the administration with the student began to praise him for a good job. Chon-san bowed because he was so frightened by the actions of his teacher that he did not know what else to tell him. And the knight, because he was so struck by his cruelty that he even repeated the movement of one of his students. The silence was destroyed when another knight came up with a report. It was possible to detain both smugglers and bandits led by the Kachoka. Until the last, the old man smiled joyfully to the hero, hoping that he would say about his innocence. After all, they agreed. In return for his help, the Lord will not tell anything about his encroachments on the life of the monks. For this reason, the man did not provide the soldiers of the resistance administration and allowed himself to grab. What was he disappointed when he saw that the hero had already asked about the reward for his capture? The reward for one person was 100 silver coins. After that, the soldier gave the hero a receipt that he could receive in the main office, after which they began to crumble before each other in gratitude. Jin thanked Mu for the money and the soldiers for his help in capturing smugglers. All that remained the old man after that was only to cry that the hero set him so much, and Jinmu did not see a single reason to be kind to the one who has recently hunted him so recently. In addition, I wanted to earn extra money even more. Therefore, I decided to find out if there were a reward for capturing smugglers. The soldier only promised that, being in the main office, he would report to the entire leader. And given that all the property of the main trading guild will be confiscated, most likely, Jinmu will still allocate some reward. From this thought, the hero almost lost consciousness. After all, if he knew that all the property would be confiscated, then before that he would have taken something to his hands. However, he could not do anything. Now he will have to be content with what he had. Therefore, he only asked for the soldier to agree on a reward for him and his students. That's how it all ended. Criminals and bad guys were arrested. All that remains the hero now is to hide with money. For this reason, only having reached the city, he immediately began to break the door of one of the yards. The owner was clearly angry with the presence of guests at such a later time, but Jinmu and the students pushed the old man, after which they ran inside. Reigning at the table like the hosts, he demanded to bring them 3 cups of green tea. However, the old man only asked the monks to leave. After all, they clearly did not understand what place they showed up in. It was not some kind of inn. It was a banking office, which people trusted their funds. It became clear the peasant clearly underestimates him. Therefore, he asked Chan to put a chest on the table and open it. Only then, in the face of a man, gold bullion flashed in a huge amount, about the same amount of gold they received in their own hands for the year of their bank work. Therefore, he immediately fell to his knees and was ready to literally lick his legs to the monks. He also introduced himself. The old man called Don Rome, and he was the manager of the branch in Takan. So for the sake of one hero, the branch first opened in the early morning, and the Trinity was the first monks to take advantage of the bank's services in the history of Mutang. Jinmu opened accounts for all his students, and this fact made them keep their mouths on the castle. When everything was finished, the sun has already risen. As quickly as the morning came, the news came to the head of the Yu family. The head could not believe that the gang of Sasa Chok and all members of the main trading guild were seized during the trading of smuggling. Although the assistant did not know all the details, I realized that during the transaction something went wrong, so all the participants and bandits were seized in place. Obviously, it remained a mystery why they got into the affairs of the guild with his gang. In addition, he realized the mission of capture Jinmu was also not fulfilled. After all, he walked in anyway at large, and it was the biggest problem now. Surely Jinmu and the rest of the novices aware that they were involved in an attempt to kill them. As soon as they talk about this, it will become known that Jinhei attempted to his comrades. Obviously, as soon as this news reaches the elders, the boy will be expelled. And also from it, they will make a cripple, cutting all the tendons in the body. Father could not allow this, so he wanted to meet with the head of the prefecture. He also asked the assistant to contact his son, so that he watched the changes in the Mutang and destroyed everything that associated them with the bandits. The father himself already planned to take all the blame on himself, as if their family secretly from Jinhei planned it all. Only in this case they will be able to save him from shame. And about the head of the trading guild and bandit, Guchoka. The head planned to kill them earlier than those of those gathering. Thus, he went to the main office of the prefecture. The heroes arrived the first to get there in order to get a reward for people captured in the last night. In total, the reward was equal to almost 200 coins. and the administrator decided to add several coins from himself in order to round the amount and personally thank the hero for his efforts. It was also necessary to personally meet with the leader in order to get it about the fee for the capture of the smugglers. He decided to conduct them so that they could personally discuss everything. Obviously, Jinmu was happy that he could get at least some kind of fee for all his efforts. In addition, before going to the administration, they were dressed up in order to look more important persons, all in order to get your well-deserved reward for a righteous life. However, they did not have time to reach as the head of the family of Yu. The Lord could not look at this man in any way, except at the bastard who ordered his murder. The head looked around the three novices of Mutang. At first glance, he understood who was a first-generation student among them, but did not expect them to meet here. However, now he had to pretend that he had no idea who these people were. However, the administrator himself spoke about the monks who helped to arrest the crazy people from the main trading guild when they tried to sell smuggled gunpowder. The head of the family immediately understood. For sure, the monks were told about the secret place of the meeting by one of the subordinates of the chairman. After that, the administrator began to praise such good-natured monks. The hero carefully looked at the head of the family and became convinced that he had never seen him. Therefore, there was a mystery. Where did the man get such hatred that he even wanted to kill him? However, unexpectedly, the administrator himself said that the son of this man was one of the students of Mutang. Then he began to remember the name of the boy. However, the head did everything in order not to let the official name the name of his son. He immediately turned around, asking the administrator to take him to a meeting with the head in a very urgent case. However, I did not have time. The administrator named not only the name of the boy Jin He, but also the fact that he took the place of the senior student. As soon as all this was said, the head realized what kind of trouble he got. Jinmu only laughed, finally realizing how everything was connected by each other. But without betraying his true feelings, he only bowed to his older brother's father. He also decided to make a company to a man. Go to the leader with him. After all, he also had the case. Obviously, the chapter was shocked by such behavior. The guy looked as if he knew nothing, or masterfully tried to deceive him. Once at the leader, Jinmu listened to all the gratitude and praise towards the students of Mutang. The head came here in order to find out whether someone said about his participation in what happened. So far, the leader suddenly did not say that according to Guchoka, he received an order to kill the novice from the head of Yu, and obviously he was frightened, because he did not have time to cover the traces. As an evil, the hero admitted that he also heard about it perfectly. Therefore, the head has already begun to dig a grave. But to surprise, the Lord claimed that it was a continuous lie. After all, his comrade was a member of the family and could not wish his death. He considered it. The guilt of everything was villains who are ready to use any means in order to save their skin. So even the leader thought. Indeed, according to Guchoka, the head of the novice wanted to take the money from the novices and kill them. It is unlikely that an aristocrat would have ordered to do this with monks, a bright example of selflessness. Therefore, the leader even apologized for the fact that right with the novices he accused of an unable to guilty person. In addition, the head of the prefecture wanted to express personal gratitude to Mutanga. After all, the sale of gunpowder in large quantities was strictly prohibited. In gratitude, the head suggested that he settle in the main office. Obviously, Jinmu did not want to cause the administration's inconvenience, considering his help literally duty for public well-being. In addition, since he met his comrade's father, he believed that he would decide to invite them to live with his kindness. The head immediately realized, this guy clearly conceived something. In fact, now the former lord finally realized that Jin He was to blame for everything. He, in order to become the main student, decided to knock out his family on the murder. But he even did it almost. The hero wanted to take revenge and kill his father and Jin He himself. But death was too easy punishment for them. In addition, it was better to recognize all their weaknesses. Then they would have no choice but to fulfill all his orders. Using a family U, he will be able to get closer to the rank of chief student and squeeze all the juices out of them. The head himself realized, now he had no need to kill the chairman and go of the choka. After all, they have already blabbed everything. In addition, he still recalled his meeting with Jinmu. Such an expression on the face happens only in a person who knew everything from the very beginning. He played them for certain goals, and now the chapter, unfortunately, could not do anything about it. While he was thinking about the bypass routes, his subordinates disturbed him. It has infuriated him very much. However, the reason for the noise was the arrival of Jinmu, who was so unceremoniously burst. The hero came in order to discuss something important with the chapter. He also asked the guards would not interfere, and parted. After that, these two, as if nothing had happened, sat down at the table in order to talk about a cup of tea. To begin with, the head decided to pretend to be a fool in a conversation, realizing that Jinmu has no significant evidence against him, especially considering that he himself insisted that the evidence of the bandit was a lie. But as it turned out, the hero had more significant evidence. For example, the calculated book of Gu Choka. If suddenly she is seen in the administration or Mutang, it will become known the head of the family was the customer of their murder. In addition, we must not forget the fact that his little son knew everything very well. Obviously, the head was numb from the shock, but all this was nothing more than a bluff. After all, the bandit was too stupid to keep a settlement book. And the hero only in the main office found out that he was from the Jew family. He was just enough to scare the chapter a little. After all, this bastard was already in a losing position. And the plan really worked. The head decided to find out what the hero wants from him. However, only the place of the chief student was needed, and he wanted his little son to help to achieve this goal. The only thought of this made the chapter from itself. He put everything on everything so that it was Jinhee who would take the post of Supreme. The head was clearly not going to help the hero. However, Jinmu promised, in return to the aid of a man in the future, he would give his son the Supreme. All he needs is the place of the main student. This is not necessary to know anyone, but he wanted to master the technique of double energy and get the subordinate Supreme Elder. In fact, the hero seemed too boring to the hero to occupy the post of Supreme Elder. It is much more profitable to put an opponent on which there is incriminating evidence, and use it as a puppet. Obviously, the chapter did not understand why the boy was the place of the chief student, if he was not going to become a Supreme Elder after that. He believed that this was impudent lies that could not be believed in. Jinmu was clearly tired of listening to the meaningless cries of this man. He explained, to achieve his goal, he does not need their help. They just had no choice. The man had to submit. After all, if he refuses, then the ruler will immediately wipe his whole family powder. The chapter only got angry, considering the hero nothing more than a miserable empty back. However, when he felt the anger with which Jinmu looked at him, he was enveloped in wild horror. He had such a murderous aura that she made it to the bones, and his breath stopped. It became obvious. This guy was higher than him in level, as if at the steps of Tanga. Jinmu also decided to tell what prevented all the mercenaries sent to kill him. They really wanted to do it. They just didn't succeed. And he was ready to show the man why nothing came of them. The sovereign easily patted him on the shoulder. However, it seemed, at that moment the shoulder crumbled into small parts. Frightenedly raising his eyes to the guy, the chapter had no idea who he was. His gaze was indifferent, but as if he were talking about the past and a huge number of battles through which he passed. It remained incomprehensible how this could be with a young monk. The former owner of Sapa asked the man about anything except the help of his own son. After that, as if he were not there, he left, saying goodbye to the man. Only after his departure, the head finally could breathe deeply. He understood. Before him was clearly not a simple monk. In addition, he obviously could not be his opponent. For this reason, as soon as the guards ran to the master, he asked him to bring written supplies in order to send a letter to his son. So the next day, Jinmu was again in the Mutang clan. The road flew back unnoticed, and now they met with the senior student, Jinho. He only saw them. He enclosed in a strong embrace. Obviously, Jinho was proud of his younger brother, who showed everyone the real spirit of Mutang. He also praised the younger students who worked well. Then he decided to escort them to the Supreme Elder, and the rest of the elders who were already waiting for their arrival. Just being in the palace, they immediately kneeled down and greeted all the audience. The Supreme praised the students, about whose exploits the head of the main office of Takana reported. He also thanked for protecting them from the unknown true essence of the main trading guild. They were also grateful for destroying the bandits from the back streets that prevented local residents from living, and thereby drew attention to their clan. But instead of listening to the gratitude of the Supreme, the hero was looking for Jinhee, who literally studied his gaze. Although his father had to warn that he had to take their side. Also, the Supreme did not know what to do with the money received from the guild, and thought about sending them to the administration. In addition, I heard perfectly that Jinmu received a reward. The hero's mentor also regretted that they could not deal with the guild. However, he was grateful to his student, who tried so much for his clan. Obviously, the guy immediately realized what the old man was driving at. He shook from fear of the mere thought that they planned to pick up his money. And he was right. The mentor really asked him to give all the awards to the elders. Despite all her sadness and unwillingness, the guy still had to agree. Somewhere soon, the hero was not far from the temple in the sanctuary of Moonshine. Almost no one came here, because of which it was very quiet here. For this reason, Jinmu decided to make his own cave here. Although it was tiny, it was his personal room for meditation. He had to become even stronger, so he had to work hard in order to become the main student. In addition, that strong old man still did not leave his head. He was a very mysterious master, about which Jinmu still did not know anything. The memories of an enchanting loss were constantly spinning in his head. He scrolled the energy management techniques he used over and over again. After all, this was the first time he saw a technique that completely ignores the foundations of martial arts. He really owned literally amazing movements. Therefore, being in solitude, the guy spent time in order to master similar techniques. However, despite all his attempts, there was simply not enough strength to put such power into their blows. For this reason, the hero was angry. After all, no matter how hard he tried, it still came out. In the past, when he was the master of Sapa, he managed to become an absolute lord with the help of martial art. But now, he could not use the same techniques. In addition, now he was very lacking in energy. He needed to go through enlightenment. And in order to achieve it, it was necessary to go through the crying wall. Then the volume of all the energy of ki that managed to accumulate will increase sharply in order to maintain enlightenment. However, if enlightenment cannot be achieved, then the increase in energy is insignificant. Even with zealous training in the past, the owner of Sapa managed to reach the level of Kan, so he is unlikely to once again have to meet with the wall of enlightenment. In fact, he could only use the martial art of Mutang, which was not perfect due to the limit in energy. Just this was the reason for the need for double energy. After all, otherwise the techniques known to him will not be able to strengthen. With these thoughts, he went home to cook food to the mentor. On the way, he planned to spend the remaining time of the day on training in order to make up for a lack of energy. However, coming closer, he heard his students whispering about something among themselves. Obviously, the hero expected to catch them during training, and they discussed all sorts of secrets. At this time, as it turned out, Chan planned to tell the elders about the money that they laid in the banking office. He wanted to take the funds that their teacher put on the bank account. Just hearing this, the Lord without hesitation attacked the boy. Obviously, Jinmu was furious from the mere thought that someone dared to encroach on what belonged to him. He recalled how much strength he invested in order to receive this money. Therefore, he began to punish the bastard even for such thoughts. These showdowns between them were found by the hero's mentor. Obviously, Mun-jin had already guessed what the boy had done since he was grabbing. Chan tried to hide behind the mentor when suddenly someone stunned him. It was a Chon-san who explained to the old man that Jinmu tried to teach the student the mind to the mind. The hero himself asked his mentor no longer to go out into the street. After all, he was worried that his fortune could deteriorate. But, as it turned out, the mentor went out in order to catch the pheasants, whom he wanted to eat with his students. Obviously, the guy was proud that the mentor caught them on his own. However, he laughed, because he wanted to please his student, who, upon returning from the outside world, looked very tired. Only then did the former owner of Sapa realize the mentor, despite his illness, tried to get meat for his sake. However, he was still offended that the old man decided to pick up his reward and distribute to others. After all, it was something akin to betrayal. These thoughts quickly interrupted the sudden appearance of Jin Ho. He came to inform the mentor that a real commotion rose on the mountain. Then he asked Jinmu and Myung-gin to go with him. Although both were surprised, there was no choice. Soon, they ended up in the Jiso Palace, in the area for training, where in addition to them, many people gathered. There they saw how the fitting of a new form for students passed. The hero clearly wanted to know the reason for such generosity. And here, as if by magic, the Supreme and other elders appeared behind them. The Supreme began to praise the invaluable contribution of Jinmu, thanks to which they were able to provide their students. They ordered cotton fabrics in the shops in order to sew a new set of clothing to each student, and they received hats and shoes as a gift. Jinmu was angry that his money was spent so mediocre. But it turned out, they did not take a fee from them. The merchants said that thanks to the help of one monk, they got rid of the eternal tyranny of the bandits. Therefore, we decided to hand it for free. The blacksmiths also agreed to make a weapon for everyone. But it was not the most amazing. The money received from the guild, which did not give the administration, they agreed to return the managers of stores. Those, having learned about their difficulties, raised funds to help. In total, they donated as many as 500 coins. They also received several requests from trading guilds that would like to resume the allied relations with Mutang. Obviously, all this was thanks to their talented student. However, the Lord was indignant that all these ungrateful merchants paid for the muttons for his kindness, and not directly to him. In addition, he believed, once they received 500 coins, they had to return to him 200, which he earned with his labor. The mentor, on the other hand, did not seem at all understanding what the guy was thinking about. Endlessly praised him thanks to the heavens, who sent him such a talented student. And although they did not look like such exalted monks, for the hero they were no different from the robbers. Therefore, even when everyone enclosed him in arms and began to idolize, he continued to dream only of the return of his money. 2 months have passed since that day, in which the hero focused on the accumulation of internal energy. His junior student almost reached perfection in the technique of fist battle, and the elder completely mastered the released energy. Not only Moon-jin, but even Jinmu himself was delighted with the speed of his growth. The guy was far from the abilities of the former Lord of Sapa, but it immediately became obvious. In the future, he would become a reliable support for Mutang, and the mentor obviously considered this completely the merit of his student. However, the hero scared such development, because he has preserved memories from a past life. Chon-san did not have such bonuses. In addition, the guy really did not teach him anything. Although formally Chon-san was under his wing, so the Lord from time to time gave him only a couple of tips or comments. So this child has achieved everything thanks to independent training. Obviously, Jinmu was hard to admit that this guy is much more talented than himself. He already imagined how in the future Chon-san would cease to obey him. In the end, perhaps even a threat. Therefore, he was going to immediately interfere with his training, occupying some physical labor. But he had to postpone his plans because of the sudden appearance of the Supreme and Elders. Immediately frightened, he considered that they came with the aim of robbing him. However, his supreme alertness wrote off the resentment that no one praised the boy for a long time. It turned out that the Supreme arrived, since he had something to discuss with Moon-jin, as well as their talented student. The conversation, including directly, concerned Jinmu himself. Obviously, the boy was scared. Suddenly, the old people learned about the gold that he put in the bank? Otherwise, he could not understand what they wanted to discuss, since all the elders gathered. As it turned out, the elderly planned to restore the destroyed palace of Orang. Hearing about this, at first Moon-jin did not even believe, and then, unable to stand it, just cried. It seemed to him that he would die before he saw this palace again. Obviously, the hero not understanding what was in this palace, since his mentor even cried. The boy was waiting for an explanation. The Supreme decided to explain everything. In total, there were 8 palaces in Mutang. The main palace, responsible for compliance with commandments, external cooperation, the production of drugs and weapons, internal improvement. And among them all, the Palace of Orang was an angel guardian of Mutang, who was responsible for defense. Long before the war, Moon-jin studied there, and his mentor was the head of this palace. However, the palace was burned to the ground during the attack of the vile head of Sapa. When he invaded Mutang, Moon-jin and the rest of the students stood up to the palace. Since they were the main defenders, the losses among them were too large. Since then, they made conclusions and realized that it would be more correct to protect Mutang with all their might, without imposing hopes on one specific palace. But the Supreme considered it deserved, so that the palace would reserve its famous name, but actually play the role of the Palace of the Namam. And the Supreme wanted, so that Moon-jin took the place of the head of the palace. In this matter, he could only trust him, the only one who could cope with this. However, Moon-jin seemed that this position would be more suitable for his student. After that, they agreed on how they would save money. The current situation did not allow the palace to restore here and now. We agreed that Moon-jin would save money, and they will be able to restore the palace in the next few years. In the end, the Supreme asked his friend to recover well in order to become a reliable head of the palace in the future. The Supreme apologized to Jinmu, who would add works. However, he believed that he would become a reliable leader of the future Mutang. On this, finally all issues were resolved, and the elders went away. Only after that the hero exhaled calmly, rejoicing that the old people did not come for his money. However, this was not the end of such a long day. After all, after the news received, Moon-jin wanted to go somewhere with his students. So soon they arrived in order to look at the current state of the Oing Palace. This place was clearly familiar to the hero. He clearly remembered every moment how he burned him. The mentor told how this palace from generation to generation performed the work of the keeper of Mutang. He was a shield, while the palace of Namam was a sword. The strongest warriors were collected in the palace. They played an important role in resolving conflicts and numerous battles related to Mutang. Only these students were allowed to kill in all Mutanga, and the mentor knew, since his student was very good in martial arts, he literally filed for managing the palace of Namam. Then Jinmu realized what his mentor had been talking about earlier. The idea seemed good to him, since he would be allowed to kill. The mentor understood. In the future, when the palace is restored, his student will be able to go into the world as a full student of the Orning Palace and the Mutanga sword. Thus, it will become the face and pride of their clan. In addition, a lot of work awaited them ahead, so he needed to work hard, without turning his hands. He also asked for the younger students to help Jinmu. And only then did the hero realize the elders simply planned to operate them for free. Therefore, now they hung on him the restoration of 2 palaces. He wanted the Supreme Elder to change his decision and plan to how to bring it to life. So far, I have not heard how a mentor with Chan-san is discussing the fact that after the restoration of the palace, Jinmu will have the right to become a chief student. As much as Moon-jin knew, anyone who has a sufficient amount of merits can become the main student. But according to tradition, the main student was a man from the palace of Namam. Then Jinmu decided to find out if he has some right to claim the place of the chief student, and everything was possible, given that Jinmu had enough talents. But if he wanted to become the main student, then his skills in martial arts will not be enough. In each palace there are responsible ones who should perfectly fulfill their duties and save merits. Also, a person should have a good reputation among all brothers. And only after that, when he receives the recognition of all the elders, the Supreme will be able to make a decision. Obviously, the hero was amazed. After all, he hoped that the most powerful are becoming the main students. Before that, he thought, once he defeated the strongest Jin Hyu and Jin Ho, then the place of the main student in his pocket. However, he, it turns out, needs to be a responsible person of his palace and carry out the appropriate work. This meant that he did not take a single step to get closer to his goal. Obviously, the hero grieved. In addition, he believed it would be worth informing the mentor about such important conditions. And his younger comrades were no better, because they knew about the conditions. But all this time they were silent. Anger simply overwhelmed him. Soon he literally burst into tears from powerlessness, realizing that he was surrounded by just fucking deceivers. Somewhere at that time on Mount Jinhaye received a message from his father that Jinmu had reached a minimum of the level of Tanga. Therefore, he concluded an agreement with him, according to which the hero will become the main student, and in return, he will make Jin He of the Supreme Elder. And although the boy Rem read the message several times, he still could not believe. The one who did not even wore even the human name a year ago has already mastered this level. In addition, the guy was an enlightened person, ate meat, spoke like a street bandit. With his existence, he struck the dignity of the novice. Therefore, he did not believe that this person could make him supreme. He did not give a damn about the secret agreement. He was just about to kill this garbage, so that no one else would interfere in his way. Therefore, he hoped that Jinmu would not count on his victory. This battle has not yet been finished. At this time, the hero found out. Only 5 students of the first generation, whose shoulders were assigned responsibilities that ensure the coordinated work of Mutang. There were also 2 who were sent to wander. It would take at least a few years to restore the Owing Palace. Over such a time, someone else could become the main student. Therefore, the hero needed to restore the palace as soon as possible, accumulate achievements, and get the opportunity to become the main student. But everything was not so simple. Even if the elders talked about a couple of years to restore the palace, at least a decade will be needed in order to pick up money for this. The guy was also not going to spend his money on this, even if the fate of the whole world depended on this. After all, his wealth spent did not guarantee that it was he who would take the place of the main student. Therefore, he began to arrange a brainstorm in order to find some other way out. And finally, I realized that for help, he needs to go down for a while to the tank. With this request, he soon came to his mentor. From that, it was only necessary to get the permission of the main palace to leave the mountain. And only then Jinmu realized that he had not come up with some excuse for his mentor and other elders, including the Supreme. For this reason, he hesitated, giving out his uncertainty. However, the mentor considered that the student just wanted to drink a little wine, and even asked to grab a bottle on the way. In addition, the hero did not need the permission of the main palace. After the formal purpose, he was listed as the Lord of the Owing Palace. Jinmu was responsible for fulfilling practical duties, so he was just enough to permission from his chapter. Obviously, in such conditions he received it very quickly. Of all the things that the guy took with him, there was only a sword. He did not plan to walk for a long time, because he went out strictly on business. Somewhere at this time, the head of the family felt something was amiss. He felt someone clearly recalls him, and his foreboding was not the best. However, despite the bad omen, he went with his subordinate on business. Soon they ended up in the gambling house, which remained unattended after the whole gang that owned him was arrested. The cash fund also remained untouched. It was amazing, of course, that no one came to confiscate such a huge amount. After all, the total cost of the total was equal to several chests of silver coins. The assistant also found the secret monetary fund of the main trading guild, which was equivalent to one small silver chest, as well as the precious pearl yominju. This is a rare expensive item that is difficult to see even in the imperial palace. The head of the family understood. When his son became the supreme elder, this pearl will come in handy to raise the status of the clan. Therefore, he immediately wanted to look at her. The pearl was waiting for him in the chairman's office, having paid with his accomplice and offering him to go well to rest. This is how the head of the family complained about someone else's misfortune, and the fall of the gang of the Q brought him only positive consequences. The only thing that worried his soul was to fulfill his promise to make Jin with a he of the Supreme Elder. It was also interesting how he planned to crank it. However, when the head came home, an uninvited guest was already waiting for him. As if nothing had happened, Jinmu greeted the old man, noticing how pretty he looked today. The Lord also drew attention. The man has earned a lot of money since their last meeting. In this case, he had a request that should not have much burden the chapter. The hero only needed some money to restore the palace. He was not going to ask for some fabulous amount, just a little money for full recovery. Starting to think about it, the chapter understood how much the construction of the palace on a mountainous area would cost. However, Jinmu did not even want to listen to his surprise. After all, nevertheless, he was a respected person and would not drag him here from the mountain for a couple of coins. Therefore, he wanted, so that the head would pay for all expenses. In addition, he invited the man to think carefully. He invested money into the future of his son. One could only imagine what the restoration of this palace means for the whole Mutang. Surely everyone will warmly react to the fact that the Jinhai family covered all expenses. He also promised, the name of the family will be engraved outside the building, on pedestals, and even on internal poles. Also, the name of their family will be in front of many next generations. Obviously, this will have a very positive effect. One could only imagine with what awe would look at the elders after that at Jinhe. His reputation will increase many times in comparison with what he has now. And indeed, in the words of Jinmu was the share of truth. However, the man was worried. Does the target justify the target? Therefore, the hero had to call many more facts justifying such expenses. For example, that even if Jinmu becomes the main student, in any case, Jin he will transplant in his place. But the man still doubted. After all, there was never a case in history when not the main student became the supreme elder. Tired of his doubts, Jinmu suggested writing down everything on paper and even put signatures. This was exactly what the chapter needed. It was clear that Jinmu knew about all their sins and would blackmail, forcing him to do whatever he said. Since he was in such a difficult situation, he wanted to at least get evidence of the transaction. Although it was a minimal guarantee, it would never have prevented. Using this moment, the hero decided to pocket himself a little gold ingots. This chapter was not at all embarrassed. After all, he most wanted to get the hero's signature on the contract. Jinmu also asked the man during the donation to put in a couple of words for him. After all, he needed a good reputation in order to become the main student. He also recalled that he had previously helped him clear the name when he had problems with the main trading guild. So his whole family kept afloat only thanks to his help. Jin also wanted Mu, so that the man looked into the temple of Chonso, promising to reward him for his labors and treat him with a delicious soup. Only after these words, the man finally finished writing the whole contract. He joyfully turned to the hero, so that he finally signed him. However, turning around, I realized that the trace was already caught up. He took a little gold with him, placed all the conditions, and instantly washed away. So, with the help of family money, for a month, the construction of the palace was in full swing. The foundation was laid, where the palace will be built again. Watching how the construction goes, Moon-jin every time could barely restrain her tears. He was grateful to such kindness shown by the family of Yu. Of course, the hero could not tell the mentor about all the backgrounds of the contract with his family. He only promised that the building would be engraved. This is a completely merit of Yu. As it turned out, the mentor was still worried about the problem with food. After all, the food taken in the temple was very different from the one to which the workers were used to. Moon-jin calmed down greatly, learning that his student had already taken care of everything. But when he insisted, so that Myun-jin went to relax home. After all, it was dangerous to stay on the street for a long time. He refused. After all, now he wanted to observe his own eyes, as the columns of his palace rise again from the ground. Then, in order to take his student, he handed him a letter. Since when the palace is erected, new students will appear. Moon-jin tried to make a list of several unique techniques who should train them. and also asked his student to go to the storage and find all books on martial arts in accordance with this list. The hero did not have time to comment on, as a mentor suddenly froze. At first glance, it seemed that something hurts him and he was about to fall back again. But it turned out, the elder simply forgot about the most important. He did not add to the list the technique of breathing control and a couple of techniques of owning a sword, which is why he scolded himself for inattention. For this reason, he broke out, promising that he would immediately prepare an additional list, sending his student to the storage. Looking at the fussing old man, it was hard to believe that he was sick. His energy whipped over the edge. Surely the construction of the palace was very encouraging the old man. And the hero was pleased to see how the mentor perked up. Perhaps because of the memories of his body, the attitude towards the mentor became somehow fraternal. And perhaps the man has changed as a person himself. In any case, now it was necessary to hurry and engage in the order of the master. For this reason, he immediately went to the Yungan palace. The elder, the head of the palace, seeing the list, almost lost consciousness. Jinmu was delighted. Perhaps the elder would oppose, and he will not have to bring so many books. However, to surprise, he calmly perceived the information that so many textbooks on martial arts needed to be given. Then he decided to call his outstanding student to the rescue. Therefore, in the doorway, none other than Jinhei appeared immediately. The elder handed over the list and asked the guy to go with Jinmu in the storage and help to deal with books. For this reason, sparkling with anger, the hitch asked Jinmu to follow him. One look was obvious. He was hostile. He did not expect the greater lord from the bastard who planned to kill his brother for the sake of the place of the main student. However, of course, Jinmu would be better if the boy understood. They are not enemies, while he is trying to do everything in a good way. Soon, these two were already getting to the top of the mountain, where Mutanga storage was located. Only the one who was connected with the Yungan palace could find the way to the storage. And because of its location on a high path, it was not even the need to protect this place. Even if someone died here, it is unlikely that the news about this would have reached ordinary people. For this reason, Jinmu clearly felt murderous energy from his older brother, who looked at him so much, as if he were already ready to kill. The reason was that he tried to understand how his father saw in the boy the strength at the Tangi level. Among the first-generation students, only 2 reached this. It was the oldest brother Jin Sleep and brother Jin Meng, who was now wandering. Jin Hei was sure. Such an outfit as a hero was not able to achieve the same skill. Even the story of his victory over Jin Ho raised doubts. Therefore, he was sure that the Lord used magic in order to powder his brains of his father. This caused laughter of the former owner of Sapa. He was amazed at how the guy so carefully collected all the facts, and the only answer that he issued is the use of magic. It would seem that he should have been ashamed of such a stupid explanation. Jin He immediately shouted to these words, recalling Jinmu about the manifestation of respect for the elders. However, the hero was not going to call his older brother the one who tried not so long ago to kill him. He reminded, the guy himself was not particularly decent, clearly not as much as he tries to build. In addition, he knew very well that in his head there was an idea to kill the hero here and now, without extra eyes. And then write off everything to the fact that he stumbled in his stupidity and fell. Surely he would even add some tearful story to the elders about how he tried to save him. The reason why he was inactive is fear. Jin He subconsciously understood. As soon as he went on the attack, he himself will break off the cliff. And the hero was ready to kill him, even despite the secret deal with his father. Obviously, for the head of the Jew family, this would be a huge loss, given how he tried every day for his son. But probably he wanted to die before the day to take the place of the Supreme Elder. After these words, Jin He really trembled. There was a feeling that even his heart ceased to beat and covered with ice. The explanation was one thing. He became terrified. He did not understand how he could be frightened by a person who spat on a hierarchy, ate meat, was a literally despicable guy who humiliates the dignity of the monks with his existence. However, nevertheless was frightened of his one look and voice. I was sure it was clearly some tricks or magic, and since he was convinced that Jinmu was actually a weakness, he could no longer restrain himself and attacked him. He justified this by the fact that such a wicked person cannot live in such a righteous Mutang. Obviously, choosing such a way when your opponent, the former master of Sapa, was a very stupid decision. In battle, the senior student decided to use the energy of the sword. However, he put it not into his weapons, but in his own hands. He created energy in a fist. This was many times strengthened by the blow of anyone who uses such power, and rushed into battle without thinking about the consequences. But even despite this, the hero was quite agile in order to prevent himself from hurting. Thus, he simply avoided enemy attacks, thereby exhausting him. During the battle, Jinhei was so plunged into the fight that he did not notice. He literally began to destroy the bridge, cutting off the path to retreat. But still he was not satisfied. He only laughed, counting Jinmu weak, who could only evade blows. He demanded to show true skill, and because he dared to deceive his father, had to accept his fate. For this reason, he used one of the higher techniques of Mutang. The key aspect of this technique was the speed. After all, the attacking movements are so fast that even the shadow from his hands did not have time to fall. Jinhei wanted to push the hero, knowing he could not constantly turn on such a narrow bridge. All that he needed was to grab the enemy and throw him into the abyss. As it seemed, the perfect plan has already come to its end, but the hero disappeared literally from his hands. At this time, he calmly stood on the rock, amazed at the slowness of one of his older brothers. It seemed to him he probably recently mastered this technique since he was so slow. Jinhei was surprised not only that the hero survived, but also that he relied on a steep rock, as if he had stood on a horizontal surface. Obviously, it was easiest for him to not recognize the reality and strength of the opponent, but to write off everything on witchcraft. The sovereign only laughed, and he made it clear. The enemy's nobility about techniques clearly does not turn the hero's skills into some kind of witchcraft. The student one should be very ashamed, since he still does not know one of the base techniques of Mutang. Then I decided to satisfy his curiosity and converge in close combat. The first thing, being on the ground, the guy hit several points of the opponent. Thus, he instantly blocked the bloodstreams, and the senior student could not move properly. Therefore, the hero, having complete control over his body, immediately grabbed his head. When he was hung over the abyss, it became obvious. This is its end. Therefore, he had no choice but to demand, so that the Lord released him. But instead, Jinmu threw him a couple of slaps. He was infuriated with a similar moron who, even after the chance, still tried to kill him. But such a mediocrity had to bow to his feet for the decision to make him a supreme elder. But he really turned out to be just insignificant garbage, and the Lord decided to pay him the same coin. Today, he will come and tell the elders a sad story about how a first-generation student slipped and fell. Of course, it was a very miserable end for a guy who claimed the Supreme's place. Then he understood. In front of him is a real monster. This is not the boy whom Myonggin took to him by a student. That boy was innocent. But this person had a completely different look. His eyes literally said that for him, nothing was worth killing a person. For this reason, when the hero began to lower his head, he realized this is not a joke, and began to pray for forgiveness. He vowed to the hero infidelity, if only he would give him another chance. He was also ready to fulfill any demand by Jinmu, and vowed that he would not disappoint him anymore. He was even ready to abandon the place of not only the main student, but also the supreme elder. And when it seemed to him that this condition would not satisfy the hero, he simply began to sob. As it turned out, Jinmu was quite satisfied. Therefore, I decided to raise the boy to the ground. He also unlocked his bloodstreams so he could move again. And it remains only to crumble in gratitude for the fact that today he will still live. However, the former owner of Sapa warned, this was the last chance. If he tries to throw out something like that, then the Lord will kill not only him, but his whole family. Of course, this was a fairly intelligible explanation, the explanations of which was no longer necessary, after which they stepped back to the repository. Obviously, it was a pity this guy, who became part of Mutang 15 years ago. His abilities were recognized. He became a first-generation student of the mentor Myonggin. When he was 30 years old, he became one of the best students of Mutang, who was waiting for a bright future. But even despite all the merits, he simply lost to the one who received his Taoist name only a year ago, and now he was forced to obey him. He even accused himself for stupidity. He decided to contact and dare such a person. It would seem that now a real monster is constantly watching him. His life was completely destroyed. Finally, a long way led to the most storage of Mutang. Responsible for the storage, looking at the list, I realized that copying all books will take exactly at least a month. Then he drew attention to the students who came. He was embarrassed by the appearance of Jinhee, who today looked very battered. He hesitated, not knowing how to make excuses, while Jin did not explain. The elder brother almost fell into the abyss, but fortunately, he managed to save him. However, the old man only laughed from these words. He noticed. The boy says that he was one of the vile bastards of Sapa. Then he carefully looked at him, as if letting the wave through his whole body, and the hero perfectly noticed the sparkle in his eyes. The feeling was as if his body pierced through. But after that, the old man calmed down a little, realizing that the strength in the body of the boy was the energy of Mutang. However, There was something strange in the guy. Wanting to think about it alone, he simply asked the students to leave and wait until he contacts them. Already on the way back, the former master of Sapa recognized the name of the old man, Ungon. He did not use hieroglyphs in the generations of Mutang, but he was called the Elder. So, this man is not a student who received the temple name. There was clearly something unusual in this old man. It could only be hoped that he would not interfere with the plans of the hero. So, in addition to the reconstruction of the palace, the hero had a chance of becoming the chief student. Now many responsibilities have appeared. For example, every day to appear in the main palace on a bow. In one of these meetings, the elder brother Jin Sleep announced a letter from their older brother Jin Kun. Due to the right to use the channel, a dispute arose between guilds, so he asked the Supreme Elder to send a student. Hearing this, Jin Hai understood. The right to use the channel was one of the most topical problems of guilds. And he was absolutely right. As you know, the water path of Takana is the main transport place of guilds. He was safe during the movement of patrol ships, but the rest of the time this area of lawlessness, in which the robbers were teeming. Therefore, all guilds determine the procedure for use and payment every year. This is called the right to use the channel. For this reason, the guilds spend all resources in order to at least try to keep the robbers under control. But such trifles Jinmu were clearly not interested. Now it was discussed that trade guilds want to conclude an alliance in order to get rid of the robbers. However, Jinho feared their intervention could only hit the reputation. After all, they will fit between the parties to the conflict. Especially the problem was that the conflict occurred with the guild or he, with whom Mutang was in good relations. However, it seems that they will fully resist the unification with other guilds, especially against the unification with the Ison Guild, despite the fact that she entered the top 3 of the largest guilds of Takana. Everything that occurred to the eldest was to ask Jin He to share his thoughts as a person who knows best about events in Takan. Jinmu also asked the guy for help with the hope that his statement would force such a boring meeting to end quickly. Soon, stuttering, the guy reported that the Ison Guild herself would never go to negotiations. As it turned out, no one knew, but the Ju family stands behind them. As you know, thanks to the efforts of Jinmu, 3 guilds restored relations with Mutang. For this reason, although they received less donations, there were no choice for small companies, except how to seek help from Mutang. Because of this, over time, the Ju family felt that their influence was shaken. Therefore, the influential giant, the guild Ison, took the initiative, which leads to bankruptcy of small companies like Il-Hei. The main task was to show what consequences are waiting for those who turned away from the Ju family. This conflict between the guilds was only the tip of the iceberg, and a fairly effective way to avoid moving the Mutang in the foreground. After all, if this goes on, then the guild or he expects either the destruction by pirates, or it will not cope with competition. If this happens, the guilds will turn away from the Mutang again and join the Ju family. To avoid this situation, they had only one option. Mutang will accompany the guild in accordance with its schedule, and then defeat the pirates with the overwhelming majority. One of the elders should not have intervened. It should have been students in small numbers. If their plan is crowned with success, then there will be a great opportunity to show the great power of Mutang and his fearlessness. And then the hearts of guilds will turn to them. Obviously, there was only one person who could be entrusted with such an important matter. This is the famous Mutang sword and the Uping Palace responsible for the palace. Of course, Jinmu. Obviously, the hero was angry that some work was shoved on him again. He already considered that in this way, Jinhei tried to squeeze him from the light. But there is no choice left. Therefore, the Lord, along with his students, arrived in the guild or he. There, the elder brother Jin Kun did not find a place for himself. Trying to explain the urgency of this case, which had to be allocated as many people as possible, and he could not understand why Jinmu came here, bringing with him only 7 second-generation students. Obviously, this was not the decision of the hero. After all, he did not want to take up this business at all. However, the second-generation students themselves got into him, although there was not even any use from them. He was just like a teacher for small kids. All this was because of Jin He, who believed that only the hero could overcome pirates with a minimum number of people. Jinho happily supported his younger brother, nominating him in front of the elders as the best candidate. For this reason, the ruler himself already planned how, returning to the mountain, he would shake out of these two his whole soul. At this time, the head of the guild continued to pour tears. After all, when they again decided to trust the Mutang, he threw them to the mercy of fate. And of course, the head of the guild understood and heard that Jinmi is highly appreciated in Mutang. However, given the current situation, Even if he announced the hiring of warriors, no one would agree to support him, including Mutang. Obviously, such unbelief in his person was madly angry with the owner of Sapa. The senior student still tried to console the unfortunate man, even suggested sending a message again with a request for great forces. But Jinmu knew the schedule would not change. They will go with the goods tomorrow, as was planned. With them will be the second generation that accompanies in the person and 7 students. His duty as a responsible sword of Mutang is to intervene and solve this situation. However, if his older brother wants to intervene in his assignment, he will be obliged to report this. He asked Jin-kun not to intervene. After all, the guard was his task. In addition, he was a mutton sword and must fulfill his duties and justify his name. The elder brother was infuriated that the hero was so proud of his title, but he could not argue, at least not under the head of the guild, whom he hastily asked to leave. Then he calmly explained to his younger brother that he was responsible for the palace of Orong, and Jin-kun, in turn, studied the external cooperation of Mutang with trade guilds. When it comes to requests for the help of the Guild of Takana, only a first-generation student can provide it, who knows the best trading circles. As you know, pirates are a huge threat. All of them are experienced warriors who passed heavy battles and experienced all kinds of hardships. They are much stronger than these robbers and bandits that the hero met before. Even with the support of Jin-kun, they could not cope with this task, and the boy decided to call himself a sword, warming his pride. As you know, the Mutang sword is the pride of the clan, and all the monks who keep the foundations of Taoism for thousands of years. People said that in the past, due to the attack of Sapa, Mutang was forced to stop all external activities because Mutang's sword was broken, and each student knew the revival of a broken sword was much more difficult. If the hero was daring to be called so, then he must also bear responsibility for daring to say this with outsiders. Jin-kun did not intend to help Jinmu. But in the case of the failure of the mission, his life and the life of his mentor, and even the restoration of the palace will not be safe. After all, anyone who dared to call Mutang's sword had to justify their title. Obviously, the hero even infuriated the idea that this clearance was so carelessly attributed to the life of the mentor because of some kind of stupid task. But still, in response, he decided to put forward his conditions. He wanted to know what Jin-kun would go for if he fulfills his task. The sovereign could not forgive the fact that this guy dared to threaten his own mentor. He hoped that he would take responsibility for his words. He would include his head, would be on his knees, and he would strictly pray for forgiveness. Only one thought of this caused an attack of anger in the older one. He understood. He will clearly have to punish the younger one so that he becomes more accommodating. And he also recalled that it makes no sense to compare the case on which the whole fate of the clan depends with the sense of self-esteem of one person. Therefore, I decided to teach him the mind case straight in battle. Looking at this guy, the owner of Sapa remembered what they were talking about him in the world. He was a student who reached the level of Tanga, the main contender for the place of the next generation of the Supreme Elder. Now he decided to greatly cripple Jinmu, using a breaking of Mutang. To surprise, the hero considered him nothing more than a fool. It was an insanely illiterate attack, as if designed for the enemy no stronger than a little Shan Yu. He decided to show real power using the water typhoon technique. Thus, a pair of hand movements completely neutralized the wandering of the older brother. In addition, using a technique that was considered weak, he was able to show his place to the eldest and the difference in their power, after which the hero went into a near battle. However, at some point, Jin-kun still managed to get into the lord. The blow fell on the head. The students watching the fight even opened their mouths. But still, Jinmu managed to put the block with his elbow at the last moment. As you know, the elbow bone is the strongest in the whole body. Despite any training, the fingers will not stand the collision with the elbow. Therefore, the older brother had to retreat. He was clearly surprised that his attack was so easily repelled, despite his high level of Tanga. This means the guy in front of him really had excellent skill, and perhaps he was even worthy to call himself a mutton sword, because in a battle with him even Jin-kun had serious problems. However, having made sure of his abilities, he decided to show a real battle, because he could not miss the opportunity to test the strength of the younger brother. Seeing the pose, the owner of the Sapa realized she seemed familiar. He immediately remembered the moment when he came to Mutang in his past life. Now Jin-kun reminded him of Mun Gin, who attacked him during the defense of the main palace. The older brother had the face of a real fighter. For this reason, the lord agreed to accept his proposal, and so these two came together in close combat. But after a couple of minutes, one of them lost consciousness, and it was the older brother that turned out to be this poor thing. The younger students cried over the elder. After all, he got so much that they already thought that his soul went to heaven. The kids also said, While the eldest was disconnected, Jinmu has already advanced with a group of merchants at dawn. However, Jin-kun was not upset at all, because he remembered how long he had not arrived so much. He did not even know that in Mutang there was another same talent. Now he did not have something to worry about. The fate of the guild was in reliable hands. Now he was sure. Jinmu would definitely overcome the pirates and revive the broken sword of Mutanga. At this time, floating on the ship, the hero enjoyed the perfect weather and a light breeze, after which they and the students began to joke, rejoicing in their journey. The head of the guild clearly did not understand how in a situation where pirates could appear from minute to minute, the monk could be so careless. In addition, he was upset that the master Jin-kun, who promised to accompany them, did not appear. But this guy seemed to him the main monk who always clearly adhered to promises. The chapter also blamed himself for resuming relations with Mutang. After all, this was his biggest mistake. At this moment, the hero decided to find out from the follower where they are. It turned out they approached the Western Gorge. This meant that they left the territory under the protection of the administration of Takan. In other words, now at any moment they could attack the pirates. In this place, they called themselves Obscuring Heaven and Water. Their leader is a merciless adversary. Even his name Dunektung spoke of evil. In addition, he also belonged to the elite of the Sapa clan. The hero would be glad to chat with them about the past, but he had to sacrifice them in order to become the main student. After all, if he caught not just bandits, but those who were associated with the Sapa clan, then his authority will increase significantly. Therefore, he was obliged to punish the pirates, while earned achievements. Thinking about their meeting, the Lord laughed, looking for the eyes of Sapov people. It seemed to the students that their teacher was slightly crazy. Especially Chan Yu, when I saw how everyone else except their teacher's worries. However, Chan-san knew that their teacher is far from the most ordinary person, since he behaves so carelessly. Surely he had a plan. Despite the external calm, Chan-san was experiencing. After all, this was the first battle where he could apply the techniques of released energy. Therefore, he wanted to prove himself well before his teacher. Especially considering that their enemies were such useless scum like pirates and robbers. The very people who destroyed his family and other residents of the village. Only thanks to the mentor he managed to get into the Mutang and become a student. But the reason why he sought to master martial arts more diligently was revenge. He had been waiting for this day for a long time so that the family and residents of the village who roamed the other world finally rested. Thinking about this, the look of Chan-sana became like a savage. Even the hero noticed this murderous aura. But this did not surprise him. He knew the story of the family of Chan-san and was not going to stop him. At this moment, they just swam between the two hills. The Lord ordered everyone to carefully look around. Although he did not see enemies, but this place was perfect for an ambush. It was from here that the Western Gorge began. The path in front was hidden by rocks, behind which even a ship could be hidden. And as you know, the pirates love to appear unexpectedly during a carefree voyage. Soon they heard their cunning laugh. After that, 3 large ships blocked the road. The leader mocked the sailors who tried to cross the gorge without receiving his personal permission. And he stated that the fools must pay for their oversight. Despite the attempts of the pirates to frighten the victims, the hero only enjoyed their Sapov manners. While the head of the guild already imagined how he would lose all his offices. At this moment, the pirates began to lower the boarding hooks. Thus, the retail ship froze on the spot without the opportunity to escape. The chapter could only hope that the novices would now come up with something and somehow save them. But when there was no action, he began to blame himself for the prisoner alliance with Mutang. He had no choice but to protect his guild. For this reason, he took out a box with treasures. Having bowed, he greeted the leader of the Dunatorong pirates and apologized for not having time to get his permission in time, and in return, deciding to provide him with a small compensation. The pirate only laughed, rejoicing at this outcome. He was even going to skip these people who honored the pirate traditions. However, the hero quickly put the pirate in place by a couple of insults. The head of the trading guild asked the novice not to climb into the already settled problem and simply calmly continue swimming. But the Lord was not going to allow the pirates and to further ate the water. He loudly stated that the name of the whole clan of Mutang could not forgive their atrocities. The pirates considered that this monk completely went crazy, and now decided not to let them go, instead, entering the battle. Then the hero distributed his students, who will cope with the attack on the right and left. He himself decided to engage in the ship ahead, and according to his signal, all the novices rushed to the attack. First of all, Chan-san and his students jumped onto an enemy ship. The right attack was led by Chan Yu, using a masterful fistfight. The Dunaktong pirate was clearly disappointed with the behavior of monks attacking without warning. But the subordinates only mocked, realizing that dozens of their people could not be overcome so simply. But very soon everything has changed. They saw how the student uses the energy of the sword. To see such skill was a rarity, especially considering that the monks should not be so cruel and kill people. But this was not the only surprise in their way. Chan also took possession of the energy of the fist. Thus, he miraculously beat off the bodies of enemies, like high-quality chops, simultaneously panic at the enemy. The leader Dunaktong had no choice but to let all his forces into battle. He did not expect to give orders. Jinmu had already got to him behind him. Pirately greeting the pirate, the guy asked him to rush anywhere else. After all, no matter how he tried, the central ship will not help his subordinates in battle while the Lord was on the ship. The pirates were already numb, seeing the enemy on the ship. The distance between the ships was 15 meters. It was impossible to overcome it with one jump. Most likely, this student used the soaring technique above the water. However, this technique was not at all easy even for those who reached the level of Tanga. She certainly could not master the 25-year-old boy. But without betraying his fear, the leader only scolded the monk, without the permission of his ship that had entered the board. Obviously, the Lord did not want to listen to such formalities. Therefore, he exposed the blade and invited a man to join an honest pirate battle. Such impudence was able to provoke an ignorant pirate. Therefore, Dunaktong immediately sent his robbers into battle. But the hero did not even give them due attention. Looking around the flanks, he saw Chon-san, who reached the level of the Hyonga, perfectly coped with his work. On the other hand, there was a Shawnat with his impeccable fist-fighting technique. This meant that he could have fun for a long time on the central line. First of all, it occurred to him to knock the pirates off his feet. For this reason, jumping, he hit the nose of the ship heavily. This was enough even for the whole ship to lean. Obviously, because of this, almost all subordinates lost their support point, and Jinmu, like a real strategist, took advantage of the moment. When the ship returned to its original position, he was clearly about to end the case quickly. And not wanting to spend strength on small bipods, he went to the leader himself. Unfortunately, subordinates arrived in the defense of Dunaktong. They were surprised that the monk acts as a person belonging to Sape, and they warned, while they are alive, they will not let them get closer to their leader. Of course, the sailors have already recognized the courage of the hero, but believed that coming here alone was his mistake. After all, they will kill him, and then all his friends. The owner of Sapa was clearly tired of listening to such threats. He was going to spare them, because nevertheless he considered these pirates nothing more than morons, which did not correspond to even the rumors walking around them. Therefore, he promised himself to quickly deal with them. After all, as a teacher, he could not fall into the dirt. Paradov was already jammed when they realized that the 25-year-old novice was a teacher. And when they saw his released energy, they froze, because of which one of them took the whole blow in the face. After that, the rest of the pirates attacked the hero. However, he easily repelled them. When he was tired of playing cat-mouse with these pirates, the Lord decided to disappear. He jumped in the air. It would seem that he was simply dissolved in place. But in fact, he waited for the moment in order to attack from the back, pushing the opponents from the ship. Thus, without even using the released energy, he broke the elite, obscuring the sky and water, into shreds. Therefore, the leader had no choice. He had to enter this battle himself. The hero only indignant at the fact that he allowed him to create something similar with his people. Although from the very beginning, he knew that it was he who was the purpose of the Lord. He also pointed out the stupidity of the pirate, which could attack along with his subordinates, imperceptibly throwing internal energy. But he did not take any steps, but also let down his comrades. So he was just an obvious moron from Sapa. Unable to withstand such humiliations touched by the very soul, the pirate went on the attack. First of all, he decided to attract the attention of Jinmu with the first blow to wave vertically. Such was the technique crucifix. While the enemy blocks the blow, the second horizontal blow was to confirm his title of merciless. As intended, the owner of Sapa undertook to beat off this attack. The man believed that he had caught a fish on the bait. However, the hero accepted the attack and himself found to face a man. Then he pushed him away with such force that he pierced the wall of the captain's cabin with his back. After some time, Jin-kun stood on the shore, waiting for news from the hero. 3 days have passed since they left, but there was no news. Even other students were worried so that Jinmu would not suffer from the pirates, while the elder felt the blame that he had not sent after them as soon as he woke up. Initially, it seemed to him, if Jinmu overwhelms the pirates with only second-generation students, then this victory would cause admiration and exalt the name of Mutang. But in the end, he acted just like a monk, blinded by pride, and sacrificed his talented younger brother. Obviously, Jin-kun considered himself a stupid idiot, and was hoping for the return of the brothers. The result was no longer important to him. If only everyone returned living and unharmed. These thoughts finally drove the elder into a dead end. He could no longer wait, so he asked to send the mail pigeon to the Mutang in order to organize a rescue detachment as soon as possible. But unexpectedly, uninvited guests arrived in time for students. It was the senior gentleman of the Jew family, who came to greet the Heavenly Sword and Blue Dragon. He heard very well that they went down from the temple, apologized for being late with greetings. He also drew attention to the fact that the guild ship Ilahai still has not returned, and, of course, pretended to be very concerned about it. The eldest son also recalled a recent dispute about the use of waterway. He knew that the deputy even agreed to go to small guilds to concessions. But despite his generosity, the guild or she still rejected his proposal. They were clearly surprised that such a profitable deal was rejected, if only to cooperate with Mutang. However, Jin-kun easily caught their lie. Although they made themselves generous, but during the entire time the ship was waiting for Jin, he never saw them to guard other ships floating by sea. These two continued to overshadow the situation, how dangerous the journey was. It was evident that they spoke without a sense of sympathy, trying to disgrace Mutang in front of other people. They were people who do not know the concept of shame. Of course, everyone knew perfectly well that the Huja family was behind the guild, and the whole performance was so that the rest of the guilds who wanted to make an alliance with Mutang would understand. They may suffer from this, but the most unbearable was their fake concern about what was happening, from which the monk had blood in the veins. The young heir even suggested that Mutang's novices provide help if they suddenly could not cope with the completion of their assignment. But the guy defended their honor, saying that they had the strength to deal with the pirates. Of course, the young gentleman considered this nothing more than pathos. After all, he understood that they did not have as strong warriors as the Jew family, who was proud of her soldiers. The boy was about to leave until the student reported about the arrival of Jinmu. With the tears of happiness, he reported on the arrived message from the guild Ilhe. It said that the merchant ship safely reached its destination. Jinmu and all the novices were alive and safely accompanied the merchant ship to Chongju. But this was not all the news yet. Having run up, the students said that their brothers managed to arrest the leader of the pirates, and they received a decent reward from the Chongju administration. The heir only got angry, believing that this monk carries complete nonsense. However, in the letter, it was precisely written that they caught the leader alive and 30 of his pirates. Thinking about this, the older brother even burst into tears. After all, he prayed, so that the hero would survive. But the boy not only returned, but was also able to exalt the name of Mutang. He really defended the honor of the Mutanga sword. But the heir could not believe that miserable monks grabbed the leader of the pirates alive. Jin-kun was only surprised that the guy's face became so gloomy, as if he did not like that the mountain pride was restored. He also recalled that his younger brother was young, full of enthusiasm, and could not watch the pirates terrorize trading companies. After which he also began to praise Jinmu, who, taking with him only 7 students, managed to grab the pirates alive. This was even recklessness for the monks. Thanks to his words, residents heard about the heroic act of Mutang. Obviously, rumors quickly began to spread around the city, and Jin-kun, taking this opportunity, did not forget to indicate the Jew family, who was trying to grab pirates more than once, always returned with nothing. But they could immediately turn to the Mutang for help. Then they would not have to simply spend the lives of their soldiers. However, it seems that the Jew family was so concerned about money that she was not at all worried about the life of their warriors. After he expressed everything he wanted, Jin-kun retired about his business. But even leaving, he did not forget to praise his brothers, who easily coped with such a difficult task. After all the humiliations heard, the heir already shook with anger. He ordered his assistant to immediately prepare for writing. They needed to send a mail pigeon to Chongju and make sure the veracity of the report. Obviously, even while the information has been confirmed, the entire residence of the heir has already been filled with screams. The eldest son did not know what to do after Jinmu raised his plans in front of everyone. From the very beginning, his plan was literally perfectly thought out. He forced the Iasan Guild to take the right to use water channels, and he ordered trading companies to never buy goods from Ilhe. But instead of joining the Jew family, they went up to the mountains and began to pray for help. In this case, they would face 2 problems. If Mutang sent the older warriors to protect against pirates, they would simply be ridiculed. In the second option, there would be a complete fall of Mutang if they turned to the Jew family for help, because they could not cope with proper protection. But they managed to safely get to the destination, and besides, they grabbed the pirates. Although at the same time they had only 1 first-generation student and the 7 of the second. At this time, Even the younger brother came to the elder to visit after such sad news. He clearly came in order to laugh a little at his older brother, who was always so confident in himself. He also reminded his brother it was not worth taking so much on himself and climbing where he was not asked. The eldest was so angry that he even vowed to seriously harm his younger brother if he did not immediately get out of his chambers. After making sure that the elder had definitely serious problems, the youngest still decided to take her leave. Of course, he was glad that he won both in a verbal skirmish, and that his brother could not cope with the task. At this time, the assistant came to the young master. He reported, according to proven sources, everything said was true. After the monks repelled the attack of the pirates, they grabbed them. The heir could not believe that some boy so easily defeated such a strong pirate. But he heard rumors that this monk possessed a force comparable to the master of the Tangi level. Upon learning that these rumors went from the pirate himself, the heir considered him crazy, given that they always love to exaggerate the skills of their enemies. However, looking at his assistant, I realized it seems he believed these rumors. Also, according to the report, this guy Self proclaimed himself with a mudding sword. This was a very important role. So the assistant insisted so that they collected information about this person. All that the heir remembered regarding the hero was recently all the problems have arisen precisely because of him. His impeccable plan also failed after this moron entered his affairs. If the rumors that the 20-year-old warrior managed to reach the level of Tanga will spread, then this will attract the attention of the rest. Therefore, the heir intended to deal with this guy until the process had become irreversible. For this reason, he asked the assistant to organize his meeting with the commander of the Amchon detachment. The assistant insisted that it was a clear bust. Nevertheless, the commander was at the personal disposal of the head of the family himself. If the detachment begins to act, the news will quickly reach the head. However, the heir was sure that these measures would easily solve problems. And considering that Jinmu could really be a Mutanga sword, it was not even a breakdown. After all, the heir only needed to arrange a small check for him. The subordinate agreed, not gaining the courage to oppose the will of the master. Events moved the next day to the guild or he. There, the monks walked up with the task in the trading square, enjoying delicacies. Some of them gathered around Chong-san, who talked about the exploits of their master. Obviously, both of his students in details talked about his superiority. Noticing how the rest are increasingly looking at him with admiration, the hero was grateful to the praise of his students. Then he drew attention to the older brother. He seems to have completely forgotten about their persuasion and his promise to stand up and apologize to him on his knees. This was especially brazenly after Jinmu himself completed all the dirty work. Seeing such an attentive gaze of the hero, the eldest only considered that the youngest was upset, that he was not praised aloud. Of course, Jinkun would like to do this, but did not want to directly instill in his younger brother arrogance, because he could not allow him to come down from the true path. All that remained, the eldest was to think that he was proud of his younger brother, and with all his might to try not to give out this. Unable to stand it, Jinmu went for a walk in the suburb of Taikans. After all, he no longer had the strength to sit at a banquet, where it was impossible to even get enough. Therefore, taking a little alcohol with him, he decided to enjoy it in silence. In addition, surprisingly, there were beautiful views with which he could enjoy. But even so, anxiety did not leave his head. The sovereign still recalled the fighting methods of the old man who attacked him in the Mern. In the future, he wanted to try this technique on some strong enemy, and he hoped that such a chance he would definitely turn up. The boy also recalled the moment of his death, when he was saved by the grass of eternal life, giving him a new body. Of course, he was still curious what mistake was made by the Reaper of Death. But this did not matter. His life was not so bad, with the exception of the impossibility of using some martial arts. And when he takes care of the place of the chief student, earned achievements, then in principle all his problems will be resolved. But suddenly, thinking about a huge number of things that were waiting for him, the guy got angry. Having reborn, he would clearly like to relax more. But he hoped that he could do this later, because now he was only 20, and he had to arrange his life. For example, taking all the Mutang to his hands was too miserable. After all, he perfectly remembered the times when he was an absolute ruler, and did not want to dwell only in the Mutang. If he could also get Sapa, then he would have managed to return all his money that he did not have time to spend in his last life. In addition, Sapa was the best place where the strongest warriors gathered, so it would be excellent to be able to seize power there as well. Only laughing at his genius, the guy very much praised himself for his ideas. But first of all, it was necessary to think about the present. Therefore, turning around, he immediately threw a bottle of alcohol. She hit the wall near the face of a man, and Jinmu reported him because he has been pursuing him for too long. He was tired of it, so he decided to immediately deal with this person. But he began to pretend to be a fool that Jinmu saw for the first time. Obviously, his falsehood was easily caught, given that he had been following him several quarters. Therefore, the hero demanded that the man confess everything, otherwise an unsuccessful fate would wait for him. For his short journey, the Lord already felt surveillance, from a passerby, as well as a drunkard. Now a tramp came up to him, who watched him from the very walls hey, surely changing your appearance and pretending to be either these most passers-by or drunkards. And he was right. However, the spy was ready for anything so as not to disclose the identity of his customer. He clearly panicked that his goal was so strong. Not only noticed the best camouflage warrior, but also spread energy everywhere. It was obvious. He would not allow him to be so easy to escape. It became obvious, as expected, he still had the level of Tanga. Realizing that this person appeared to check his level, Jinmu became even more interesting to find out the name of his customer. Therefore, he asked the spy to come closer, because he wanted to do his educational work and ask a couple of questions. However, realizing that a man is unlikely to tell everything the first time, the Lord decided to beat him strongly, so that he understood all his cruelty. And so, after these words, an unequal battle ensued between these two. The old man in the outskirts, passing by, heard the noise very far. In addition, I felt an unusual impulse, despite the fact that I was quite far away. He did not immediately interfere, instead ordered his people to continue the investigation that they conducted. The man himself, along with his assistant, decided to go to the scene. However, upon arrival, I saw a huge number of people crowding around the fighting. By the close of the fighting, they quickly understood. He was a monk from the Mutang clan. At that moment, he praised his opponent who knew the technique of flight and evaded well. Therefore, I also decided to check it, forcing him to evade a couple of strokes. The last blow of the hero fell straight into the wall, which was destroyed from his strength. The observers were worried. Why did such a righteous monk decide to damage private property? In addition, they were amazed at his martial art, not inherent in Mutant, but at the same time, he vividly reflected the current status of Mutang. After all, the hero used attacking and protective techniques at once, thus changed the technique, making it more practical. It seemed to the assistant that the opponent of the monk, evading attacks, was also good. But in fact, he was mistaken, believing that the enemy was successfully dodging blows. In fact, it was evident. The monk was simply playing with him. After all, if the hero wanted, he would be dead after the first attack. This proved that Jinmu did not give up the full. After all, he did not want to kill a man, but only scare, so that he told him everything. However, he already became too boring to run after him forever. Therefore, he simply grabbed him by the scruff, pulled him closer to him. And, having prepared for the final attack, I decided to finish this performance. Then the man understood. The boy used equipment without preparatory movement. In addition, the pose that he used was familiar to him. For this reason, he immediately intervened in their battle. He tried to attack the boy, but when it was not possible, he simply grabbed his hand, stopping her. Carefully looking at the clothes and jewelry of a young warrior, the old man was convinced. Outwardly, he really was a monk from Mutang. However, he was tormented by curiosity. How did the young man know such martial arts? Taking a closer look at the stranger, Jinmu felt something familiar. Once he had already met people with a similar aura, they emanated a specific smell inherent in the poor, but at the same time they had swift movements, like ghosts. Undoubtedly, in front of him stood a man who was called the Absolute in the Union of United Political Forces. It was the most mysterious character. The calm Bi-hyun, the leader of the intelligence detachment of the Union consisting of tramps. In the past, when the Lord held the post of a powerful ruler, it was with this person that he had many problems. Bi-hyun disclosed the secrets of Sapa. He loved to delve into someone else's dirty linen, and the hero tried to avoid such personalities in his new life. For this reason, the young monk was not going to answer the old man's questions. The Lord only pretended to consider the interlocutor a fool, since he says something about his martial arts. Having asked the stranger to leave, Jinmu himself decided to leave as soon as possible, not wanting to contact a person from his past life. However, the assistant Bi-hyun blocked the path to him, who put the blade to the hero's neck. Obviously, the young man is already tired of these people. The Lord even considered that they acted at the same time with the spy that pursued him. In addition, he asked them to leave if they were not connected with the boy who followed him all this time. The leader of the beggars noted that after the loud cries of the young warrior, Zavaka around was becoming more and more, and he could not afford to glow until his mission was completed. However, the technique of Jinmu was interested in the intelligence officer too much. He needed to learn more about the personality of this mysterious young man. Suddenly, one of the trusted people, who asked to retreat with Bi Hyun, was telepathically. For this reason the old man laughed, understanding how lucky the hero was, and he ordered the assistant to leave Jinmu alone. In the end, he decided to find out at least the name of a young warrior. However, the guy was not going to disclose cards in front of a man about whom he knew nothing. After a small verbal skirmish, the old man quickly realized that he would not recognize anything from this stubborn. Therefore, he only promised that in the future they would meet again. After which the battlefield was empty. He and his assistant disappeared away. Only then, Jinmu breathed out with relief, because obviously did not want to deal with this old man again. It was only a matter of time when the tramps began to dig in the information on his account. While the Lord had a free minute, he decided to deal with the spy that led to him, and continue the punishment until he decides to tell everything on his own. Soon, the news that the spy from Amchon had failed during surveillance reached the heir. Obviously, he was angry that the moron could not cope with a slight mission to clarify the level of the student's strength from a miserable Mutang. In addition, the Zhu family was plotting against the strengthening of Mutang's positions, for which she received a strict warning. The heir's father received a sharp reprimand in the inner circle of relatives, and now family members rushed back and forth for days, trying to stop the further spread of rumors. In such a situation, if it becomes known that at his own discretion he followed the student of Mutang, for the young heir, he will not be limited to a simple reprimand. He could not allow someone to know about this. The spy had to be saved before his involvement was clarified. Warriors insisted on confirming the order from the chapter himself, but the heir only broke up. They could not get approval in a similar situation. He ordered to gather people and go on a mission, by all means rescuing their person. Somewhere at this time the hero just got back to the guild. Chon-san did not sleep, waiting for the teacher, and was clearly surprised to see a man on his hands. Looking at the batter's battered appearance, the student wondered what he sinned. Instead of an answer, the former lord only asked the location of the rest of the guys. Upon learning that they were all sleeping, Jinmu experienced great relief. And then he delighted the student. He had a very important work for him. Somewhere at the same time, a secret detachment was already sneaking up to the walls of the guild. The commander was the last time warned his people about the goal, to free the spy. But suddenly he felt someone's presence nearby, so he gave the guys a signal not to move. According to the energy of the person whom he felt, it was a minimum of a master. Perhaps there were whole 11 people here. Mutang's novices could have learned about everything. Although it still seemed suspicious that they decided to hide, there was no choice left. The detachment was supposed to act quickly, to penetrate, save a comrade, and preferably unnoticed. If you have to join the battle, you need to quickly deal with the problem. The leader stepped forward, attacking the unknown in the shade with throwing knives. However, the knives did not please the target, instead fell into a tree. The tramp following the tramp standing behind was clearly surprised that besides them, there were still people watching Jinmu. This alerted the scouts because their plans changed a bit. Initially, their master, as well as the idol of all the poor, gave an order to find out everything about the student of the first generation of Mutang. Because of this, about 100 tramps in the district tried to get information about him. However, they were definitely not the only group observing the guild. Since those who came were hidden in dark clothes, it was impossible to understand their personalities in the dark. The beggars even considered them the students of Mutang, who appeared to protect their mentor. However, when they were once again attacked, it became obvious they were mistaken. People who are not afraid to use weapons were not like the henchmen of Mutang, and if so, then those who prevented their missions had to pay their lives. Although they began to fight at night, the sun soon rose. The hero wanted to sleep, but because of the loud blows of swords he could not rest. Therefore, he left the room to find out who decided to work out with fencing under his windows. Obviously, the Lord was ready to teach anyone who disturbed his dream, given the complete lack of sleep. However, the sounds did not come from the site where students could train, and not from the yard. Suspicions fell on the territory behind the wall. The secret troops of the Zhu family with vagabonds still continued to fight there. The second quickly became clear that they would not be able to win in battle. The forces were equal. All that they achieved in the clock of the battle. Finally exhausted, and when they decided to look around, they realized that they were declassified by the hero himself. Continuing the battle under his supervision was pointless. But the young warrior was interested in watching the fighting of the masters. However, when he realized that all these people knew him, this alerted the ruler. He considered that it was possible that he was too famous, which was not bad to achieve future goals. However, from these people he felt a catch. It is unlikely that it will not seem strange to anyone that the people who recognized him wore masks and fought near his house. Therefore, the hero went down to them in order to directly find out who the guys appeared. Obviously, both sides immediately panicked, and they did not come up with anything better than escaping. It became clear that the fighters ended with the forces of fighting each other, so it was the perfect moment for the intervention of the Lord. Having demonstrated his strength and using the energy of the Tangi level, he struck the knees of the escapers. The leaders of both groups fell under the shelling. Family members of Ju rushed to defend their captain, and the hero, as if nothing had happened, asked them to introduce themselves. When there was no answer, he rushed into battle. He neutralized the first enemy with a strong blow to the solar plexus. Then he found two who tried to attack from above, grabbing them by the faces, untwisted and thrown to the nearest walls. It became obvious to the commander that he was a real young master. This meant that among the students of Mutang, a new, unknown talent was born to anyone. However, the hero's entertainment was interrupted by the appearance of an older brother with novices. It could only be hoped that due to the scene, Jin-kun would not lower his authority for the fight. However, it seems that the brother was only concerned, asking the younger to explain. Before the hero had time to say anything, Jin-kun got angry. However, he reproached himself for not intervening before. He could not even imagine that such suspicious personalities would be so cruelly attacked by his younger brother. Frightened by the appearance of the master, everyone immediately threw their weapons away. Everyone was well aware of the name of the blue dragon of the heavenly sword. For this reason, they themselves allowed themselves to calmly tie. Then they were taken to prison for interrogation. Jinmu did not feel gratitude to the man who did not let him have fun, but only grabbed already exhausted people. However, it seemed strange to him that the elder brother now excitedly looked around him, asking about well-being. Perhaps he was better than it seemed and really worried about him. Soon the time has come to gather all the fighters who are pushing the hero's life. Having put everyone on his knees, Jin-kun ordered to pull the masks from their faces. Seeing the faces of the captives, the elder almost did not fall. First of all, he recognized the old man Cholgol Gai, the commander of the tramp detachment from the Gang of the Poor. While Jin-kun was asking about the reasons for the attack on his younger brother, Jinmu understood that they arrived on the orders of Bi-hyun in order to collect information about him. Soon the elder also recognized the commander named Yo-Vi-gan. For him, it remained a mystery to how the warriors of the Ju family turned out to be here. After what he saw, the question arose, to whom the man was subordinate to the head or someone else important from the family. Suzing, the commander tried to justify himself, not wanting to betray his master, who did not know anything. Then Jin-kun finally lost his temper. These people were not only not ashamed to come here, but also had the arrogance of threatening the life of their students. For this reason, the elder intended to immediately notify Mutang of the actions of the Ju family and the tramp detachment. Until the last, the commanders tried to somehow justify themselves, but the elder had no desire to listen to them. They dared to attack such a talented younger brother, and he could not close his eyes on it. Jin-kun recalled that this guy was not an ordinary student. He was a Mutanga sword. At that moment, when everyone was silent, digesting the information, Jin-kun gave the order to immediately send the mail pigeon to the main mountain with a letter. It was necessary to inform the Supreme Elder about the situation, with a request to arrive at the place as soon as possible. Jin-kun warned that their elders would carefully consider all the circumstances of what happened, and then there will be a verdict regarding the attempt on the life of a student of Mutang. Everyone knew. There were already cases when Mutang students who left the mountain died. If a person was killed as a result of a collusion or attack due to someone's mistakes, then the problem became so serious that Mutang never forgave for such a thing. All students of Mutang received emergency notifications, and mass revenge on behalf of the entire clan began. This revenge was called Mutang's Rage. Knowing this, even the most ridiculous monks in this situation turned out to be the owners of the situation in front of Sapa. At this time, the elder stroked his younger brother on the head, realizing that because of the attack, he was most likely very tired. And he asked him to go to rest, promising to take care of the further course of events. After that, the hero realized that the situation was gaining serious momentum, but allowed the elder to do as he wants. After all, this only added his mood. Somewhere at this time, the head of the Ju family learned about the act of his son. He was angry that he dared to use his personal detachment without permission, and finally denied the reputation of their family. Obviously, sitting on his knees, the heir began to pierce mercy, but his father only beat him more tough, shaking with anger. The head recalled that the council clearly ordered everything to take care of everything, but the most serious was that if it turns out their warriors attempted to the life of a student of Mutang, then everything would turn into a clash of clans. Since there were problems recently due to the rights to make a profit in Takan, the problem that arose could not be solved easily. This meant that if the conflict flared up between them and the Mutang, then the Union would not stand aside, taking the position of the observer. The chapter understood that it was inevitable. They would still have to encounter monks in battle. In addition, if the Union decides to intervene, they will be in a more favorable position. After all, they were not a Mutang, from whom everyone turned away. So, it was a chance to put mountain monks finally in place. They had an advantage over the recluses locked in the mountains. After receiving news the next day, the elders arrived in the guild. The head of the palace decided to listen to the attackers in order to hear their explanations of actions. Also at the same time were the head of the Zhu family. And of course, the head of the tramp detachment. First of all, the elder asked the head of the detachment of the poor, and asked if he was recognized in the attack of his subordinates for the life of their student. Obviously, the commander began to deny, refusing all guilt. But the elder, who defended the student, recalled how they attacked the boy, hiding his faces. The tramps had no choice but to be silent. He could not tell that all this was done on the orders of the leader of Bi-Hin. Having not received a single answer, the elder turned his gaze to the head of the Zhu family, in order to find out why their detachment attempted to be on Jinmu. However, the head only hissed evil. The old man should follow his language, because the issue of attempt was quite controversial. He even believed that the elder incorrectly reported the information, so he was in error. The chapter explained that he did not come here to pray for forgiveness, and in response, he accused the hero of attacked innocent warriors, and he reminded the day when the young monk began to beat the simple patrol on the streets of Takana. He also needed sincere apology, and therefore came here. Obviously, the hero was amazed that the head, having come here, behaved so brazenly. Even the elder did not believe the arrogance of the head of the Zhu family. But the chapter proposed to listen to the caught subordinates and find out if they climbed through the fence of the guild Ilhe. The warriors honestly reported that this was not. The next one had to find out if they personally attacked the novice Jinmu. But they honestly said that they fought with the tramps, but learned about this only by the end of the fight. Obviously, the poor also confirmed that the soldiers did not pursue them. Consequently, it turned out that his people during the patrol stumbled upon a tramp detachment. A fight began due to the fact that the actions of the poor looked suspicious. And it turns out that in this situation, it was the novice, who attacked his innocent warriors, was a villain. This version of events seemed quite funny to the elder. However, the patrol does not walk late at night, hiding his faces, especially in the guild Ilhe, for which the Mutang is responsible for the safety. But the head recalled that all of Takana was the territory of his family. His warriors, therefore, could patrol the streets where they wanted. Jinmu already realized that the head not only decided to exceed all his guilt on another, but also decided to say that Takana is his property. No matter how you look, his initial goal was the guild Ilhe, but the head took away all the suspicions from himself, turning them against the hero. His soldiers could only answer the questions posed correctly. The head of Zhu was really a master. It was almost impossible to complain about the answers. However, the elder was only angry that the head of the family Zhu looked down at Mutang. He recalled that they gave them a generous opportunity to speak out, even forgetting about the fact that they led the actions of the Ison Guild, which were aimed at depriving their Union Guild of the right to use waterway. And I did not forget to recall that all these actions were planned in advance in order to undermine the strengthening of the position of Mutang. However, the head, having made the most arrogant appearance, recalled that he did not intend to listen to such unreasonable accusations. He also wrote off everything said on empty rumors, and he considered it stupid to trust the tales who tried to harm the family. In order to prove his case, he even invited them to check the Ison Guild. Of course, his confidence was caused by the fact that he had already managed to clean everything after himself. In addition, after the words they said, the monks had nothing to answer. This was the difference between the Zhu family and the monks who live in the mountains and do not know worldly life. Now that the initiative was in his hands, the head decided to finally kill their morale. To do this, he drew attention to the hero who not only beat his people, but also stuck the knife into the back of the trading company with whom they were going to tie an alliance. In addition, he personally got rid of the pirates. Despite all the splendor of Jinmu, the head knew that at this age people were quite reckless. Because of this, he was eagerly worried that due to the recklessness of the hero in the future, they could have even more troubles. Watching how the head is trying to throw all the problems on him, the Lord has already begun to plan to break all the bones to him. If he had the past, he would not leave a single place from a man. But in order to cut a little guy, the older brother intervened. He saw his tension and asked the youngest to keep himself in his hands. Then, with a cold look, having appreciated everything, the young man understood. The head really negotiated. However, a person who calls himself the master of Takans, he was nothing, except for vipers with a long tongue. All that the hero needed was to find a gap in his defense in order to take him to clean water. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his head, belonging to his senior student. At that moment, he was in a cave, all in someone else's blood. After long torture, he found out that the spy belonged to the Juge family of the Amchon detachment. And this was literally the information necessary for the hero. The sovereign was glad that it was Chan to the sanctuary, and he was able to find out the personality of this person, albeit under torture. Thanks to this, the hero found a way to bring the chapter to clean water. He already imagined how a man would dance when a monk from a mountain plugs him by the belt. For this reason, he turned to the elder, explaining that he would like to say something to the head of the Zhu family. Then he asked for the head to take responsibility for his words that he did not follow the Mutang. Obviously, the head, who tried to whiten himself, did not argue. And then the cunning talked about what happened recently during his walk. As soon as he announced the attack, the elder and the older brother opened his mouths. The hero told a touching story how he wanted to admire the landscape, and at that moment he noticed the man who followed him. He used very good masking technique. Hearing about this, the faces of the soldiers turned pale. They completely forgot about their comrade, and Jinmu explained that he found out the name of the spy, Juhak, who was from the squad of Amchon, who was considered elite in the Zhu family. The elder and his older brother opened their mouths while the soldiers shook with horror. The chapter was also furious, demanding that the hero shut up and did not carry such nonsense. Of course, no one reported to the chapter that one of their spies followed Jinmu. He did not know about it. Therefore, all that he had left was to demand, so that the first-generation student provides evidence. The hero had a suitable witness, and he turned his attention to one of the leaders of the tramps. He immediately stumbled, not even knowing what to say under the gaze of the elder. Jinmu could only hope that the man would talk about how Bi Hyun became an observer of his battle with Juhak. Not allowing to put pressure on his subordinate, the leader himself appeared. He apologized for a little late and came not on time. Obviously, everyone opened their mouths, not expecting the appearance of one of the absolute union. Even the head of the Zhu family for the first time saw a mystery man whose deeds were covered with a mystery. Everyone knew the legendary name of this person. Therefore, everyone had to bow as a sign of respect. The hero was clearly indignant that the old man appeared just at that moment. He was enough for a henchman old man. It was hoped that he would leave quickly. The head also looked at the subordinate organization of tramps, apologizing that he set them up in this situation. Then he also respectfully greeted the elder of Mutang. Finally, the time has come to bestow with attention, and the boy who turned all Takan upside down. All that remained, the hero was only respectfully inclined, apologizing that he had not guessed earlier about the personality of the old man. Despite all the kindness and courtesy shown, Bi Hyun immediately felt falsity in the air. After which he honestly told the elder that he had ordered the tramp detachment to follow this monk, because not so long ago someone attacked him. It was still incomprehensible whether they really attacked him, or was it something big. Of course, the old man had other reasons for observation. However, he came to deal with the misunderstanding. The hero, looking at the exchange of courtesies between Bi Hyun and the elder, only hoped that this useless booth would end as soon as possible. However, Bi Kin decided to discuss the fact that a small conflict occurred between Mutang and the Zhu family. The leader of the tramps noticed how many mistakes made the Zhu family in relation to Mutang. Since now they met personally, the head of the poor asked the chapter to stop this booth. But the chapter knew very well that in Takan all their disputes were known to everyone. If he now stops defending his position, he simply recognizes his defeat. For this reason, he planned to insist on his own. The Lord only explained that he himself did not know that his subordinates attempted to be on the novice. Nevertheless, Mutang not only prevented the activities of their family, but also took advantage of the incident to accuse them of a crime. He could not keep silent, because this conflict hurt their honor. Bai Hin was angry that the chapter continues to complicate everything. But suddenly Jinmu intervened in the conversation, who would like to express a proposal. For example, that this situation is ideally described by the phrase, without a question, unanswered. The phrase was used in cases where it is useless to ask and answer, because the warriors communicated with the help of fists and wrote with their swords. This is an unchanging truth that has been supporting Mimim for a long time in balance. The leader of the poor understood. The young monk suggests putting their clans in the end and arrange a duel. Jinmu really wanted representatives to start the battle and force the losing side to retreat. Obviously, the hero himself will defend the honor of Mutang, who wanted to disappoint the head of the Zhu family even more, whose actions did not lead to anything, but he so tried to come up with a wonderful way out of the situation. Bi Hyun was amazed at the smartestness of the boy who came up with a wonderful way out of this situation. All he needed was to ask the help of the leader of the poor. During the investigation arranged by tramps, No serious violations were noticed, and the recent incident was seen as an act of a monk with a hypertrophied sense of justice. But it was not worth forgetting that what had happened is somehow connected with those whom they tracked down smuggling gunpowder, hunting in Takan. Traces of one of the groups were also discovered in the mutual. Therefore, they clung to the martial arts of Jinmu, whose witnesses became. This guy was clearly not as simple as it seems. Therefore, the leader decided to support his idea. The chapter was only glad to follow the advice of the oldest, because he knew very well that since it was important for a Mutang to keep his face, the elder would not participate in battle. Either Jin-kun or someone younger will come out. The elder was worried, because he understood what fighter the head of the Zhu family would put up. He did not know what they should have done, but still, under the onslaught of the leader supported this proposal. So they took a break, so that the Zhu and Mutang family chose their representatives. First of all, the hero came ahead. After all, as a Mutang decided to defend Mutang himself as being in the center of events. In turn, the Zhu family caused their strongest fighter. He was a master of Tangji level, known in Hubei province for 10 years. It was scary to compare with such a formidable warrior, even some eminent masters. Jinmu would definitely not win. But Jin-kun tried to calm the mentor because he knew what their younger brother really was. He was responsible for the palace and concurrently, Mutang's sword. However, the boy immediately explained that their expectations about the battle may differ from reality, so that the elder would not worry much. At this time, the fighter was surprised at the courage of the hero, who decided to oppose him. But he considered that perhaps he overestimated himself, and decided to follow his emotions. However, since this time the honor of his family stood at the stake, he could not make concessions, despite the young age of the enemy. Obviously, the hero was clearly surprised that his enemy had a tongue without bones. He only hoped that he would also show himself well in battle, as just in empty conversations. After all, the former ruler foresaw that it was precisely to this warrior that would need to be prayed about condescension, and be grateful for the manifested mercy. After these words, the elder already bit his tongue while Jin-kun tried to calm him down, because he warned in advance that his younger brother could not match the expectations a little. But still, his technique worked as an enemy. The provoked warrior was even more angry, stating that in Mutang was not taught respect for the elders. But before the start of the battle, the hero reminded, etiquette must be observed only before worthy people. Obviously, he did not consider worthy of this person. The first blow showed the speed of the hero. At the last moment, the warrior managed to raise his hand in order to evade the blow. It was evident by his face. He was very surprised. Although Jinmu did not even put half his strength, now he was ready to fully show the enemy how strong. And angry of such an enemy's self-confidence, the warrior rushed into battle. But he did not reach his goal. The hero only made fun of and mocked his miserable attempts. Then at the last moment he avoided attacks each time. He was not even shy about the technique of a lazy donkey lying on the ground. Although the warrior was struck by the technique of a guy who did not know shame, he understood that from his blow he would not dodge such a simple trick. But he realized his mistake at the moment, when he could not repel the blow from the back. After making sure that the enemy flew far away, the hero only laughed at the naivety of a man who believes that he would not think to attack in this pose. Obviously, the warrior really did not expect this, and no one expected. However, the hero only made his reaction because he met this almost every day. And he noticed a pattern. All mediocre personalities were overestimated by self-esteem. These words became the last straw of patience of the soldier. Around him, evil energy dancing. The elder Mutanga was immediately scared. Even Bikin understood and recalled that it was forbidden to produce murderous energy. However, the hero only pleased that from that moment the battle would be even more interesting. Without controlling himself, and forgetting about the rules of an honest battle, the warrior rushed straight at the young man, and he carried on the oncoming attack as if crazy. The leader of the poor was already at the start in order to intervene, because rushing at the enemy filled with murderous energy was almost suicide. At the last moment, he noticed that the hero also used energy in his sword. After that, in a moment his weapon was already a couple of centimeters from the enemy's neck. His technique managed to cut the released enemy energy released into pieces. This meant that he was at a higher level of skill. Thus, there was no doubt, the novice had a minimum of tanga. The Lord invited the enemy to finish this useless battle. It seemed to him that the manifested skill was enough in order to count his victory. In addition, he decided to regret the warrior so as not to finally trample his honor. After what the soldiers he heard, he was even more angry. Clutching his stick in his hands, he broke it into small chips, and strengthening with energy, they became like small bullets rushing towards the enemy. Even his direct chapter considered the act of a warrior a real madness. However, Jinmu, although he did not expect this, successfully fought off the attacks. However, the range of blows was too large. The attack was dangerous even for observing students. Therefore, the elder in a hurry began to create a barrier for their protection. But the mentor instantly arrived at the mentor Chon Yu and Chon San. With their bare hands, they beat the chips flying to them with released energy. Of course, this caused great damage to their body, but still they remained alive. After cope with the attack of a warrior who reached Tanga, for students who were just a second level, this turned out to be simply an unrealistic achievement. And when Jinmu saw the condition of his students, his patience burst. Recently, he asked the man to disperse in a good way, and he dared to touch his younger brothers. Even Bi-hin was amazed at the energy that enveloped the hero like a raincoat. It was amazing that the 20-year-old novice reached such a high level. Even if you dig the entire archive of Mutang, it is unlikely that it will be possible to find a similar case. But as if not realizing his insignificance, the enemy still resisted. Obviously, no one could withstand such a force of Jinmu. He was only finally disappointed in the moron, which always climbs into the wolf, and to which it is impossible to reach. After which, he began to slowly break the bones of his enemy slowly, with a light movement of his hand. After all, since he did not reach him in a good way, he had to convey to him all the above already differently. For this reason, not letting the enemy answer, began to stiffen to beat him in the face. He stopped only when the dentition of the enemy was pretty stripped, and he kept on his feet only because of the master holding him. So the beaten and humiliated warrior fell at the feet of his master. All that remained, the elder and the eldest brother, was only admiring their student. The hero, as if nothing had happened, turned to the chapter. Does that results of the fight that were clearly not in their favor recognize? No matter how you try to get out, his fighter suffered a complete defeat. Not only did he release murderous energy, but almost crippled second-generation students. They lost, and in absolutely everything. Therefore, the old man was forced to recognize all claims from Mutang. Hearing about this, the students triumphed, enjoying justice. After that, everyone took up the health of Chonyu and Chonsan in order to heal their wounds. Without waiting, the older brother immediately carried everyone to praise the hero. He shone like a fool, illuminated by a satisfied smile. After that, Jin-kun enclosed his younger brother in a hug, believing that he was the true light of their entire clan. But this attack of love for his brother was interrupted by the appearance of the leader of the poor. He asked the hero to leave for the sake of a small conversation alone, from extra ears. Bi-hin decided to find out from the boy where he studied martial arts. The question for the monk turned out to be stupid, because he could only study in the temple in the mountains. To begin with, the Lord decided to find out what kind of techniques we are talking about. After which he pretended that he completely did not understand the suspicion. Although in fact, in his soul he began to be more and more angry with the suspicion of this old man. But he did not even use the combat arts of Sapa. But Bi-hun insisted that the techniques used by Jinmu belonged to their enemies. Then he also identified one of the techniques. It was exactly the same technique that the strong old man used with whom the hero fought in the Munley. Seeing the hero's surprise, Bi-kin only became convinced that he was somehow connected with this. However, Jinmu was not clear why the leader of the poor was so furious. In addition, he could not understand where he knew the reception applied by that old man. Therefore, he clearly needed to come up with an excuse, as he recognized this technique. And nothing better than that, he simply repeated the technique could not come up with. However, the leader of the beggars could not believe that the boy tried to repeat the lightning punch. This technique, which differs from the martial arts of the central regions, is used by those who are called demons. It took even Bi-hin 3 whole years to at least somehow simulate it. This is not what you can repeat when you see only once. Although it was hard to believe the boy, his gaze showed that he was not lying. But still, the scout decided to personally make sure of the veracity of his words. Therefore, he demonstrated one martial art in order to see how the hero copies him. Even the elder of Mutang, it seemed stupidity. So he asked the leader of the beggars to stop. But still, he brought his attack to the very end. The Lord recognized the technique of a wave that develops the heart. A murderous art similar to shapeless water, directed straight to the heart. The stronger the pressure, the deeper it penetrated. However, judging by the aura of Bi-hin, he did not want to kill the hero. It was a check. If a young monk laid out all his strength, then he will easily stop his attack. But if at least a moment is distracted, then the ribs will be immediately broken. All he needed was to completely relax and plunge into the stream of this so-called wave. Then the flow of energy will reach its limit and stop. Only in this case it can be turned in the opposite direction. So, Bi-hun witnessed how his technique was fragmented due to the stop. Thus, the hero proved the veracity of his words. The old man still could not believe in what he saw. After all, although he did not put all his forces in the attack, Jinmu not only stopped the equipment, but also completely spray it. Obviously, now the main question was, who is this boy at all? After that, the old man with anger hit the hero into the wall. He seemed to obviously did not expect the boy to fly so far. However, with this blow, he greatly provoked the elder of Mutang. Having defended the boy, he immediately demanded explanations from Bi-hin. The scout himself did not understand what happened. After all, he only touched the boy slightly. But this turned out to be only part of the sovereign's cunning plan. The elder brother immediately hastened to raise the hero from the floor and examine him for injuries. Bi-hin himself looked fearfully at his hands. After all, he had no harm to the novice in his thoughts. He only wanted to show him one of the secret techniques of organizing tramps, in order to find out if Jin can repeat it. Soon the hero himself already rose and shook himself off. He did not understand how the experienced warrior Murim could take this and suddenly attack. The leader of the poor himself understood that in this situation, he would have to recognize the innocence of the boy. But still, I decided to ask him to repeat the shown technique. Of course, the hero was amazed that this suspicious poverty did not believe him until the very end. But the elder defended his student, still reporting the leader for the fact that he attacked their monk without warning. Although the mentor recognized the genius of his ward, even it was too difficult for him to repeat the martial art, which he never practiced. The sovereign, although he could make the shown, did not understand why he had surrendered to him. Bi-hin tried to explain that in this way he could prove. A lightning punch was also skillfully repeated and used earlier. Otherwise, the hero could be placed in the prison of the Union and subjected to torture. The young monk realized it was enough to repeat the technique exactly to get rid of all suspicions. This should not have been difficult, because the former Lord of Sapa saw martial art in a past life, so repeating it should have been easier than a lightning punch. The old man, of course, did not know anything, surely considered a snotty youth. Watching the hero's movements, the scout even doubted, was he not mistaken about this boy? But in a second, Jinmu had already managed to create streams that are used in the implementation of the equipment. Then in an instant he ran to the old man, as was previously done with him. He also pushed the old man away. Then, in an instant, he disappeared literally before his face. And when he appeared, he decided to attack the scout from the side. Not only did he repeat the technique what he saw once in his life, but also decided to use the entire reception in practice. And in the end, although weakly, but still Bi-hin was wounded. Feeling a cut on his cheek, the leader of the poor could not even remember when he felt pain for the last time. For this reason, he immediately attacked the boy in front of him. He hit him again, touching his shoulder, because of which the guy flew off and hit with force against the wall behind him. Obviously, the elder panicked. After all, Bi-hin put almost all his strength into this blow. Unable to withstand this, the elder brother loudly reproached the leader of the beggars for creating this with Jinmu, who followed his order. He believed that in his strange tests, the old man went too far. Nevertheless, the boy in front of him was the best student, the light and hope of Mutang, the child, who had a huge future on. And now, he had internal damage. Bi-hin, and he blamed himself in a terrible mistake. Indeed, feeling the threat from the hero, his body reflexively reacted, and his energy apparently flowed into the attack, which caused internal damage. The situation was critical, given that he was one of the absolutes of the Union, and hit the young monk during the audit and managed to inflict his inner wound to him. However, the hero only smiled weakly. In fact, he was glad that now the old man believed him. After making sure that suspicions were removed from him, he literally began to flood with blood. But still he experienced great relief, rejoicing that the doubts of the leader of the poor were dispelled. Then he asked for the brothers to help him go into the room and relax a bit. Looking after him, the old man understood. The monk is probably very offended by his behavior, but he still continued to be calm and polite, even despite the fact that he had already suffered twice through his fault. It became obvious. The scout really screwed even more than expected. He did not know that it was a continuation of the hero's plan. The Lord specifically built everything so that now this poverty, thanks to his riot, is in his hands. Of course, being only a master of the sword, he could not compete with the skills of Bi-hin. And when you can't do it honestly, it remains only to cheat and play hard. He specifically faded under the blow, although he could dodge. Let the old man hit him only with his fingers. He managed to pretend that the blow was strong, and even it turned out to play a false outflow of blood. As a result, all unnecessary doubts were dispelled, and the old man was in his debtors. The Lord was sure that a person who was one of the absolutes would be useful to him in the future. He will not rush with requests. Instead, he will try to benefit from the foreman and the organization of tramps. When the hero was in the chambers, he was guarded by several second-generation students. Chon-san also conducted security. He ordered all students not to lower their eyes from their teacher, because it is difficult to imagine when the Ju family will decide to attack the mentor again. At this moment, Chonyu also joined the patrolling. He kindly prepared the favorite dish of their teacher. Having demonstrated the food of Chon to the bathroom and having received approval, he led him into the room. Therefore, smiling joyfully, he greeted the master. The elder, located next to him, was glad that the food finally arrived, thanks to which the hero would recover. After that, the guy with curiosity began to look at the dish prepared for him. Obviously it was chicken. Bai Hin was so surprised that he even decided to find out why in the Mutang, where you can't eat meat and drink alcohol, their monk now ate forbidden food. However, having learned that the Supreme Elder lifted this ban, he had no choice but to continue to observe everything in surprise. Noticing the elder's attentive gaze, the hero hinted that he was already going to go. However, before his departure, Bikin also planned to jump into Mutang. Although the elder Mutanga considered it an honor, he wanted to know what goal the scout pursued. But, as it turned out, the reason was simple. In Takan, his affairs were completed, and he wanted to look at the old friends from Mutang on the way to the Union. Despite the fact that everything looked believable, the former Lord of Sapa noticed the special view of the leader of the poor at him. It became obvious. The old man not just decided to go to Mount Mutanga. Somewhere at that time, having heard about the arrival of the Mutanga sword and the rest, the students were already waiting for them near the gate. Soon they saw their mentor along with his accompaniment. The students looked with admiration for this person. His hair was untidy, which did not correspond to the style of the monks at all, and the sword, a symbol of pristine chaos, thrown on his shoulder, looked like the hero listened to his whisper. Of course, having heard rumors about the return of the hero, other high-level students hastened to meet him. Jinho looked especially joyful at the same time. Throwing at the hero, he immediately enclosed him in strong fraternal embrace. Obviously, the elder was surprised by the behavior of Jinho, who, not caring about his reputation, attacked his arms with his younger student. However, they still needed to pay more attention to the outstanding foreman Muram. Seeing the misunderstanding on the faces of the students, the elder explained how much the great man visited them. But wanting to avoid all the awkwardness, Bikin himself took off his hat and calmly called his name. Not fully realizing the majesty of a person in front of them, Jinho was the first to greet him. However, when everyone realized who it was, they literally petrified, as if forgetting about all their manners. After that, obviously everyone lined up in a row in order to properly welcome the foreman of the organization of tramps. Of course, the leader of the poor was pleasantly surprised. Even after the weakening of the Mutang, he still remained the same as before. In the students, strength, accuracy, and a sense of dignity were visible. Bikin also remembered his huge shame for not able to help them once, when the head of Sapa burned their villages. Interrupting this moment, the hero turned to the mentor with a request to go to the temple in order to relax a bit. The elder did not even insist on a meeting with the Supreme, realizing that the student really feels bad after the injury. This was not surprising, given that he fought with Bi-Hyun himself, and the wounds received did not pass so quickly. Therefore, the elder kindly decided not to give the boy too much. But after the hero, some other students also decided to visit the temple. But on them, the elder already triggered the work in the form of training, restoring order in every palace and an evening meeting with dinner. Looking at their disappointment, the old man almost softened, instead quickly driving everyone to fulfill their duties. So the disappointed students left, while the elder decided to spend their great guest. Soon they were already in the main palace. There, as befits old friends, Bi-Hyun received a reception from above. However, the Supreme was clearly interested in why the leader of the poor insisted on a private conversation. However, before telling everything, he wanted to voice his main idea, and he shared the fact that he tried to go on the trail of a place called the Palace of Demons. However, such a group was not familiar to the Supreme. He only heard of the heavenly chambers and damned demons. It was not surprising that the Supreme did not know about it, because even the poor themselves considered this name a mystery. Their leader followed the group for 5 years, but still could not share any details, because he did not find out anything significant. It became obvious how serious the matter was. After all, Bikin was the best in the secrecy of surveillance and light movement, but even watching the goal for so long, he did not achieve results. He also did not raise this issue for universal discussion, because they were not sure of anything. They were unknown either names or motives that drive this group. They also did not belong to either the clans of Sapa or the Chomp clan. This meant that people of this organization could be members of any associations. Also, as it turned out, they were very strong and invented new martial arts that could turn over the established framework. Also, as far as Bikin was known, Ilvan Magu tried to go out their trace. This group was not much different from Sapa, because during the time of Murim, divided into parts, they also sought to conquer the central regions. If another side intervenes in the struggle now, then the violation of the balance was only a matter of time. And when this happens, Murim will be rapidly absorbed in the all-encompassing chaos. Also, the head of the Union was worried that because of this, a certain palace would not be violated by the current calm. Therefore, he planned to open a meeting of flying dragons, because they had to be ready in case these people became their enemies. Also, the purpose of the meeting was to develop the potential among talented young men. The Great Master has already been looking for places for training and teachers for those who will be elected at a meeting of flying dragons. Soon all the information about this will be transferred to 9 great clans under the strict leadership of the Union. The Supreme Elder understood that this was not the only news that the leader of the poor wanted to inform. And he was right. To be honest, he arrived here for a specific person, a novice named Jinmu. Bai Hin explained that, tracking the palace, he ran into their monk in Takan, and simultaneously supplemented the affairs of smuggling gunpowder, which the monk revealed them. They also assumed that those illegal immigrants were somehow connected with that palace, and Jinmu was under suspicion because his actions intersected with them. Of course, seeing the shock of the Supreme, the leader of the poor immediately apologized. After all doubts were already dispelled. But still, following a little of their student, he saw something. This guy had genius and wisdom, helping to rationally overcome difficulties. He was the one who could become a hero. Due to distrust, he also found himself in this young man in debt. He had a kind of proposal to the Supreme. He decided to clear the boy's path forward, thus paying for his debt. At this time, the hero was already full of strength to training his students. Although the mentor warned that the training would be difficult, they are really tired of standing with a load for more than an hour. They never found that the teacher was so cruel in his instructions. However, as it turned out, the hero only wanted to save their lives because he knew that most of the force was enclosed precisely in the lower part of the body. Watching the training, the guy also thought, would something happen that could bring him fame? It would be nice if another loud business turned up. In addition, he was glad that he rightfully earned the status of the Sword of Mutang because a lot of things changed with his acquisition. For example, the same views of the younger students. At the time of training, the leader of the poor appeared, whose appearance to madness frightened the hero. Looking at the training, Bi-kin remembered how, as a child, he conducted the same training. But now many have abandoned this practice due to the fact that the back muscles were very overstrained. As far as he knew, instead of stones, weighty iron bracelets were now used. However, the hero was not rich enough in order to acquire something similar for students. The leader of the poor agreed. They also had a financial situation far from the perfect. What almost made a hero's laugh. After all, in one operation they received tens of thousands of coins per year. But he decided not to give out his knowledge, instead to find out the goal of the old man. Then he began to rummage in his clothes, and still brought the hero an object. After that, it is not clear what place I got a coin for the guy. It was not just a coin, but a coin of cooperation. And even the former lord of Sapa opened his mouth with surprise. The coin of cooperation is a sign of a society that only the oldest heads of clans can use. The person who owns her has the right to receive assistance from any branch of the tramp organization, if the contract is not violated in any way. Thus, the old man showed his desire to unite with the hero. However, until the last, the boy doubted, so Bi-kin even had to explain that he could afford to make a similar gift to the kid. And this was not surprising, given that in front of him there was not some beggar there, but the commander of the detachment of all beggars. But despite this, it was any way to take a coin from him, which he took out almost from his underpants, was too vile. Without inventing anything better, the hero fell to his knees and called for the help of his younger student. Then he asked the boy to respectfully accept what the foreman gave them. And he himself bowed, thanking the man for his kindness, pretending that he could not accept such a valuable gift with his own hands. It immediately became clear. This boy is a real monk, because a more well-mannered way to accept the gift, it seems, did not exist. He also thanked Jinmu for all the politeness manifested towards him, and became convinced that he just needed to get this genius. So much so that even against the will of Mutang, he was ready to drag him into his union. Finally, passing the boy why he came, the foreman decided to take her leave. However, he promised that he would definitely meet with the hero again if he decides to go down to worldly affairs. Immediately after these words, using the movement technique, the man disappeared, as if he had never been. And Jinmu asked the student to wash the coin properly and wipe it to a shine, so that there was no smell left. Despite all his disgust, the former lord of Sapa could not believe that he received such a treasure. In addition, The man certainly understood that he was still left for him, and the hero was obliged to force him to pay to the fullest. At this time, the Supreme Elder could not fall asleep, wandering around his palace. He still recalled the offer made by the leader of the poor. He decided to put in a word for the young man in front of the head of the union so that he would take the guy under his wing. He believed that a better chance and could not repay him for kindness. The hero's teacher will be the leader of the organization, Master of the Sword, Chon-Ji Ryan. There was no one who would compare with him in the art of owning a sword. The foreman was right when he said that Jinmu had reached the level of Tanga. The Supreme could not meet such a genius developing without any help in the entire history. And if their novice will study with the Master of the Sword, then perhaps the successes will achieve that no one has managed to achieve. And then the glory of the Master of the Sword and Mutang will be glorified in the central regions. Then the hero will become not just the Mutanga sword, but a student of the Master of the Sword. However, it was too early to plan something, because it was necessary to find out what Jinmu himself thought on this score. After all, Mutang only directs the true path. They indicate the road, and the hero himself must make decisions. The Supreme thought for so long that I almost forgot. It has already come that time, and you already need to slowly make all the preparations. As a result, a month passed as Jinmu returned from Takana. Nothing special during this time happened. Due to the lack of work, additional pluses to karma the hero could not earn. So all this month he was engaged in training students, in which he did not spare at all, until suddenly one of the younger students came running to him. This was the same ignorant boy who once prompted him to the current path, and he came with the news that the Supreme Elder asked Jinmu to appear in the main palace. All senior members of Mutang were called. All the elders and the students responsible for each palace must be present. The reasons for the collection were unknown. Once an order was given to everyone to gather up to the second generation, then something important happened. For this reason, the former head of Sapa had already begun to dream, as if to get more achievements, and given that they collected all the students, it means that it was especially large. For this reason, having immediately called his younger ones, the hero hit the road. He already planned how he would take many victories and awards at this meeting. However, rising to the main palace, the hero was a little taken aback. There were a lot of students who all bowed before his arrival. Although it was insanely politely on their part, the atmosphere was too solemn. They bowed to him even at the entrance to the main palace itself, where they even opened doors for him. And when he came in, he saw the elders who also lined up, forming a path in front of the hero. Everyone looked too serious. In addition, they were dressed not as usual, but in ceremonial outfits, which made the sovereign be ashamed of his appearance. The Supreme, which, especially joyfully smiling, asked Jinmu to come closer. With fear, walking forward, the young monk could only cast a glance at his mentor. However, he did not hint about anything, only literally shone with happiness. Finally approaching closer, the Supreme asked the student to sit down. It was too pretentious for some simple assignment, so the first thoughts of the hero were about the beginning of the war. However, everyone looked too joyful for such news, and judging by the displeased expression on Jinhee, the news was clearly good. As it turned out, the Supreme, relying on the opinion of first-generation students and on repeated meetings held among the elders over the past month, made a decision. He handed Jinmu two things, one of which will determine his further path. The first thing was a letter written by the Supreme. It was addressed to the head of the Union, the great master of swords. On the recommendation of the foreman of Bai Hun, it says that Jinmu will study with Cholji Ryan himself. But the hero was not impressed at all. After all, this head of the Union was one of those morons that he defeated in his past life. Of course, when it was about his knowledge of the sword, then skill could not be denied. According to his abilities, they were almost equal. But nevertheless, to give a student of Mutang to study with such a person is a great honor. However, Jinmu did not see any way in this, because having hit the monk's body, it was stupid to study with the one whom he won in his last life. The other thing lying near the letter was a white form, which so far only managed to vilify. It was the robe of the White Dragon, granted to the one who was recognized as the Mutanga sword. And obviously it looked like madness. Wear such clothes that do not hide your personality in such a dangerous place as Murim. The Lord could not even believe that this universal collection was organized only in order to put it before such a choice. But there was another news. Those who were recognized by the Mutanga sword received treasure status corresponding to their status. It was an elixir lying in a jade box on white clothes, and one name of this elixir proved that it was a very valuable thing. The legendary divine object of Mutang, the basis of Taoist skill called the priceless treasure. Nothing has never been valued more. With a similar treasure, the hero had huge chances to rise. If he absorbed this elixir, he would have reached the highest level of skill in one sitting. He would be able to switch to the next level and absorb the divine energy of the elixir. In addition, if he could, in addition to master the technique of double energy, then he will be able to arouse the martial art of the Dark Dragon. Then the strongest warrior of Murim among the clans of Sapa and Chomp will be born. So now the former head of Sapa was already very grateful to the Death of Death. He even apologized for blaming him for all this time in his troubles and cursed him. The Supreme made it clear to the boy that no one would condemn him despite his choice, and even if he decides to abandon everything, then everyone will take his path. But despite this, the Supreme was very worried, waiting for the boy's answer. However, the hero, grabbing the elixir, loudly announced that he would move forward already like a Mutanga sword. Obviously, this caused indescribable joy both among the elders and the younger brothers of the boy. The Supreme now looked at Jinmu as someone who does not want to be in the shadow of the Master of the Sword, who refused to take a place that many would have dreamed of. He was a true student of Mutang, who was going to become famous in Murim on his own. Obviously, the Supreme was grateful literally to tears. Nothing was a big reason for pride than this event. After all, now the boy proved that he was a huge success for Mutang. So, after receiving such a valuable gift, the hero finally retired in his cave. He looked with excitement at the box, afraid of what was inside. When he opened it at least a little, then a bright light began to flow from a small click. Soon he saw the very valuable elixir. He was very pleasantly grown. It seemed that it was literally a paradise of thousands of fragrant flowers. But next to the elixir, the ruler noticed a small piece of paper. These were precautions when taking an elixir. Everything was written in small print, so the hero began to carefully read everything. He wanted to do everything without a single mistake. After all, it was impossible to miss a single stream of a spiritual aura. Having familiarized himself with everything, he placed a pill in his mouth. It was a herbal potion, which instantly dissolved in the mouth, leaving behind a sweetish taste. The young monk felt a hot aura rising from the bottom of the abdomen. As stated in the instructions, he did not rush, slowly accepting this force. At this time, a mentor with his students stood next to his cave. They were worried whether the boy copes well with the absorption of energy. Soon, the Supreme Elder also decided to visit the cave. However, seeing his friend, he was stunned. It became obvious. Both the students and the mentor himself spent the whole night here, without closing their eyes for sleeping. He went to a friend, asking him not to worry so much, because he was sure that everything would be all right with Jinmu. And although the mentor himself believed that his student would cope, he was still very worried. Indeed, for him, this boy was more expensive than anyone, especially considering that they spent so much time together that the mentor felt like his father. The Supreme himself perfectly understood the feelings of the mentor. However, the elder was excited, seeing that this process took so much time. The Supreme did not know how much this should be occupied, because they were too young when their deceased master received his elixir. Therefore, he decided not to distract the boy and just wait a little while everything happens. However, when 4 days have passed, Chan began to raise a real panic. It seemed to everyone that the process of assimilation took too much time. Even Moonjin already wanted to go inside. However, in this way, he could violate the absorption process. Therefore, I wanted to look at least briefly, but only after thinking about it, they felt energy from the inside. Then the hero himself appeared. He did not understand that the mentor with the students was forgotten here. Immediately, having come to his senses, Moonjin rushed to hug his boy. Of course, the hero was very surprised by his reaction. After all, he was not in some hell enduring himself. Most likely, the mentor was glad only because everything happened without any incidents. His students were exactly the same joy. They noticed that their mentor became a little higher. Even the condition of his skin improved. However, Moonjin was more concerned about the fact that his student in his mouth did not even have a baby. Therefore, he invited all students to gather, go to the gorge, light a fire and eat normally. Then the hero suggested catching at least a boar so that they could eat up. But the mentor only screamed, reminding Jinmu that too little time has passed since he took the elixir. After such an impact, you need to relax properly a month or two. And Jinmu had already rushed into the head of strain immediately after interaction with such a strong subject. Judging by how the boy changed in 4 days, his skeleton clearly changed. So he was clearly out of order. The mentor himself decided to go hunting today, and Jinmu asked him to return to his room so that he did not freeze from the cold wind. The Lord was obviously surprised that Moonjin looked so energetic. He even decided to cut the meat. Although he did not feel energy from him, the mentor was clearly restored, slowly returning to the previous state of the warrior. After some time, when the younger student prepared a healthy food to the teacher. The guy immediately noticed how the skills of cooking the younger improved markedly. He was happy that after the absorption of energy, he could enjoy delicious food. He really had a mood. In addition, the mentor was proud of his student, who officially became the Mutanga sword. But the mentor was surprised. Why did the guy, going to become the main student, abruptly changed his mind? Obviously, the hero asked, did the mentor confuse what? And only at that moment, Monjin realized that the boy did not know much. Those who officially become a Mutanga sword cannot take the place of the chief student. In the appearance of the hero, it became obvious that he did not even know about something like this. However, nothing could be changed. After all, now on him were the duties of the Mutanga sword. The sovereign literally, with the last forces, restrained the approaching tears of rage. He literally wanted to scream loudly, not understanding why he was not warned about this before. Soon the hero also came to visit the hero. He came to inform how glad the boy was. However, he looked clearly not the best. He did not know what to do, since no one told him that now he would not be able to become a chief student if he goes along the path of Sword Mutang. Now the hero has lost the opportunity to master the technique of double energy and dreams to become a master among the clans of Sapa and Chomp. Even the older brothers did not calm down. Why does Jinmu look so powerless? After all, if the elixir power is correctly absorbed, the eyes should be filled with wisdom, and the lights coming from the inside will be visible. Jinho suggested that this could happen due to poor absorption of spiritual energy. After all, the hero's whole process took 4 days. For this reason, Jinho tried to explain that the reason was not in the hero, but that the power of the elixir was too huge for such a young guy. Hearing their worried conversation, the mentor came to visit the student. Arriving, he immediately asked how the boy feels. And he also tried to please the student with the fact that Chon-san managed to catch very fat pheasants. However, he was not happy. The boy did not have the same appetite, and the mentor began to worry that he really could not completely absorb spiritual power. Perhaps he hoped that he could reach the level of the Khan as soon as the elixir absorbs, having received the status of the Mutanga sword. He probably strove to become much more powerful. If so, then in this situation the guy was most affected. For this reason, the mentor grabbed the boy by the hands and began to convince that he was already enough. Even the achievement of the Tonga level was already incredible at his age. So the mentor wanted to convey, it does not matter how much spiritual energy he could absorb. After all, the Khan level was now the first stage, which is unattainable for almost any of Murim. Even 10 people with a similar level will not be typed in the union. However, instead of any explanation, the hero was silent and left the room. After which he decided to demonstrate his strength to the mentor. Thus, he created in his hands a small clot of energy. And after, as if nothing had happened, he pulled him into the distance. Thus, he was able to destroy the top of the cliff, which was nearby. It was the level of Khan. He explained to the mentor that he managed to absorb something from the spiritual power of the elixir. Then I decided to return to myself in order to relax a bit. The mentor did not know how to react to the power manifested. He did not understand. In this case, why, even having reached such a level, he sat all day with a dumb face, as if he had lost everything in the world. The Lord himself did not understand what was so special in achieving the Khan level. Even if you take the internal energy of the Sapa, which will take time, the result will be similar. If the technique of the Dark Dragon had just returned to him, then the achievement of the Khan level would require a few minutes. He even thought in order to kill everyone, getting the teachings of power. In any case, he was the best master of Mutang. No one can stand in his way. However, the memory of his body dominated him. The old man could not disobey if he says to stop. For this reason, the hero again began to hate the wife of death, who decided to send him to Mutang. At this moment, Chon-san also came to visit the teacher. A message came from the storage. It says that the responsible ones completed the census of books with the secret martial arts ordered by the mentor. For this reason, it was impossible to postpone the matter. The hero went to the storage, taking a mess of sand with him. There were a huge bunch of books. However, the hero did not have any use from all these books, since he will not be able to study the technique of double energy. His discontent was also heard by the head of the storage. He was surprised to hear that the boy was interested in a technique that no one had mastered before. However, the hero considered her a kind of exalted martial art, which only the chief student of Mutang was able to receive, because of which it was incomprehensible. In a sense, he was right. However, the double energy technique was also the legend of Mutang. The double energy technique has long become only the legend of Mutang, although it would be great to revive it again from the ashes. At a minimum, it would be worth talking about the initial form of this art. The hero was clearly interested to learn more about it. However, the old man had already hastened to lead them away. However, Jinmu wanted to know what the old man had in mind when speaking about the technique of double energy in its original form. Apparently, the technique was somehow changed, and the old man certainly knew something about it. For this reason, the ruler asked his students to go down first, and also asked to tell the mentor that he would linger a little in the storage. After which, he sat opposite the old man and decided to find out what his words mean about the resurrection of double energy technique in its original form, and also, why was the technique changed? After these issues, the old man was convinced that the hero was a rare copy. He managed to meet many students in his lifetime, but not one of them was interested in the technique of double energy. It immediately became obvious. The boy wanted to master this martial art. The hero did not know how to answer this old man, because he did not know either his rank or age. It was clear right away that he was older than anyone in Mutang, and the Lord hoped that with the help of this old man he would have at least some hope of studying the technology of double energy. Therefore, he honestly admitted that he really wanted to know her, no matter how much he thought, but it was the only way to achieve the desired martial art of double energy. Hearing this, the elder remembered that the student in front of him became a Mutang sword. In this case, he should know that he cannot study this technique, but he was still interested in it. The hero honestly admitted that if he had been warned that he would not have the opportunity to master double energy, then he would not choose the path of the sword. But the old man was surprised that after the power of the elixir was already flowing through the veins of the hero, he still tried to master this technique. It seemed that it was an overcoming. Although he could advise something to the guy, because in the afternoon he saw a very bright radiance, brighter than the sun. He was still a guy with endless potential for development. But double technique could absorb this light of Mutang, as happened before. However, Jinmu was not going to give up, believing that an elixir is just a pill in which a clot of energy was enclosed in comparison with double energy. The old man laughed briefly when he heard the boy responding to the legendary elixir like crazy. He asked, "Does the hero understand the meaning of the word double?" The pristine chaos included both yin and yang, light and darkness, good and evil. Having mixed them together, it turned out double energy. The old man tried to explain that the ordinary monk could not capture these elements, enclosing them in his body. The divided good and evil constantly collide in the mind. If an attempt to connect these two principles will fail, then a person will obey the inner demon. When the student, walking along the path of Taoism, falls under the influence of an unclean spirit, he becomes the devil. And in the end, the whole world will suffer due to what happened. But the Lord knew that everything would be in order with him. This old man obviously did not know anything about him. Naturally, an ordinary monk risked very much. However, the hero would never have surrendered to his inner demon. The fact is that if you study dark martial arts, then the internal energy will not increase. But if you learn the martial arts of a pure goal, then the human mind changes by itself for the better. However, despite the fact that Jin had an evil heart, he received a portion of Taoist energy without his desire, and without any discomfort took possession of the martial arts of pure spirit. At the same time, the creature occupying the body was not affected in any way. It was still vile and vicious. The spirit inside the guy is a representative of Sapa, simply hiding in the appearance of a monk. Therefore, the one whose essence is already controlled by evil cannot submit to the internal demon. But for the old man, of course, the hero's confidence was nothing more than youthful stupidity. He tried to explain, tried to reach out to the hero, so that he would leave attempts. And the Lord was absolutely spitting. The warning simply did not reach the guy. Therefore, the old man had no choice but to tell him the story. This story happened 100 years ago. Then Jinmu realized, in front of him is a real long liver. Most likely absorbed the entire righteous energy of the mountain in order to live for so long. The old man told how in ancient times the one who was the last to master the technique of double energy lived. He said that he would be in order, and decided to practice. This man, following the worldview of Sapa, took possession of the dark martial arts mentioned in the technique of double energy. But he never managed to find a balance during the unification of yin and yang. The pristine chaos swallowed him. The inner demon prevailed. And in the end, he became a real devil to embody. He brought down his anger on the Mutanga clan. However, the hero surprised that there were no records of what happened. As it turned out, that incident became the terrible shame for Mutang. There was simply no place in history. After all, this person was the supreme elder Mutang. Therefore, all records associated with the technique of double energy were abolished. The martial art of a man who turned into a devil. However, it seemed to the hero that the old man finally went crazy and carries a similar nonsense. He even believed that the elder was simply not enough, which was angry with the old man. But, as it turned out, the Supreme was strong. After all, he even managed to come to his senses and suppress demonic energy. He gave his life to the student's hands in order to atone for his sin. If the brother would not have done this, then the whole world would be stained with blood. The Supreme was also those who created an unprecedented legend in the history of Murim. In just 10 years of his active activity, he managed to become the best master of the Middle Kingdom. If he could achieve pristine chaos, then even the Emperor would not dare to raise his head in front of him. The hero, of course, considered it a nonsense. After all, the Emperor was those who at once led 1,000,000 soldiers at once. It is unlikely that there was such a great master in Mutang, because Jinmu never heard something like that. Realizing that he would not hear anything more useful, the sovereign simply decided to leave. But the old man said that after what happened, the second volume with the double energy technique, where the pristine chaos was described, was divided into 4 parts. However, the hero knew for sure that the double energy technique was recorded in 2 volumes. As it turned out, by the will of the supreme record of the pristine chaos, they were divided into 4 parts and sealed so that no one in the Mutang reached the pristine chaos and would not be influenced by demonic energy. In this case, the double energy technique that the chief student studied was only the first volume. Then the hero realized, in this case, this first volume was completely useless to him. It also became clear that the first volume contained simply basic information. The second contained additions and comments on the first. This meant that the hero could have known the technique of double energy, having only a second book in his hands. Of course, the guy still doubted. Is it possible to trust this old man? Therefore, he decided to find out if he could trust this person. From this question it became obvious. The hero did not know anything about the keeper. It was true. All that could be said about him was that he is an elder in a Mutang. However, the old man considered himself the same sinner who deserves amputation of the limbs and excommunication from the clan. He reminded the story of the Supreme Elder, which became the devil to embody. But he was precisely the student who had a share to kill him. Soon after this conversation, the hero returned home. It seemed to him that he wasted time in vain, listening to the old man's grease. He did not believe that he was able to decapitate the Supreme Elder, even if he managed to resist the inner demon. If this were true, then the monks would cut all the tendons to him, the bones would be crushed. But certainly they would not limit themselves to a simple blocking of internal energy and the placement in isolation. Therefore, the hero was completely sure that almost his entire story was complete nonsense. However, he was interested in whether someone heard this story outside of Mutang. After all, as the old man said, all the notes were destroyed. This knowledge was prohibited from transmitting to future generations. It became obvious that this story, which had no written confirmation, was known only to this old man who crossed the after 100 years. He directly belonged to the last Supreme, which was an outstanding master. However, rumors in Murim did not even go about him. Obviously, Jinmu understood that perhaps the old man simply invented a story. So I decided not to get hung up on it. However, he was still worried. What if it could be really true? In this case, he will still be able to get a chance to master the technique of double energy. But I decided to forget about it for now, because the hero just wanted to rest. For this reason, I asked the guys to independently sort and cope with books. He himself went outside in order to breathe fresh air. Initially, Jinmu planned to master the technique of double energy and leave the Mutang. Since the plan went awry, then he had no more reason to stay in this place. He needed to get the permission of the mentor, and he wanted to come up with an excuse for himself. Because now he was the true sword of Mutang. Although this title now seemed to him more disgusting than before. The actions of the true sword of Mutang are the actions of the clan. Therefore, a person should be careful in everything that does, and this restriction became his nightmare. He was not even happy to just leave for a short while. He wanted to be from the clan as far as possible. Hearing about this, the senior student realized that the teacher was going to go on wanderings. This meant wanderings around the huge world. It is important for a warrior not only to be strong, but also to know how this world works. Only having gained experience and glory, wandering around the world, you can become a real fighter. This was the purpose of wanderings. However, the hero warned that not everyone could go to them. However, since the teacher was the Mutanga sword, the representative of the clan and the person engaged in the external affairs of the sect, he could well wander around the world and gain experience. In addition, the hero was lucky. When it comes to wanderings, it will be enough for him to get only the resolution of the mentor. For such an excellent advice, the hero thanked his student. He also explained that he would go to visit his mentor and ask the students to continue to deal with secret teachings. Obviously, Chan also wanted to receive personal instructions from the teacher. However, he only rudely sent the boy to a bunch of books not put in order and ordered not to be lazy, but to continue to work all day. Since now the hero did not need a reputation or achievement, he completely decided to give a damn about this place. The time has come to leave the Mutang. All that was left to do is to get a mentor's permission. Soon he saw Mungin nearby. Since he was not in the room, the hero went in search of it, and it turned out he wanted to see how the work to restore the palace was moving. Since he became the master of the palace, he could not afford to sit still, doing nothing. However, the hero was worried about such a mentor's desire to walk everywhere. After all, he could still get sick, completely forgetting about his health problems. The mentor also first asked how the boy was advancing to restore order, and also recommended the kid more often to visit the old guardian. After all, let him be deprived of the right to use martial arts because of the sin of fratricide. But he was one of the oldest people in Murim. It seemed to Munginu that talking with this person would definitely benefit the boy. Hearing these words from Mungin, the hero realized that we are talking about the sin of fratricide in the story told by the old man. For this reason, Jinmu decided to find out, was there any of the previous supreme named Chongmu? The mentor was surprised. After all, the student was never interested in the story of Mutang. However, he told such a person really lived. He marked the dawn of Mutang. It turned out that the old man's tales were not a lie. However, the hero never heard about this man. This is not surprising. After all, the only records concerned only 10 years of his active activity. They were true only at the request of the administration. But even considering this, only a couple of lines are written in them that it was he who stopped the principle of non-interference of officials in each other's affairs. The hero was surprised to find that he really heard about it. It was said that the principle of non-interference was fixed by the decree that was issued by the founding king of the current country, with the assistance of the warrior Murim. However, the mentor was interested in how the student recognized the name of that person. The hero said that the elder mentioned him in their conversation, and it was quite strange. Usually he never mentioned the masters of the past. However, the Lord wanted to know the mentor something else. He wanted to know about the last days of the master's life. Was it that he became the devil and was killed by the student of the sect? However, the mentor only got angry with such words from his student. It was a real nonsense because at least there were no records of the Supreme and there were definitely not only some novice there. From this story, the hero understood. The mentor knows only what he is allowed to know. One way or another, at least partly what was said by the old man turned out to be true. So, the second volume of Double Energy Technology was divided into several parts, which means that the path to pristine chaos really exists. Therefore, Jinmu had hope. He had to move again to his original goal. It is impossible to put it in a distant box anymore. Therefore, he told the mentor that he had a request for him. He wanted to go on wanderings in Mutang, so he wanted to go to Murim to gain experience and improve his skills. And he asked the mentor to give his permission to this. Events moved to the main palace. The Supreme there was viewed some important documents. Suddenly, Munjin, politely worshipped the Supreme, showed up to him. He just smiled at such a formality of his brother, after which he asked him to sit down. And on his face, Munjin immediately noticed that the man clearly worries something. Then his brother gave him a paper that made him get worried. It was a letter sent personally by the head of the Union. Basically, it was about a collection of flying dragons. But, without a doubt, the head of the Union wrote it because he wanted to see Jinmu. Munjin did not see the point of worrying. After all, one could just send their student. But the Supreme was worried that the chapter would persuade Jinmu to join him as a student or even a subordinate. And Jinmu has already become a true Mutang sword, so he could not join the meeting or the political union. Therefore he thought what to say in order to politely refuse. However, Munjin said that literally a couple of minutes ago, Jinmu approached him and asked for permission to go as a journey. After all, let him really have good with martial arts, but the experience in them was not enough. In addition, according to tradition, the Mutanga sword receives seals of the 5 great Taoist sections of the central regions. In this situation, it would be nice to let go of the hero so that there was an opportunity to get out of experience in Marima. Due to the fact that the place of the sword was empty for so long, the Supreme himself already forgot about this tradition. He also decided, together with Jinmu, to send his 2 students to a meeting of flying dragons. After all, the purpose of the meeting is just to find valuable specimens among second-generation students from each fraction. Since these children are pretty good for their age, they will be able to demonstrate their outstanding skills. So they will not only glorify Mutang, but will also be able to show themselves. And at the same time, the request of the chapter will remain executed. After all, the head so wanted to see a true sword. In this case, their novice will come to greet him, and then he will be able to leave due to wanderings in Murim. Of course, the Supreme thanked his younger brother for such an excellent idea, and asked Jin to hurry up with preparations. Events are transferred to Hubei province, to the political union of right forces, and specifically, to the office of the head of the union. The military advisor said that all the letters related to the organization of the event were delivered to each faction. However, the head of the union knew that among those who arrived at the meeting, there were many young people who had already made themselves a name, who reached Tanga and received recommendations from elders. He even personally sent a message to the Supreme Elder, so that he would send them his novice. After that, the conversation also went about the Zhu family, with whose eldest son some troubles clearly arose, so the twin brother will be sent. After which they also discussed several issues on the preparation process. However, everything went as according to the plan, because they had a responsible mission: to be prepared for the fact that someone from the Palace of Demons may have much more military power, for which this collection was created. If everything goes as planned, then in the future they will be able to become the largest military department, which will not be equal in strength. Also, the keepers were chosen. Among them were all famous masters. It remained only to find the one who took the place of the head of the meeting. This should have been a person who does not belong to any faction. After all, otherwise he can challenge the authority of the union, or put the interests of his faction into priority. However, it seemed to the chapter that such a person could not be found in the world. But the assistant had such a candidacy. He offered a white heron. His reputation was impeccable, and he was in no way connected with the clans, so this place was perfect for him. The White Heron was born in a small family of martial arts masters in the province of Hunan. Its abilities have become so famous that they began to compare with the techniques of the families of the absolutes of the Union. Thus, choosing it, they will be able to satisfy all the parties. He is exactly the person who is a symbol of neutrality. However, as far as the head he heard, he went on wanderings in Murim, hiding his personality. But as it turned out, the military advisor managed to find him. Currently, the White Heron was in the head. At this time, the hero was somewhere in that very city. He stopped in the inn. There were many people there, and all because of the collection of flying dragons. For this reason, Jinmu explained to the students how they needed to get to the union itself. The reason for these explanations was in the request from his mentor to spend the boys. The hero decided to satisfy her, because very soon he will master the technique of double energy, and such a delay did not play a role for him. However, suddenly some old man disturbed young people. Smiling sweetly, he asked him to make a company at the table. At the same time, the old man alone was evident that in front of him were the students of Mutang, who went to the meeting of the dragons. However, he was surprised that the novices began to order meat and drink. Therefore, the heron found them with interesting guys and decided to sit next to him to watch them. However, the hero seems to have been clearly against his company. Then he explained that he would not want to let the strangers to his table. Obviously, the old man was surprised that the monk did not allow him to sit down, but he was still an elderly person. After that, the old man shouted that there was not a single free space around, and their table was designed for 4. However, despite this, the hero was still against it. He also pointed to people who were sitting at the table for 4. However, the old man clung to them. Of course, the students tried to explain that they did not mind moving at all. However, the hero clearly had reasons to refuse. He knew a white heron. After all, it was impossible not to recognize the one who was an outstanding warrior of enemy forces in those days when he was the Lord of Sapa. There was no more modest person in the world who was absolutely anyway for any money. In addition, he was full of useless curiosity. Therefore, he could not pass by the monks, drinking alcohol. If the hero allowed him to sit down to them, then he would definitely bother with different questions. The old man was angry that the guy was pretending to be a novice from Mutang, but did not give up his place, thereby refusing the old man. However, the hero only recalled that he paid in order to sit here. He had no desire for his own money to be in such an unpleasant company. Therefore, he suggested the old man to straighten a place for someone else. Then he also raised his students, without even waiting for food. He had no desire to continue to eat after such a meeting. He also complained to the mistress of the establishment that the old man had bought him, because of which he was forced to leave. Therefore, he asked the woman to take a fee for food from him. Obviously, the old man immediately after that urgently needed to fix the bad manners of this insolent. But the hostess stopped at the exit, and she reminded that he should first pay 4 silver coins. Obviously, the old man was in shock. How much? He does not even have a coin left. Chong had angry that this strange old man, even after the refusal, continued to insist on his own. Because of him, they could not even eat. As a result, these two guys completely adopted the position of their teacher. although the hero's malice was caused not by a request, but by the identity of the insolent. However, the hero quickly forgot about it, remembering that now in this province, there should be many students from different fractions. If he, being the personification of Mutang, will continue to behave in this way, then his mentor will begin to blame for this. He would not care if someone saw his bad side, but he could not remain indifferent to the insults towards the teacher. For this reason, when the guy suggested finding a place for an overnight stay, the hero refused. First of all, he needed to look into the clothing store. Finally, after a long night, the next morning came. Having changed his students, the hero decided to find out what they managed to find out about. However, as it turned out, there was not a single free space on the ship. All places were booked in advance. There were only 2 ships that prayed during the day. One belonged to the Jew family, and the second was cargo, and therefore made many stops along the way. Obviously, the hero did not understand what was so important in this meeting, since there was not even a single free place, and he asked the student if he offered that double fare. In principle, the hero expected to learn from the student that he did not understand the meaning of overpayments. Therefore, he decided to explain to his naive student how this world works. Therefore, they again headed for the ships. All this time, the nasty old man watched them, who immediately ordered them to stop, after which he immediately began to run in their direction. Noticing that today they have already changed their shape, the old man even suspected that all this time they only pretended to be monks. However, when the hero, without answering, decided to leave, the old man only got even more angry. And then he tried to attack the boy with internal energy. However, in the end, he could not even grab him. After such an attempt to attack, Jinmu only got furious from the old man's bush and asked him to lag behind. However, the old man would only lag behind the hero, returning him money, namely 4 silver coins. Then he also began to scream for how many difficulties they delivered him by ordering so much food, and also began to consider how much could be bought for all this money. However, the hero immediately, taking the coins from his student, handed them to the old man. After the money was returned, the Lord hoped that they would no longer cross the ways with the old man. He would not pursue them and simply leave them alone. Having received the promises of the old man, they immediately left. However, it seems that the old man was not going to get enough of it. For this reason, to the port itself, he continued to go near them. The hero stopped several times, trying to drive the old man away. But, as it turned out, they were one way, and when Jinmu suggested a man to go ahead, he only refused. The students even had to restrain his mentor so that he would not naive this old man here. As it turned out, the old man plans to pursue these people. Initially, he was surprised that there was a monk with similar manners. The recent meeting of the inn was also a pure chance. However, seeing how a 20-year-old novice dodged his attack, he began to burn with curiosity. At first glance, the hero seemed an ordinary young monk with a lack of manners, but outstanding abilities. However, this guy turned out to be shocking and interesting person, so he even decided to go to a meeting of flying dragons with them. So soon they were near the ships. It became obvious that the ship that Chan-san spoke about was already set sail, and the other ship was rented for a long time by the Jew family. To the surprise of the old man, the hero also went to the head of the merchant ship, which was amazing. After all, it was much easier to ask about the service of the Jew family. However, having agreed on everything, the hero with the students decided to swim on a trading ship. As a result, we agreed that the hero would ensure the safety of this merchant ship, while he and his comrades are being taken. It was obvious to the old man that the monk agreed with people with the help of money, and did not act as an ordinary monk. The more the old man looked at him, the more he wanted to get closer to this boy. Therefore, he introduced himself as a man floating with the monks. However, he was refused in the place, which was strange. After all, the deck was empty. The fact is that Jinmu bought all other places. He said that only his handsome young student with a chubby friend would swim with him. The old man could not understand why Jinmu was such a fundamental person. But the merchant noticed that the boy even promised to take care of the safety of the ship. Recently, the protection of merchant ships suffered greatly. The old man also promised the man a defense, believing that he would be more beneficial. But the captain could not believe such the words of an elderly person, did not want to look after the old man. Then the man already wanted to introduce himself to his legendary name. However, I realized that this will clearly not lead to good. After all, then, without a doubt, all the novices will become polite and begin to crumble in apologies. However, in this case, he will no longer be able to observe the boy in his natural state. At that moment, another young master arrived at the ship. He noticed this small argument that slightly interested him. The whole reason was the old man who so persistently cursed from the captain of the ship. For this reason, he came up and heard the old man still suggested to sit aboard. The young man, smiling kindly, invited the elder to take advantage of his ship. After which everyone bowed, greeting the white heron, wandering around Murim. Obviously, the elder immediately asked the boy not to reveal his personality here. And with a lightweight exhalation, I realized that the company Jinmu did not guess anything. The boy realized why the old man hid his personality, and again invited him to go on a trip with them on the ship's ship. But the old man did not want to cause inconvenience. After all, he had already chosen the ship on which he would go. It was interesting why the elder was eager for a ship where he was refused. Surely the reason was in the people to whom he wanted to join. Although they were dressed in ordinary clothes, but judging by the pattern on the handle of swords, it was obvious that they were from Mutang. It was strange that the white heron was so interested in these students. So the boy even offered to sit on their ship at the same time as the students of Mutang. The old man was amazed that the boy so easily recognized the students who did not even wear special clothes. He was clearly delighted that all the rumors about the genius of this child were pure truth. At that moment, the boy greeted the captain of the ship, introducing himself as the name of his noble family Jew. The captain, seeing such a high-ranking person, broke into a smile. After that, the boy introduced his dear friend and asked to pick up 3 young people who were on the side. He also offered for this double payment, which they could receive on the family estate of the Jew family. Obviously, for the merchant, it was the feeling that today gold rained at him from heaven. For this reason, he immediately demanded that the soldiers leave the ship. The hero was clearly angry. Recently, they completely made a deal. After that, the captain began to push the hero, considering the entire transaction invalid without any contract. Then finally, Jinmu saw the reason for such a change in behavior. However, he was only angry with the intervention of some noble wimp. However, the gentleman from the family of Jew forbade his bodyguard to call his name. He only threatened the boys that the elders from their clan would not like the way they reacted to the old man. However, the hero made it clear that he was clearly not concerned with the opinion of the elders. He asked the boy to stop climbing them and took that annoying old man on his ship. The boy tried to explain that the elder wants to swim only with them, but Jinmu was so inferior that he decided not to sail on the ship. Instead, he asked the students to get 3 horses, and the boy offered to continue to go his way. He was clearly angry that he stood in front of him, trying to build a real man out of himself. While the hero was leaving, continuing to mumble something under his breath, it seems that the boy was really amazed at his chuika. However, without giving a look, he offered a wagon or riding. He immediately realized that in his thoughts the old man had a desire to follow those students. Turning to the bodyguard, he said that he would also hit the road along land with the elder, while the rest would arrive on the ship's ship. Obviously, the bodyguard decided to follow with the master and take a couple of servants once he will have to stop on the way to the night. And of course, the boy agreed, not wanting to disturb his subordinates. So soon the rain began in their way. The hero was clearly unlucky, because in their way, like leeches, ignoramuses clung. And besides, half a year they were met by a downpour. So also an annoying old man who still could not lag behind invited them to join their tent. The young gentleman watched everything while the bodyguard brought him a blanket so that he would not freeze at night. Also, the servants were already preparing dinner for him and offered to eat and take a bit a little. However, the master could not sleep because of the words of that novice. He was surprised how the hero noticed what even a white heron could not notice. The story of the young master began a long time ago. Then his twin brother died, and he urgently needed a successor. Women were worried. After all, if the heir did not become a direct descendant, then in the future, the struggle for power will begin in the management of the family. Therefore, the girl had to replace her brother. She began to dress like a man and behave appropriately, forgetting her name and called another. So far, in the central areas, it was believed that the heir to the family was alive. The girl was lucky. Her talent exceeded many men, not inferior to any of his peers. No one suspected the fraud. Just a pretty heir to the family. And it seemed not so bad to continue life in the appearance of a man. However, at some point she had a younger brother. Without a doubt, it was a joyful and happy event. However, the girl was worried that she would have to return to her female essence. Then, living as a woman, she will marry the calculation of the person whom she sees for the first time, and will live with him to the end, without any opportunity to completely reveal her abilities. And all that she can spend the rest of the days locked in the role of the mistress of the house of a family. Therefore, the collection of flying dragons was very welcome. It was a chance granted to her by heaven. The last opportunity to make a name without belonging to the family. After long persuasion, she managed to achieve the permission of the head of the family. Even if she again begins to live like a woman, she was not going to abandon her abilities. This was her last journey as an heir to the family. As they agreed upon her arrival, the heir had to get sick and hide from extra eyes in a distant shack. Then her newborn brother will simply become a new heir, and then she will be able to break out of the shackles and make herself the name of a real warrior. However, the novice guessed in everything. Although no one knew about this but close people in the family, this rude monk, devoid of any dignity, guessed everything. Soon the young master woke up, the rage was ready, and the boy fell asleep tightly, almost missing him. Even Chan licks the smell of a thick stew. He was very hungry. And the boy only fueled the oil in the fire, inviting them to his fire. But the hero clearly made it clear that if his disciples move, then they would die from his hand right away. It seems that the boy was only surprised at their stubbornness. However, the hero's decision was final. He did not even understand why they should be next to people who stuck like a bath sheet and were terrified nasty. This was especially true for the guy. He could believe the insidious girl hiding under the mask of a man. However, despite the fact that the guy voiced her secret, she was not embarrassed. She managed to control her emotions well. In addition, the strength of the spirit that he felt in the body of this girl was sufficient. She was quite talented in order to compare even with Chon-san. Those who hide something behind a smile are dangerous if you leave them near them. Therefore, the hero certainly wanted to get rid of her. Obviously, without hiding, the girl only praised the keen eye of the hero, and he immediately asked to stop climbing him and pick up a white heron. The old man was even more surprised to learn that the guy was behaving so boldly, even knowing who he was, and the girl was even more surprised. After all, even the Supreme Elder Mutang would bow her head in front of the white herons, but this novice did not even shake. He was clearly a novice of the first generation, who reached the level that she could not have imagined. So it became obvious. He was thereby Jinmu, about which there were so many rumors about recently. It also became obvious that he did not know. Mutanga's students were always famous for his good reputation, but Jinmu was clearly getting out of the rules. The hero clearly infuriated the audacity of this girl. He was surprised by her smartness. He even considered that it was the same genius of the Jew family. The white heron was not in himself, realizing that he had met with the newly elected true sword of Mutang. In addition, the young gentleman also said that the boy, having reached the level of Yoongi, defeated the detachment commander from the family in Takan, and at his age achieved outstanding successes. It would seem that he was an unprecedented occasion all over the world, and the hero only reproached himself for being too clearly demonstrated his abilities. As you know, you need to hide your skills until you find yourself in the most critical situation. Therefore, Jinmu knew he needed to be more vigilant. However, Chan finally ruined everything, telling that his teacher had reached the can level. The hero obviously scolded him for such nonsense and slander, and explained to the guests that his student was too much exaggerating. However, no one believed the excuses. The white heron even wanted to immediately fight the boy. However, at that moment, Chon-san finally appeared. At this time, he went to hunt and even caught a deer. This huge prey would have been enough for at least 10 strong guys. Chon-san immediately made it clear that he brought that deer in order to feed not an old man, but his teacher. At that moment, the beaten Chan crawled closer to Chon-san and said that the old man was a white heron, and the representative of the Jew family was a woman. This girl just the same suggested that the boys stop quarreling and instead eat meat well, starting dinner. Obviously, the hero tried to somehow get rid of them. However, he really didn't succeed. Today, he was too tired to conflict with them. Already early in the morning, the elder woke up, since with age, the desire of sleep disappears. Then the girl came to apologize to the old man because she had to put on men's clothes. She explained that she did not want to deceive the elder. It seems that he was not offended. He understood that each person had his own causes. It didn't matter if the boy was really a guy or a girl. Then he proposed to continue their fun trip further, and even praised her for how she got used to the image of a man. Since the path to Ujan was quite long, it took 20 days to get there. Already exactly 10 days have passed on the way. Chon Yu, looking at the carriage, rejoiced that the representative of the Jew family moved in such comfort, and the trip was literally a paradise. And even during the halts, the teacher forced them to train. Hearing the fatigue of the guys, the hero decided to arrange a halt. However, just by the way, I saw an excellent rock suitable for training. For this reason, he forced his students to climb it. In addition, he endured them endlessly, hung cargo on them, and did not even forgive a minute to the stop. The white heron was amazed that they cope with their task so well. The fact is that they knew, if they break, they will die, because the hero will kill them himself. The girl quickly realized, thanks to such a training session, he tried to raise the level of novices even above the second stage. Chon-san himself said about this girl. After all, in all his results, he always referred to his teacher, who helped them achieve success. For this reason, the girl wanted to practice next time with his students. The hero tried to refuse, but when it did not work, he again got angry that these people would not be delayed from him, but still gave the girl his consent, if only she stopped looking at him with her deer eyes. But soon he heard a loud noise nearby. Someone was clearly approaching. Therefore, he warned his students to be on the alert. Soon they saw how Unknown with the child in his arms jumped straight from the cliff. Then I dropped the girl who flew down with loud screams. The first thing John to the sanctuary came to the head was to ask his younger brother to push him. Thus, Chon-san pushed off the cliff and eventually managed to catch the child. But the man began to writhe with pain straight in the air. After that, his body fell into the water. Obviously, after such an event, the White Heron was clearly alert, and he turned the people upstairs so that they would introduce themselves. However, people in masks clearly did not want to do something like that.